Clash in endless collision, gaming news with a fierce precision, with a spark so wild it breaks the norm, in the tempest eye of unethical, your analyst face the score. Truth burns with a psychotic roar. Corrupt suits sneer what they despise. DragonCast will open your eyes. Integrity found in DragonCast. Fire-breathing metal, screaming loud. The Vistro's here to shake the crowd. Psychotic dragon ready to ignite. Hold on tight, we're taking flight. DragonCast. DragonCast. Justice cut through the dark. Levistro's roar ignites the spark. A dragon's heart fiercely defends the gaming world. Our passion ascends. This is DragonCast. DragonCast.
And we're live, everybody, and welcome to another edition of DragonCast. We're live on the Rumbos, the YouTubes, and the X's. Sorry we're running a little late, everybody. We had a windstorm at my area last night that blew open the gate while we were streaming. I closed it back up, only to wake up this morning to find out that the wind blew my gate right off. And I just got done fixing it since this morning to where, oh, look who else is just in time.
I would consider myself late, but thank you.
No, like I was explaining right now, we were running late anyways because my gate blew off. Remember when I said I had to go fix my gate?
Oh, it actually blew off. Damn.
Yeah, it blew open, and then this morning it was off its hinges.
Damn.
Yeah, and I'm not going to go and be able to find someone to repair it in time, and I don't want the HOA to come after my ass because of the gate blown open, so I had to fix that. And I literally got done just 2 minutes before we had to start. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I had to go wash the grease off. I had my son access my StreamYard so I could hurry up. So we're running a little late. I do apologize. Old man Dad, hello. No, that's going to be much later. We're going to talk about it. I found out about it yesterday. But before we continue, the first shall be last and the last shall be first. So, Karis, how's it been going, buddy?
It's going well. I'm glad to be back home. I'm still in the Black Void. I'm stealing it from Red Letter Media. But yes, things are going well. I'm doing more filming on my new video, which I hope to have out next week. So
Ooh,
that'll be good.
awesome. And Dash, old buddy, old pal, how's it going?
Um, I'm doing very well, especially since I finally got my chromatic.
Yes, tell us about that.
Oh yeah. So I went to a retro store today, bought a few games. I bought a Rocket Power game and a Cubics racing game. I used to love that show as a kid. Anyone remember
Nice.
Cubics?
Yes,
Little tiny bit.
I do.
Oh, nice based. But yeah, so I this was the original game I got, Dragonium. I think that's how you pronounce it. They all work. I just needed to give the machine a firmware update, before like really playing it.
Mhm.
Luckily, it came with some batteries. It
Nice.
also came included with Tetris.
That's an Easter egg right there. The very first Game Boy came out with both Mario World and Tetris pre-packaged.
That was nice.
They even mentioned that in the Tetris movie. My son and I were watching it yesterday before the stream.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
wow.
a good movie. I highly recommend it.
I've only ever seen the clip. Like the clip.
They don't
but I
even
was
they
like,
don't even try to do the whole propaganda thing because I was kind of working at Apple Studios. So like they didn't try to make the Russians look like good guys. They made the Russians look just as greedy. Like the whole concept of what towards the end they say, our nation, this was never supposed to happen this way. Our nation has become a nation of thieves. Everyone was fighting over Tetris.
Damn.
So it's a really good movie. I highly recommend it. But go ahead, Dash. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so it works. The screen is kind of tiny, but like it feels very familiar. It's got like the little volume dial, just like the old Game Boy does.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's essentially just like little mini like Game Boy. Now, hopefully, they continue to release games for it because, the library is pretty small, and they're working on this big M64 console.
Yeah.
Wait. The Nintendo 64?
Yeah, it's called the M64. That's the mod retro version.
I'm hoping Mod Retro has a way to skirt past the litigious nature of Nintendo.
Well, they have to, I don't think there's got to be some legal thing that they're doing that allows this to happen, some sort of statute of limitation or something, because I don't know why Nintendo doesn't shut them down right away, especially since they advertise the thing playing Pokemon.
Yeah. That's the thing. I'm that's the only downside to it. But I'm going to tell everybody, if you want to play your Game Boy games, get a Mod Retro right now before Nintendo does decide to do something.
Yeah. Now.
Yeah.
Now there's no excuse. In this economy, you can fork over $100. It's a good investment for your game library. Levistro endorsed.
Yeah. Yeah. I literally spent almost all my Christmas money on this thing plus the game.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was a good investment, given the RAM shortage. Supporting retro, supporting the old way of doing things.
Yep. Yeah. But yeah, congratulations. Let me know how that Dragon Image works for you. Let me know how good it is. I really want to get this game.
Oh yeah. It plays the overhead feels almost like Zelda or Final Fantasy Adventure, but the battle system is a lot like Pokemon, and the plot heavily involves dragons.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, that's why I want to get it.
Yeah, all those the dragons on that cover are all bosses in the game, that are in each of the dungeons. I haven't fought any of them yet, but I think they've advertised like some of the fights with them.
Mm.
So yeah, like dragon lore right up your alley.
Yep. And for me, everyone knows I'm going back to making videos. I did try to do some evergreen content, so I decided to do a scientific study on if a game journalist could survive the exiled lands. And well, if you watched it and you haven't liked it, I mean, that hurts my feelings. At least tell me why you didn't like it. But other than that, it retained a better. People were watching it all the way through, according to the analytics. So like it's like 69 to 70% of my views, they watched it all the way through. So I'm like, okay, it was interesting enough for you to watch it all the way. Why not like? But I'm not complaining. It's just one of those things that's like, it's like, is this would people want this or not? I don't know. It's like they're watching it, but they don't do nothing. But other than that, we're still talking about it amongst ourselves because people have to work. But for everyone else, yes, at least I will be. I don't know about the rest of the crew, but I will be covering Developer Direct on January 22nd. It's at 10 a.m. Pacific, noon my time, 1 p.m. whatever. So we'll probably be starting it 15 to 30 minutes early if we do have people that are going to come on a panel with us to talk about it. So that way we can talk and give our thoughts before it happens.
Oh, I didn't realize it was happening that early. That's going to conflict with my work schedule.
Yeah, it's okay. I have a feeling that was going to happen because you're Eastern time frame, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be 1 p.m. for you.
And I will be
yes.
still in Denver. Working,
getting high.
Literally. You say that. I was heading into my hotel to check in, and there's this guy out front, and the wind's blowing, and he's just smoking a joint, and it's blowing downwind, and I'm just thinking, really?
Yeah, well, that's trust me. Like I've been around like a lot of like people that like smoke, like want like not to like generalize too much, but a lot of times like they'll just be like they won't care who's around. They'll just smoke the damn thing.
Yeah, it's wild. Here in Washington, people are still just like, they hide it.
What's funny is when I left Washington State to go to my next duty station, the very next day they legalized marijuana.
Here's a
and I had and like I have my own views on it. You do you, but that's my view, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I still felt vindicated flipping off the "You're now leaving Washington" as I drove past it. I was so when I was a private, I got my first duty station assignment to Fort Lewis, Washington. I was so stoked about it. I always wanted to go to Washington. I always wanted to see the coffee shop, Seattle, all that stuff. Mm-hmm. Within 6 months, I thought I was in 1960s when people found out I was a soldier.
Oh, you were literally playing the Rambo card.
Yeah, and I didn't even have PTSD yet. Like people were just like being like, I thought I'm gonna make some friends. I'm gonna see some more nerd culture. Like when I got out when I left my duty station, I wasn't like one of those I'm a soldier, you should honor me, this and that, worship me. No, I just like, hey, what's it like to be in Washington? I'm always curious about people to the point where it's like I hate Washington.
They're just dicks from the get go. Damn.
Yeah, I just did not like it. I was like, if you wanted to be, at that point in time, I was not political at all. So if you wanted me to join your tribe, and you're wondering why Levistro is not on left leaning at all, blame Washington. Blame Washington. It's like you want to know what?
Can't blame Canada. Blame Washington. Yep.
Because I was already like ginger about the whole right-leaning side because censorship of games.
Yeah.
And then I tried libertarian. I hated libertarian because once I looked into it, I was like, okay, this is not what the Libertarian Party preaches. So I was like, you know what? I'm just not going to take a fucking side. It's like, that's just how it works.
Many of us are in that boat. We're, what I need to coin a phrase. We're closetedly unsided. Can that work?
Closeted nonpartisan, maybe? You don't take a side. Nonpartisan is
closeted,
what we would call it.
unpartisan. Yeah.
And that's how you're supposed to be. That's what the founders want. They didn't want us to have a party. And I tell people, like, you want to get rid of this institutions of slavery, then get rid of all the 49 parties. Because the reason why we have parties was because we couldn't agree on if slavery should be legal or not. Then we fought a war over it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah.
See,
Scaly
yeah,
knows.
Scaly. See, I'm full of snark too. That's why I was like, Washington would be my people, but they're even too snarky for me.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Scaly is he's closer to that part, like to the Seattle-ish part. He's not in it, but he's closer. I'm closer to Portland, so
Yes.
like I hear
I'm
about
so sorry.
the north. Yeah,
And I'm not even joking on that one. I've been to Portland.
I fly out of there. Occasionally, I go down there because they have some good restaurants. That's it. That's it.
But let's get on to the Dragon Bites.
Yes.
So, you know, I'm a Legend of Zelda fan, so we're always. I forgot to announce, and I didn't say the bookmark, but last week I forgot to announce it. But last week was the anniversary of the launch date of one of the earlier Zelda games, basically one of the Wind Waker incarnations of Link.
Oh, okay.
I can't remember which one. It's not the Minish Cap. It was another one. But yeah, so Netflix has secured the exclusive streaming rights for the Legend of Zelda movie, following its theatrical and home releases.
Cool.
All I'm
I'll
going
watch
to
it.
say is some of the writers made some of the writing for some woke games and movies, as we found out earlier last year. All I'm going to say is, please don't suck. I mean, I'm
please.
liking the scene so far. She's got long hair. She doesn't have the short hair. She has a very feminine outfit, makes her look more princessy. Link, I swear to God, Link better be left-handed. If he's not left-handed, I'm done. You could have all the wokest shit in there, and Link could be left-handed. I'll be like, at least you, yeah, it has to be left-handed. At least make a reason why he will never do it left-handed anymore. Make it convincible. Maybe the Triforce hurts his hands. It's like the Triforce of courage is on.
Oh, we're
his
still
left
going
hand.
on about what hand Link holds the sword in.
Dude, you do not understand. Legend of Zelda. Yeah, I think video games should be my life, but it was Legend of Zelda. I wanted to be Link because when I was growing up, I had a hard time in school. Link inspired me to get better over time. My mom used Legend of Zelda to kind of help me get along with people, get better at school, all that stuff. And this is before we even knew I had autism. Like if we knew we had autism, probably a different story. But yeah, no. This, like, just because he was left-handed, you name me one, because I don't know any. Name me one left-handed character other than Link. That's why I am so obsessed over this.
John Cena.
John Cena. Fuck John Cena.
He's left-handed.
Chong Pong
technically.
Tong. No, he's not left-handed. He's a Marine reject.
Oh damn. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's actually true. If I remember correctly. I could be wrong, but when have I ever been right? But that being
Not right-handed, that's for damn sure.
We do have some Nintendo news, you know, Dash's favorite.
Yeah. People were panicking about the Netflix thing on Pirate Nation earlier today, not realizing that that's just because of Sony's streaming deal with Netflix. Because this is actually one of the smart things Sony did, whereas like instead of wasting money on their own streaming service, they just put it on Netflix.
That's clever.
Yeah.
That's clever.
But in related news, Nintendo stock in Japan is sliding. Nintendo share has fallen 33% as an all-time high since August. And investors' reports are about possible price hikes, lack of first-party hits, and US-EU hardware discounts during the holidays.
The big thing about that is that just because Switch 2 is doing great in Japan, where it's affordable. Switch 2 is doing great in Japan. Everywhere else where the price is jacked up, it's struggling to sell.
Yep.
And all the bad
So
press. Yeah, go ahead.
go ahead. No, I thought you were
Yeah,
done. You go ahead.
all the bad press Nintendo accumulated over the course of 2025 was a death by 1,000 cuts. They're still way better than their competition, but like people, like their reputation is that of greed.
Yeah. Yep. Well, I mean, the stocks here back up your claims right now. I mean, this is basically a 6-month analysis of their stocks, and it's been going down. So, yeah, they're starving. I'm sorry, but they're starving, and
The executives.
it's all because Power World is eating their lunch. You know, let's be honest here. Power World's becoming a lot more famous, especially with the whole legal issue. And now,
Well, they pretty much
what?
they pretty much won the case. Like, I think Nintendo's lost a lot of legal foot ground, and now, like, what you were going to say about the cards, right?
Well, I'm saying that Power World's eating their lunch.
Yeah, absolutely.
And now they're
getting into all the markets.
Yeah,
the Power World trading.
Once they won their thing, they're like, okay, you know what? We were just wanting to make Pokemon. Yeah, they said. Here's my thing. Now they didn't say this, right? But action speaks louder than words. All they wanted to do is create Pokemon with guns. That's all they wanted to do. Once they winning their lawsuit, they're like, okay, you went after us for some bullshit. So now we're gonna have Pokemon trading cards. We're gonna have Power World the movie. We're gonna have Power World farming. We're gonna have an Animal Crossing of Power World. All this other stuff. I mean, that's literally what. I mean, aside from the fact that it's not Pokemon, that's literally what Animal Crossing is. It's basically a farming simulator. You go around, you collect fruits, you plant flowers, you cut down trees, harvest fish, bugs, all that stuff, right? So yeah, so Power World is coming up a trading card game, and we do cover all forms of games. So
can I make a crazy prediction?
Yeah.
The gears just went grinded to a halt, and I thought, if Nintendo is hurting from Power World, what's the solution for Nintendo? You buy Power World, or you find a way to buy Power World.
Well, it's too late now. They sided with Sony. Sony has them.
Oh, they do? Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind then.
Right when the lawsuit happened, Sony said, we'll help you out. And so they signed an agreement with Sony.
Oh, wow.
Nintendo fucked themselves with their own mechanics. Yeah,
that
it would have been.
Absolutely. They either could have bought them out, or they could have created a shell company and have the shell company buy them out.
Yeah.
But now that Sony has them, it's like, yeah, there's... if they are going to damage them, they're going to keep damaging. Oh, that would really work out for Sony. Oof.
Yeah.
What, Sony bought Pocket Pair?
Yeah. I don't know if they bought them, but they pretty much did a partnership agreement with Pocket Pair.
Yeah.
And that was during the first news of the lawsuit. I'd have to pull it back up. But yeah, I think I couldn't find my quote tweet, but I remember Dash posting this out there. So I decided to sit bookmark it. And then I did a quote tweet where I said, Power World, the movie, and Power World, the TV series, when?
Well, they were working on an anime. There was an anime that was supposed to come out. I don't know what happened to that.
Yeah.
Oh,
it might still happen.
Sony Music, Aniplex, and Pocket Pair announced joint venture Power World Entertainment. So it's Sony Music. It's not even Sony Gaming. It's their music division. But still, it's still under Sony. So, yeah. Oof.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of... Here's my hope, all right? So I still have some loyalty to Nintendo because of Legend of Zelda. I still have some fond memories of Gen 1, Gen 2 Pokemon, right? I've always wanted Nintendo to get out of their rut. Like, their flagship titles, Metroid, Mario, I didn't really have a whole lot of passion for, but I did like some of their games, like Super Mario 3 for Nintendo.
Yeah.
old NES, right? You named a game from the 90s. Like most of the time, it was either Sonic the Hedgehog or pull out any one franchise you can find that's Nintendo. That was our childhood, right? Especially in the console wars. I've always wanted to do good, but Pokemon was doing. In my personal view, when I saw the Gen 3 Pokemon, I just wasn't interested. They didn't look. It looked like I don't know what to draw, how to define this one Pokemon, so I'm just going to draw this weird looking thing. And then it got just worse from there. And then they went back, and don't get me wrong, some of them look good. I've seen some of the Pokemon on my son's game, and some of the ones I don't recognize look a lot decent. But there was a lot of shit too. So I'm assuming that with Power World being with the court saying no, you can't sue Power World because Power World's its own thing, it'll create competition to where now Nintendo has to fight for their lunch. And we'll get good products from either side. It was like when Digimon was still popular. Like Digimon is still a thing, but it's not as much of a contender for Pokemon as it used to be.
So is Power World the Expedition 33 to the other AAA scene? That's what it seems like.
I think Expedition 33 was the Power World of the indie scene, because Power World's double A.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, Expedition 33 is double A as well, but Power World did it first. Is my point.
Yeah.
People don't really.
Right. They're gonna have
when
to
Power
start
World kicked
trying.
up, and there could be another earlier example. I don't know, but when Power World kicked up dust and caused its controversy, and was an instant success with 8 people making the game.
That's. We had almost 8 people in game. Yeah, we had 8 to 10 people in game last night. That's a development team.
Yeah, that's all you need, and you can make a game that people still play. You just give them what they want. People wanted Pokemon with guns. People wanted hot-looking Pokemon. I'm assuming. Look at Digimon story. Was it called Dash? You played it. Digimon.
Time Stranger.
Time Stranger. Thank you. I keep saying story time. But yeah, Digimon Time Stranger.
No, I can get why you make that mistake. Yeah, because the headline is Digimon Story Time Stranger.
Yeah, but you get my point. You get the market what they demand, and they'll pay you money. Just yeah. Before I continue on, because we're going to be covering a lot of Steam news today, I want to add a poll, which I forgot to do when we were running late. So the poll is, would Microsoft, or basically Xbox, we're going to say Microsoft because that's what it is, buying Valve be great for gaming? So
I forgot about that being a possibility. But yeah, that's uncomfortable, just the thought of it.
Yeah. There, we got 3 options.
I gotta do
I misspelled it. I said Microsoft.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Leave it.
But would Microsoft buying be great for? Wow, what the fuck is wrong with my keyboard? Y'all know what I mean. Would Microsoft be great for gaming? You know what? I'm going to end the poll and try it again. I had to. Sorry.
You got to keep the Microsoft. That's good.
Yeah, well, we're going to keep the Microsoft. But I got to... Would Microsoft buying Valve be great for gaming?
Now, I'm curious. Did this start with that one guy on Twitter that posted it, or is this like a larger discussion that I haven't seen yet?
No, I just thought it was funny. I think Delusional Take was actually on the money with his name on this topic. I'll be perfectly honest.
Okay. Because I did track that guy down and look at his Twitter, I went down a little bit. He lives and breathes everything AAA. He knows nothing else.
Yeah. No.
And it's
And like, I don't think when I looked at it, I thought he was an Xbox shill. I won't lie. And granted, I had an Xbox console, guys. So, at least I'm smart enough to understand, when the ship is sinking. You can say, "Oh, you're not being loyal." I don't. I'm loyal to games. I'm not loyal to corporations. There's a fucking difference. This guy here, and I forgot to switch it over. Hold on.
Because like looking at some of his posts, the way that he was just like oblivious about certain things. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna do if X doesn't happen or the X game doesn't release. And it's like, what do you mean you don't know? There are like within my zip code, there's probably 10,000 video games that you can get access to. How do you not know what you're gonna do? Like,
well, yeah, it's like people that only consider AAA games as games. It's a very limited scope.
Yeah.
It's shocking from my perspective as like I look at I've made comparisons like, okay, Smash JT, he does a lot of like AAA stuff and I watch his stuff to see his perspective. But I focus on indie, obviously. But I like to see that perspective because through that I see like this vast sea of so many genres that I normally wouldn't see if I just went to Steam or just went to the Xbox store, the Sony store.
Yeah.
And I like seeing that. But then you've got this guy who has like a pencil tip viewpoint of just one selection. I just think, how do you go through life, man? How do you live?
Well, you know what I'm going to say? This guy is not a gamer. And I'm going to give you the reason. I'm going to tell you why.
Yeah.
All right. Sure, he might have a gaming chair. Sure, he might be wearing a gaming aesthetic. Sure, he might play video games on a live stream. I don't know this guy. All right. I don't know this guy. I'm going to be perfectly honest. But all he talks about is AAA games. Yep. Now, gaming is a subculture. It has been a subculture since Gamergate. Gamergate pushed it over the edge to the subculture. We were just nerds who played games before Gamergate. But we have our own aesthetic. We have our own looks, feels, everything else. We look for niche games because we're focused on gameplay, not how pretty it looks, not what company made it. We're looking for, is the game fucking good? This is goes back to the goth scene. Yes, I was a fucking goth in high school. All right. We made fun of the Hot Topic goths. We didn't consider them goths. We called them the mall goths. We called them the posers. Why do you think I call people who don't really play games posers? If I can out you as a poser, I'm going to call you a poser, not a tourist, a poser. Because goths, we actually made our own stuff. The goth culture was very DIY, do it yourself. Okay. So we made our own clothes, or we bought clothes from stores that fit our own individual tastes. Yes, it had the black aesthetic. It had the black hair color and all the trench coats, all that stuff. We had our looks and our sub-factions within the culture itself. But there was a certain rule. You could go and be the rich kid and go buy your Hot Topic and your latest copy of His Infernal Majesty, right? And think you're goth. And then there was the actual goth. Like, I think when I was a goth back then, we were still arguing if Evanescence was actually goth. We were still arguing that one.
Interesting.
Yeah. I think she does fit it because she doesn't do what him does. She did actual beauty and darkness type themes and aesthetics in her music.
Yeah.
Where it had a deeper meaning if you really listen to it in some cases. Kind of like Typo Negative or even The Cure or Joy Division. But I'm kind of rambling here. But my point is that you can like AAA. Don't get me wrong. But there's more than just AAA. Like, a gamer is going to be like, okay, I want to play a game about this. And they're going to look on Steam. They're going to look on Xbox. They're going to look at wherever store they're at. And they're going to find it. And they're not going to care if it's a AAA game. They're not going to care if it's AA. They're not going to care if it's an indie. They're going to care. It sells to them what they're wanting to play. And when they play it, if it's actually good. And then they're going to sing the praise. If it's good, they're going to sing the praises about it to all their friends because they want their friends to have the same experience.
Mm-hmm.
And then if it sucks, you're going to see them troll the fuck out of the game.
Yeah.
It's just how it works. But that's my take on that. Did anyone else have their thoughts?
I think it's gonna if Xbox, not even Microsoft, Xbox buys Valve, it will help Xbox. It will not help gamers. This will be a one-sided benefit.
It will help Xbox. I want to add to what you just said. It will help Xbox temporarily, especially with who they have running Xbox right now.
Yes.
Xbox will drag Valve down.
Yes, it's the same as a person sold a tool on eBay. They took care of that tool. Someone bought that tool on eBay and then treated like shit, and suddenly the tool's no longer good. It'll be that sort of thing. Like Valve is good now. If you take away the fact that like Visa and MasterCard are trying to like hammer in and re-chisel it into something that they want, but if Valve becomes under something, it's not going to be Valve anymore. It'll have the name, but it won't be what Gabe built back in the 2000s. And the day that happens, I'll pack my bags and I'll go to itch.io and GOG. I have no problem with that. It'll suck because like I have got a lot of money into Steam. I'd like to have access. I'm not going to say I want to keep it because I know like I don't own any of that shit, fortunately.
Yeah.
But I'd like to keep it as long as I can. If I got to start fresh, well, fuck a duck. I guess I'll have to. But
Gog, if you're watching us right now, consider contacting us in DMs, and we'll when we live stream, we'll promote Gog games on your platforms. But I require one thing. I need my achievements. Just because I just hear me out. You don't have to have achievements to be a real gamer. But I grew up trying to make my games last. And I couldn't even mod games because we didn't have a computer. So I would have to find new ways to play Legend of Zelda, new ways to play these games. See, by the time achievements came out with the Xbox 360, I was already into that mindset. So I actually get joy and a sense of accomplishment if I'm able to do certain achievements. Now, granted, there's some that I bitch about, like with Star Wars Jedi Survivor. I'm like, this is a fucking chore. It's like they made up stuff. I'm like, no, this is not a bragging rights. This is just go fetch quest. This is it. Like one of my favorite achievements is one I found out by accident. Two of them I found out by accident. One was in Duke Nukem, where you kick the ball. I think it was the ball. You kick the eye socket, and you can if you hit the blip, it crashes. Yeah, if I remember
that just
correctly.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah, the eye from the one villain in the first fight in the football field, and then in the second one, that was interesting was Darksiders 1 when the apocalypse happens. I literally just to see if I could do it because I realized that my character was super strong. I was like, I wonder if I could hit that helicopter with this car. I literally was thinking that toss the helicopter to toss the car to hit the helicopter, and I actually hit the helicopter and I saw a Steam achievement pop up. I was like, oh, cool! Like those are interesting achievements. I was just wondering if I could do it, and it was an achievement. Or Lollipop Chainsaw, the OG one, has. If you look under her skirt long enough, you have to look at it in a certain angle. It cannot be unmistakable that you were doing this on purpose or not, right? It was not accidental. You have to look at it at a certain angle for a certain amount of time. And if it happens, you get the achievement of shame for basically doing an upskirt shot.
Nice.
Which, that was before all the woke stuff. I was like, you know what? I never got Lollipop Chainsaw. But my friend told me about it. I was like, that I would, if I had that achievement, I would be bragging about it. I won't lie. I'd be like, yeah, they caught me.
It's kind of like Resident Evil 4. You could technically, if you got Ashley in the right, because like there's certain ladders that were like 20 feet up, and if you just like let Ashley yell Leon, and you just looked up, eventually she'd start doing this weird thing. You didn't get an achievement, but you got a character reaction. Basically, like implying you were a perv.
Well, even some of the fighting games, I think it was Dead or Alive that did it. But if you look at the girls a certain way and a certain angle as well, they will kick the camera.
Oh, nice. Like 2B
Yeah.
does.
Yep, CB does too. Yeah, and see, those are things like where we actually had fun, and like the game devs knew we were going to do this, and it was just like an inside joke between the game dev and the gamer.
Yeah.
Right? It was like that's how I saw it as. Like we know you're going to do this. We thought of it too. We probably were going to do it too. So we're just going to make this joke. But moving on.
Hold on, real quick. Could I like add on real quick?
What?
You've been mentioning Time Splitters a lot. Is that game worth playing? Like, is it worth getting?
Time Splitters? I did.
You mentioned it last night, and I think another.
I mentioned Time.
Yeah, you mentioned Time Splitters, right?
Time Splitters.
The first game. Or were you thinking something different?
I think it was something different. I don't recall time. Let me look this up. Let me see if my brain's just pulling a fucking TBI thing.
Because there's
I didn't recommend Time Splitters.
Okay, because it's being remastered.
That was not
apparently.
me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind then.
It was not me. I had to go look that. But going forward, for everyone knows, we did say this. Take it with a grain of salt. But it seems like we were right, Karis. This was fake. The Steam Machine leak prices are wrong. 600 for the 510 and 700 for the 2 terabyte ball. Now, I'm going to scroll down here. The official price has yet to be announced. This is pure speculation.
Yeah, this is defense.
All right. This is the new one. This is the new speculation. But we haven't heard an announcement yet. I don't think Gabe is that stupid to have the GameCube launch at a price gamers are balking over. I think he's going to try to be very fair as possible as to the price of his game, as to his stuff. I mean, based on Steam's track record.
Yeah.
They made some bad calls. They bent the knee, sure. But there are times where, Steam is a bit more transparent. That's why we use them a lot in our to figure out if a game's good or not. But talking about manufactured prices and controversies. So how do you feel about someone wanting to make a game, the number one game on Metacritic? Do you think they should buy the game generally and have an interest in it and play the game and rate it fairly, or should they manufacture?
I normally go by user reviews.
I've never utilized Metacritic for anything.
I use Metacritic for the user reviews because I feel like the user reviews are a little bit more honest compared to the journalists.
Okay.
In a sense. Sometimes you have to be careful though, because some people spam it. But yes, so the 2008 Nintendo DS Cory in the House game is now being sold for hundreds of dollars on eBay as a bizarre viral campaign tries to make it the highest rated game on Metacritic by user ranking.
That sound is this?
Oh, I think Alan Jones is the one that recommended Time Splitters.
Oh, that was Alan.
I'll be honest. Yeah, I'll be honest. I've never heard of Cory in the House as a DS game.
I've heard of Cory in the House.
Never heard of it.
But not as a game.
Yeah, I never heard of the video game.
Is this like the Olsen Twins GBA game kind of thing?
Yeah. But people are talking about it like it's a shit game. I mean, I don't know. Here's my thing. Oh my god.
Sure, why not?
But the thing is, it's like anything Disney TV series related, like this, Clarissa explains it all on Nickelodeon. What was her fucking name? She did Hannah Montana and all them, like those Disney style movies. Yeah, Miley Cyrus and all that stuff, right? To me, they were all cringe as fuck. Even when I was in that age group, the Disney movies TV series for the Disney Channel and the Disney hours, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They were cringe to me. They felt fake. It felt like bad acting, and it felt like bad writing.
Yeah.
That's just how I felt on it. So I would never get the game. But I found it's interesting that someone wants to try to make it a high-rated game based on Metacritic. So I'm calling this manufactured reviews or manufactured. I don't know what to call it. It's manufactured something. Because it's not you playing the game saying, "Oh yeah, this game is good." This isn't. Oh, I'm looking back in this game and perhaps I judged it too harshly. It was actually pretty good, like Starship Troopers. I loved Starship Troopers. There were people around me that would say, "No, Starship Troopers sucks," that are now coming around saying, "Starship Troopers was actually a good movie." I'm like, "Oh, really? Yeah, you wouldn't know anything about it, Labistro." Oh, I would not. Oh, and we're talking about my fellow classmates. I still talk to nowadays. Like they're telling me, like, I don't know what I'm talking about. I wouldn't know anything about Starship Troopers. Like, wait, I'm the one y'all picked on because I liked Starship Troopers. But I ramble. But anyways, my point is, like, this is just manufactured demand. It's not a really good demand. It's just manufactured. But you want to see a good example of manufacture of a really good demand of a success? Minecraft 2.
The hell?
That's what people are calling it. Minecraft 2. But Hytale reportedly hits a peak of 2.8 million concurrent players today during its early access. Now, today was January 13th, so that was 4 days ago. But yeah, I haven't played it yet. I'm thinking about playing it. But people are telling me it's like Minecraft 2.
Someone was asking me about it the other day, and I think I'd heard about it, but I completely forgot. I confused it with High Guard, which we don't need to talk about that. But when I looked it up real quick, I was like, oh yeah, it's like.
So yeah, I was checking this game. It's a Minecraft clone.
Yeah, that's why they call it
like
Minecraft 2. Now, allegedly, what's his name? I keep forgetting his name. He created Minecraft. Oh, I know his name, but it just fell off my head. What? Nosh? Yeah, Nosh. Yeah. He allegedly, supposedly, is creating the successor to Minecraft.
Oh, wow.
Allegedly. I can't find that tweet anymore. But I do follow Notch. He did mention it. So there is a Minecraft 2 coming out that's going to be supposedly better than Minecraft. My son is probably freaking out about that in the next room. I don't know if he's watching me right now. He's a big Minecraft fan. But he hated Jack Black. He says, "That's not Steve. Who is that?" I was like,
really? That's an interesting.
And like, look, for those who don't know, who want to say, "Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. I want receipts." Here's the thing: my son is 10 years old. I got the Nintendo Switch not knowing that we were having a pandemic happening soon because I was too focused on my work in college, and plus I just got a divorce. I bought the Switch with Animal Crossing and Minecraft because I know those games would be safe for him, not knowing what I was doing to him. I sold him as a gamer with Minecraft. He would play Minecraft solely for 3 years straight as Steve. Knew who Steve was from YouTube videos and like Villager News and all those guys that make Minecraft animations. He sees Jack Black. He says he's too old to be Steve. Is he Steve's dad? Like he thought Jack Black was Steve's dad. That was his mentality. Like, he's too old to be Steve. He's too old and too fat. And he liked the movie. He did not like Steve. And he did not know what the take of what's his name, the trash man, the pink guy, basically Aquaman, and
Jason Momoa.
Thank you, Jason Momoa. See, I need to figure out what's going on with my brain because I'm pulling some brain farts today, probably because I was doing a lot of work. But
get some. We should be sponsored by Celsius, and you should drink some. No.
Yeah, Celsius. Why aren't you sponsoring me? But yeah, so yeah, we have a demand there. But you remember how you and I were talking about this and together, I think even with Dash, but also separately on our own channels, our own Twitter pages, but or X pages. But remember how we were talking about stop trying to make $100 games a thing?
Yeah.
Well, I got someone who decided they weren't going to make $100 a game, $100 game, and got about 8 million.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So, no, that's the one. What the fuck? Sorry, I thought I copied and pasted it. So here we go.
When you get a moment, Livistro, check your Discord.
Solo Leveling Arise Overdrive sold over 200K copies at $40 a pop. The game has generated a total of 8 million.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I really need to watch
And hi,
this
Alan.
series.
So basically,
I have not seen any
Basically,
solo leveling.
the reason why I'm pointing this out is the investors and people are in the marketing. You're like, yeah, you sold $40, but if we had $100 a pop, we'd sell about we'd have about 800 million, or we'll make that argument. And yeah, it just shows you don't know anything about marketing, is what I'm going to say. You want to sell a game for $100, you're trying to make that a thing. Well, there's such a thing as too much. Like, for example, if I was talking to Mikey, the Goon Room, and he won't pay $20 for half the Orogu games that they have on Steam. He'll wait till them to go on sale, or he just won't get them. You could sell me a $70 game, but for a $70 game, it better be an open world game. Open world, like massively open world. I can run around, and it's not a massively multiplayer online game. Because if you could go with that one, I already know you're gonna have microtransactions that keep the servers running. I already know that. So you better have it for free. It better be a single player game like Red Dead Redemption, Grand Theft Auto, stuff like that. If it's something like I don't know, Doom, that's not a multiple like the original Doom games. It's a linear game progression thing. No. Conan Exiles, I would even pay that much for it. I don't even think I did. But most games don't need to be $80 a pop. Most games don't need to be $100. So if you make it a reasonable price, like 50 to 60, 50 to 70, I think 70 should be the most expensive you should ever make a game. If you're making it more expensive than that, you're doing something wrong. Because no one's going to buy your $100 game. People are going to go for the less amount. You know why Steam does so well? I guarantee you it's the Steam sales.
Yep.
When people wait for those Steam sales, and when they do, it's because it's cheaper, and then that's when copies sell the most. That's what made this game sell. I haven't watched the anime series, or played the game. I'm just looking at the data. $40.
This is pretty reasonable. These guys actually did the Game of Thrones King's Road game, which was free to play.
Mm-hmm.
So these guys have some experience.
So they made the Kings Road game.
Yeah.
Is that good? I kind of wanted to play it at launch, but it wasn't free to play to start.
It's showing recent, mostly positive. Overall English is mixed, but it's got well over 3,000.
For Kings Road?
Yeah, just on Steam. So there's some people who have played this.
Yeah, I have not. I really want to get into solo leveling. I think the first season might be on Netflix.
Okay.
I don't know. I think it's just kind of become harder to collect manga just because I'm like competing for shelf space with everything else in my apartment.
Yeah, the level of manga that I've seen, it used to be, I think, a much smaller area in places like Barnes & Noble. Now there's entire wall spaces dedicated to manga. And it's
but
this is massive.
Yeah, but just like buying. See, how I used to get my manga is I used to get my Naruto volumes from the local library system to save money.
Mm-hmm.
So I was able to consume the story. And it's just I've never actually like now like you gotta like buy the volumes. I guess I just need a new strategy and better reading habits.
Oh, Scaly says Soul Living is on
Crunchyroll.
Crunchyroll.
Damn.
Yep. Yep. But I got something for you. With that idea. Like, I love hearing stories about this. Right here, I'm posting out here now. This is Rick Walker. I waited for a bounty hunter game that never came. So I got to work, built alone, long hours, focused on the experience, not shortcuts. For fans of The Mandalorian, Mad Max, and Max Payne, and here's his work. All right.
Ooh.
It's basically in editor footage showing outsourcing using various different techniques inside the engine. I believe this is Unreal Engine.
Yeah, it looks like the editor.
Yeah. But
can you link that?
Huh?
Can you
I didn't
link
hear
that?
you.
Because can you link that?
Yeah, I'll link it. I'm going to show the Steam page. I'm going to do this. Here's the Steam page, and I'll link both in a private chat. So here's the Steam in a private chat.
Cool.
Yeah, my frame rate might be wonky for the video editing because I got like a shit ton of tabs because we got lots of news today. So, but I thought it looked pretty interesting. And hearing the story of this is the game I wanted to play. No one made it, so I made it. I like hearing those stories, and I'm curious to see. It's a solo dev too. So we'll see how it works. I think I'm gonna I added this to my watch list, but you got the Xbox controller in English. What?
You know what this reminds me of? I've seen
what
this
game
recently.
Is this?
Rift Walker.
Rift Walker.
Yeah, I put the link in the private chat.
The lighting and the visual aesthetic remind me of that team that completely did a total conversion of Starfield into Star Wars, which I've been tempted to get Starfield just to be able to play that. That's what it looks like. It looks good.
I was planning on playing that mod list for Starfield, and well, that was literally in May, so I'm not going to go too much into that because I keep mentioning it too much lately, and it bums me out. But there were things that happened to where I couldn't do it, and I forgot about it. But I still want to play Starfield Star Wars. That's what I call it.
Yep.
I'm going to stream that one day. I'm going to stream Starfield Star Wars one day.
Star Wars.
I promised Val I would. But
I will tune in for that.
Let me go ahead and give you the X account so you can follow it, Karis. Because I know you're going to want to look into it too. Actually, it looks pretty cool. I mean, it's basically they're saying it's an ARPG where you basically are a bounty hunter. And he says if you like The Mandalorian, which I won't lie, the first season and I liked The Mandalorian. I liked the Luke Skywalker and all that stuff coming in towards the end, all that stuff. I didn't like afterwards where they started making the Mandalorians sound like they were Native Americans, which was a slap to the face to me. And not saying because I'm a Native American, it was just a slap in the face. I always saw the Mandalorians as Klingons.
Yeah,
they were the warrior race. The way that they did it in made the Mandalorians in KOTOR was the standard of what the Mandalorian was. Silent, strong, silent type, don't speak much, and when they do speak, they're focused on war. They're a warrior race, not this is the way and like the Great Father or whatever the thing was. I've been to the waters of Mandalore. You're insulting first off, you're insulting my heritage because you don't understand it because you're going with the TV trope of what an Indian is, and second off, this isn't what a Mandalore is. So yeah, it pissed me off. But so yeah, that was something I found interesting. But how did you like Fable? Not Fable 4 that's coming out. I'm talking about the past 3 games. How do you feel about Peter Molyneux's Albion games?
I haven't played them, unfortunately, but I've been meaning to play like the very first one that came out years ago.
You have to play the
'Cause
first
I
one.
was, what's that?
You better start playing the first one, because I'll do to you what I did to Sonya. I will
Okay.
torment you in the worst possible way. I will find a way to torment you like it did for Sonya. I know her weak point. I'll find yours, and I'll torment you until you play Fable. You have to play it. But Peter
Darn, I
Molyneux's
guess I
Masters of
have to.
Albion is a culmination of his life's work. Will come on Steam April 22nd. So
Oh, he's still making
I'm
games.
afraid to have sound on.
He's still making games.
I guess so. Well, they have Albion Online. Was the last Fable game I've heard of.
Yeah.
Okay.
So is
But-
this franchise actually connected to Fable?
Albion is Fable. It's
Yeah, I know
land that
that's the
Fable's
land,
in.
that's the setting Fable takes place, but it's not called Fable. It's called something else.
Mhm.
But how are they allowed to do that if Microsoft owns the IP?
I think I don't know how they're able to do it, but yeah, it's just another to me. It's just another Fable game I'm curious about. I
It's
do like
probably
my
the
Fable games.
25% thing.
Yeah, but like to see how it works. But I'm also I think the way it's looking, it's because I just found out about it today, so I squeezed it in there. Is I think it's a city building game, and curious to see how it works, because it kind of reminds me of like Majesty or Age of Empires.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like
You know,
Age of
so this-
Empires, but like 50 feet off the ground instead of 500 feet off the ground.
Yeah. Well, what's even interesting is have you ever played the game Majesty? It's a really old fantasy city building game.
Maybe. It's been a long time.
That if you've ever played or watched it, that's what this reminds me of. It's an RTS click building game. So you don't really control the heroes. I mean, maybe in this one you do. You don't really control the heroes. The heroes control themselves, but the buildings you build attracts them, like it spawns them to defend your kingdom. So that's one thing in this.
Okay.
I just found it interesting, and I was like, I mean, what else am I going to do when I'm waiting to buy the equipment I need at Home Depot?
Oh, wow. You can get the
So,
gold version on
there
Steam
is
for
that.
$10.
Mm-hmm. So there's that. Also, how do you feel about mechs?
The little console?
I thought this was kind of interesting. This is coming on Steam.
Oh,
So basically, look at that. I don't know if you can see that very well.
oh, mechs. Mechs in
The detail. I
general.
was like, wow. Yeah.
Is this a game?
I like mechs because of Gundam. I like Gundam. Yeah, it's a game. I like mechs because of Gundam, and Gundam because of Transformers. So I put that out there. But basically, you're taking this is translated from Japanese. In the cutscene, your customized beloved machine is reflected in the movie. It's crafted with care as a performance that dramatically enhances the story and brings out the coolness of your own machine. So basically,
Nice.
you build your own mechs. I think you can do cutscenes from it. I hadn't had a chance to look this up because we were streaming last night, and then this morning, obviously, the fucking door. But it's like I don't care if I don't know too much about it. It looks cool enough to show. The visuals on that thing was pretty cool. Japanese company, so you know they're not going to fucking ruin it.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, I don't like Make or Break, even though Make or Break is awesome. It is pretty awesome, but I'm not big on PvP. So, and then we got some news on Divinity, real quick. I'm rushing through these because we kind of railroaded a little bit, and we got a lot of news to cover. I see that we got 14 comments, so just give me a moment. I thought I'll wait until Bethesda is done with official DLCs. Okay. And we got some Bethesda news coming up today, you guys. So save for that. Scaly's doing a playthrough of Codor 2. Awesome. And we had a promising making with live visit turn into a microtransaction. Oh, yeah, Becca Break. But anyways, Divinity lead says we're taking notes on all the UI mods for Baldur's Gate 3, which is pretty smart, I'm going to say. If you want to see what people want in games, look at the mods. Because people take what is in the game and they'll improve on it. They'll upscale it. They'll increase to 4K if it's a pretty good mod, or they'll make tweaks and improvements. One thing I liked is Sky UI for Skyrim. I like its UI layout better than the original Skyrim layout. I cannot. This is why I will never play Skyrim on game console again. I played on not just because of the mods, but because Sky UI was a lot better, and so I played on PC so I can have Sky UI.
What
But
does it do?
Sky UI,
Yeah, what does it do?
Sky UI is basically the framework for all the mods in Skyrim. Like it does change the way the Skyrim's UI looks. All right, but it also has a built-in MCM mod customization menu. So if you have a mod that needs a customization menu, it'll be in the MCM tab of Sky UI.
Cool.
Yeah, and believe me, I had runs where I had like 20 to 30 MCM tabs. So Sky UI was good for that. Some of my mod playthroughs are so crazy. I spend 30 minutes to an hour in game just setting everything up.
Damn.
To play.
God, I love Shadowheart.
Yeah, I know, she's awesome. But anyways, they're taking notes on all the mods for sure. We had some improvements in mind that we just can't cram into our releases. Now, I know someone's going to point out the AI thing. We did cover it last week, but I put it out to Dash. Or was it last week, Dash? We talked about it, you and me. The Divinity thing, where people trying to say he was walking back the AI, and I pointed out that he's never said that.
Yep.
He said he used it in the development phase, but he never really used it in the game.
Basically, it was wordplay, but people are still interpreting it as he cupped.
Yeah, and I'm like, no, you just got to read. You can't just read the headlines. You got to read things and make notes. I make notes all the time. I have notes that from last year I still haven't gotten rid of because I know they're going to come back again. So, but yeah, so apparently Divinity is going to make some interesting mods. I want to cover Brown Dust 2 real quick. Because it's a double whammy before we cover other things. So before we do that, I want to get out the topic of mods real quick. So earlier this week, GitHub, I was banning, and I did a video on it. I'm not going to cover the whole thing. If you want to know the full thing about it, go watch my video. Yes, it's pretty long, but reason why it's long is I explain everything and then give you rehashes on certain things so that we can have a full understanding of why this happened. But GitHub banned numerous adult game developers and won't explain why. GitHub recently suspended or banned dozens of accounts associated with adult game modding, primarily for Illusion titles like Koiksu, around 80 to 90 repositories. By the way, Illusion was mentioned in my video, as well as a certain court case I mentioned in a video as well. So gives you more information on that. But around 90 repositories, 50 developers were removed in late November, early December, without clear any explanation. I'm going to tell you right now, this is why you read the EULAs and terms of service, especially when there's an update. Because there was an update in September of 2025 that they allowed people to come in and talk about it up until late October 2025. And it was going to go in effect in November 2025. And it went into effect in November 25, and which started all this mysterious removals. Now, granted, what's weird about it is Some of the major illusion mods, and I'll cover it in my video, is still around. But read the terms of service before you say, I want to have this or I want to continue using this service. Read the terms of service, because there are terms of service about people we praise for promoting free speech that had the same coding language. This is why GitHub won't explain why, because they already did. So don't believe me? Go watch that video. It was made earlier this week. You can't miss it. But there's just that. Pope says, I hope the Vinci are going to have character customization. Okay. Yep. But anyways, there's that. And what do y'all know about Brundust 2? I barely know much about it. I mean, the game. I know the controversy, but here's what we have. So this is learning the law. We have no idea how many Asian devs are censoring content behind the scenes due to outside pressure. It's higher than ever, other than the 90s. Now affects the country of origin. We may need a serious international well-funded lobby defending creative freedom over it. So Brown does cancels all redesigns, does commit no character design changes going forward. So context.
Oh man,
I think we all know the context. Yeah. So there's some good. I think it's good news personally that they're keeping their artistic vision instead of redesigns. But so Brown does 2 developers completely walked back every single change after massive player backlash. So yes, your voice, if you care about a game, your voice does matter. So massive player backlash says, yeah, no, we don't want you to make any changes to your game. They actually cared enough about their player base to honor the players, not their investors. I don't know if they have investors. I'm just pointing this out because AAA, we tell them don't fucking change anything. They change something, and they're like, why is no one buying our game? Well, because you didn't listen to your customers. I'm sorry, but you want me to say. But after mass revolt, refunds, and review bombing, Brown Does 2 developers held an emergency stream saying every change in active censorship will not be implemented. They will not censor their game. Instead, they will offer 2 clients, one uncensored and a censored one as regions or rules demand, which is smarter. You can literally put a censor bar if you want, or add a little layer, on it with a patch. Mm-hmm. You can make a safe for work game on Steam and have an NSFW DLC. So you buy the game, and if you don't want to be scummy enough to pay for the DLC, okay. You prove that you're of age, and they give you an unlock code for that DLC. You get the key for free because you've already paid for the game, right? There are ways to do. I'm not saying the example I gave is one of the best examples. I'm saying there are ways around it to where you honor the people's concerns or rules of regions while also honoring your player base. But they said no more censored outfit, no more removing mini games, no altered characters, nothing gets touched globally. They will only apply restrictions in countries that force them by law. Everyone else gets the full uncensored version forever. The game is safe. The players won this one.
So I think I'm missing information. Was this a game that was in Japan and was getting converted to be released in the US, and there was going to be redesigns of that? Or was this game... I'm trying to look this up. Is this still in development?
This game I covered loosely. But I only heard about it right before the new year. And I haven't had a chance to look at things because I've been catching up with stuff and family things going on. But apparently it's a Gooner game. From what I understand, it's a gotcha Gooner game. And a lot of the outfits the Council of Karens didn't like. And in certain countries they wanted it censored. So yeah, they're like, okay, yeah, because of these few people compared to the global populace that want to play the game, we're going to censor it. The fans said, no, you're not. We're not going to buy it if you do. We're going to refund our stuff. And, well, they caved to the players. Power to the players. So they're honoring their player base. Which is why I think if you're going to cave to anybody, you cave to the people that's going to pay you to make the game that's going to play your game, not to the investors.
It sounds like a lobbyist group was trying to intercept this thing, and gamers found out about
Nah, lobbyist groups don't do that, Karis. You know better.
it. Yeah,
Lobbyist
shame
groups
on
don't
me.
try to censor games. That's not a thing. Obviously, it is. But we do have some other news that I find kind of concerning, and I'll explain why. Yes, it looks like a good thing, but I'm concerned about it. So it's still with Brandes 2. They're going to introduce a self-age verification. The January 2026 update as a simple self-age verification login resetting every year. According to developers, no personal data is collected, just self-entry. Now, according to Pickaxe, when you send them their ID, no data is collected. You need to do an age verification and verify that you live in the United States. And me, being a programmer and everything else, that knowing things like, so then if I send you a photo of my ID, where does it go? It's like, well, we hold on to it for 24 hours. So
That's
you
called
do
data
have
collection.
data. You do collect data. And in 24 hours, that's a long time to keep my face to verify we live in the United States. No.
Meaning that data sits on a hard drive. It passed through RAM, it passed through a network switch. It's sitting on a computer somewhere until a script decides we can release it, assuming the script works.
Yeah, assuming it works. And here with Brandes 2 is the same thing. They say no personal data is collected. Well, my face is my personal data.
Yeah, that is your.
There's
likeness.
a reason why I'm pretty sure Dash is the same way. There's a reason why I'm a VTuber, and Karis isn't. Yes, granted, I am ugly as shit. Compared to Karis, I'll make Karis look like Prince fucking Charming. I'm pretty sure. Got it. But no, I like my privacy. You're wanting me to consent to removing my privacy to your company so you can do age verification. Here's a thought. You have it on Steam, right? Steam has age verification of its own. So if a child is on a Steam page, it is the parent's fault. The parents are responsible. My son knows better than to mess with my Steam. If he wants to play Steam games, which he hasn't yet and probably won't, he has to ask my permission. It's my account. If I want to play with his Switch, I can play on my account on the Switch, or if I want to play on his account, maybe I don't want to set up a Minecraft account because it's going to take a lot of memory. So I'll ask my son, hey, son, do you mind if I play on your account for Minecraft? Because it's his account, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's an adult, you keep your children away from it. So that's why I say this, I think, is a bad thing, because we didn't need age verification for AO rated games. When you bought them, there was ways to check for it. If you have an account on Steam or something, there's ways to check if you're an adult. Hell, when you try to go on Skyrim, Skyrim's webpage, he still asks me if they ask me for my age. I'm like, I'm 41. I'm 41 years old. Like I had a Steam account for a while, and you know my birthday. I set my birthday up, everything. Why do I gotta keep verifying my age? If I lie on that, that's kind of on me with Steam, but also my parents for not keeping an eye on my content. That's the parents' responsibility. That's just my thoughts. My son wants me real quick, so I have to step away. But I figured y'all have your thoughts. I'll be back in like a minute or two.
Okay. I'll let you go first, Dash.
All right. Yeah, I was actually looking into something right now. So apparently the developers of Relooted are well, for one, it's good that they uncensored the game. Like, to stay on topic, I do think it's good that they uncensored this game, because I think it's ridiculous how wait, let's see. Self-age verification. Okay, this is because of the UK laws. Oh my!
So.
I hate this. I hate this shit. I hate this shit. So I'll just talk about like. So apparently the Relooted devs are literally fighting with people in their own Steam forums about the ownership of ancient African artifacts.
Oh.
Oh.
Damn.
Yeah. I want, people were talking about it today, and one of my fans was saying it was going to be Dustborn 2, so I was just going to check to see if it was going to get a Steam release, and it is. And so I immediately checked the forums to see if there was any and sure enough, the developers themselves are in the weeds, having political debates.
Because that's a smart idea.
Oh, literally, it's ridiculous. Okay, you want the game to be a message. Well, if whether or not the game conveys that message or gets your idea across, runs entirely on the game itself. If the concept you're presenting isn't popular, people aren't just going to accept that idea, and you scolding them isn't going to make them any more open to the idea the game is pushing.
Yeah.
That's funny. We'll see. See if Levistra wants to cover that when he gets back. But but take my word for it. I just made a tweet about it. It's pretty funny. But yeah, the whole brown dust thing was how they walked it back. But yeah, it does show our voice matters, and we can make a difference.
What always gets under my skin with something like this is when they say, "Oh, we don't hold any." It's Levistra put it pretty well. Well, where's the data going? When you had all of us for the most part, you had all of us that had a brain until you said 24 hours. Your data is held for what? Okay, I work in the aviation industry. When your bag goes through an X-ray scanner, no matter what, whether you check your bag or whether it goes to the checkpoint, technically, because of the Patriot Act, whether you love it or hate it, that bag photo information is held for up to 72 hours. And they do that because if something happens on that plane, they want to be able to pull that information up. The TSA or DHS need to be able to pull that bag photo and information up and be able to correlate it with the pictures, the video overhead. They need to be able to tie it to a passenger and figure out the next steps. It's known.
Ladies, did you hear that? Did you hear that? Those X-rays of those suitcases are held for 72 hours.
72
so maybe
hours.
Not pack a dildo on your business trips.
Yeah, for the most part, they don't care. But occasionally you get a poorly trained TSA agent that, they're going to get a little snoopy. But for the most part, they're not supposed to care what you have as long as, there's 3 components. I'm not going to go there's 3 components that if they see 3 of these components, they're going to flag it as, they're going to flag it as suspicious object.
Yeah.
But if you don't, they might inspect your dildo and just say, all right, go ahead. Have a nice trip. Or have a good time, whatever. They might throw a joke about it. But it's known when you go through the airports that data is going to be held for a certain time because, well, it's the government. But they are still going to hold your information for that bag.
Yeah.
I can say, as people will probably ask the question, well, what about the X-ray? When I go through the X-ray, having worked on 90% of all those X-rays in existence, there is nowhere for that data to go, people. That shit is getting nuked. And it's getting nuked because marketing demanded it. You go back to 2012, there was a company called Rapiscan that blew the lid on all of this shit that people were taking pictures and that data was getting stored. No longer is that getting done because the country blew up and they didn't like that. Oh, my genitals are being taken pictures of and people can see it, whether it be TSA or otherwise. People can see my genitals. They can't see your genitals anymore, and that data is not getting stored. It does not go anywhere else after it goes into the fucking RAM. I can fucking verify this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So yes, your voice does matter in this regard. This probably isn't going to work.
No,
They're not going to make a lot of sales with something like this on a video game. This is.
I tell you right now, when I heard but they were going to remove this, it's just okay, I'm thinking about adding it to my wish list until I saw this.
Yeah.
and you can say, well, you got something to hide, Livy. Yes, my ugly face. I have a kid. I've mentioned this story many times. I'll mention it again. There was a time where I was very political after I got out of the military, and I was a single dad, raising my son alone. Someone who didn't like what I had to say found out I also live in the same location he did, found out how to find me, took a picture of me taking my son to daycare, and says, maybe you should think more about your son than your politics. I sent to the police, and police can do nothing. So I am a VTuber for that reason, other than the fact that on the internet, I can be a fucking dragon for whenever I fucking want. So, I don't want to show my face. I don't I've done it for X, yes. But that's because X didn't lie about what they're fucking doing. When you say, oh, we're not holding your data, I'm like, I know how this works. So what else are you lying about? And you've already tried to say you're going to bend the knee to censorship. So that's 2 strikes against you in that sense.
Also, what is in this game that warrants showing your ID? Like me pulling my ID out, taking a this is a thing that I have to use.
This is a good question. Let's look this up.
I have to use my ID to vote. I have to use it if I want to buy alcohol. I have to use it to buy certain grocery items. I have to use it to prove that I can drive a vehicle. ID is an important life thing. Why do I need it for a video game? Steam is a platform. It is a distribution. Money is going to be exchanged and whatnot. Okay, sure. Same with YouTube. I had to.
Oh, I found it. I found it.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is from the Browntus 2's website. All right, so I went down to characters and scrolled down. I know you can't see it down here, but if you can see where my mouse cursor is, Peggy 18, sex, microtransaction. I think that's a debit card right there. So it has sex in the game.
Okay.
So that's probably why they need the age verification. Which, yes, I understand that, but you don't need my photo ID. I'm sorry, you don't need my face for that. There are differences. Any way the bodies are shaped and formed. I'm trying to see if I can find some gameplay, but go ahead.
This is just silly. I can go install a 20-year-old game, Half-Life 2 right now. I can go and find a nude mod that replaces Alex with a big boobied waifu if I wanted to, and I don't have to do jack shit for age verification. Why can I do that? But I have to show my ID to play this game. I can do crazy ass things in Gmod with Alex if I want to. I can insinuate all kinds of stuff. What?
I'm going to go back because some of the designs might be too extreme for YouTube. But yeah, so that's something I just wanted to point out. But now let's talk about because DragonCast interested about. I'm pretty sure everyone's interested about this. Discord is getting into a lot of shit lately.
Really? I didn't know.
Yeah. Yeah. But let me pause the video if I can. There we go. Okay, hold on. So hopefully y'all can hear this.
For sharing a Nexus mod link in any Discord channel or private DM. This is apparently being done in response to a mass flagging by Sony for copyright content in their Spider-Man games. So now any Nexus link, including completely unrelated content from other video games, could potentially put your account in danger on Discord. This is extremely stupid. Nexus Mods is the largest modding platform on the planet, and hundreds of thousands of these mod links are passed around daily. And most modded content is not copyrighted and is completely original work. Sony also doesn't hold the copyright to games like Skyrim, Fallout, Stardew Valley, and the hundreds of other games that are hosted on Nexus. Nobody is making a profit off of free mods, and ultimately mods just make games more popular and increase the longevity of it. People like to customize the games that they bought and have their own experience. Why is Discord and Sony trying to limit creative freedom? Anyways, if you use Nexus mods, be careful sharing links for the time being, as your account might get a strike. An alternative for now is to make a Google Doc, paste the Nexus link in there, and then share that Google Doc with your friends. What do you think of Discord banning people for sharing innocent mod links?
So yeah,
I like how it ends.
it's literally the whole news. I didn't have to read the article.
This is brand protection.
Yeah, yes, you got it right, old man Cad. What the fuck? That's what I said. Because I'm not going to share it, but on my Discord server, back when they were censoring mods again during KCD2, I took it upon myself to find all the banned mods I could find at that time period. List the alternates. We even had Dash, you were here for this one, weren't you? We had DEG mods on, talking about this type of stuff, promoting like alternate mod sites. Some have literally extremely racist mods on there. Like Nexus Mod used to have one saying Skyrim is racist again. Make Skyrim racist again. Where you go in and you will hear the guards, if you're not a Nord, say some of the most racist shit on you. And before anyone says, "Oh, you're it's like, no. Play Skyrim OG without any mods. Go for the vanilla ending, vanilla beginning of, hey, you're finally awake. Make a different race each time. The Imperial Captain is the most racist character than even Ulfric Stormcloak. Ulfric Stormcloak won't even care what race you are, or his second in command won't even care what race you are, as long as you're fighting for them. When you go through it, she'll say stuff like next the Norden Rads, next the Breton, next the cat, Khajiit, next the lizard. Like she says some racist stuff towards your character. I'm like, it was already in the game, and in the lore, the Nords are apparently portrayed as racist.
This was when you could actually like have some like real world realism and actually depict bigotry in an imperfect world.
Mm-hmm.
And like Oblivion had this, Skyrim had this, like Skyrim's for the Nords.
Yeah.
Remember that?
And the thing is, I never took the Nords as being racist.
No, the thing is, it was retroactively made racist because the idea of one people having their own autonomous country is just like unspeakable.
Yeah, and the thing is like if you read the dossiers, like if you go to the Thalmor embassy, you'll get the dossiers on certain characters. One of them being Ulfric Stormcloak. They literally made him believe he betrayed the Imperial, like the Empire, and he didn't. By the time they released him, they had already won. He was of no use to them. But they made him feel like he sold them out, and he got mad that they surrendered, that the Imperial surrendered to the White Code Concordant, making them slaves to the Thalmor, who are the fucking racists. The Thalmor are racist. They'll say, what's his name? Tiber Septim is not a god, and because they hate him because Tiber Septim, conquered the merfolk. He conquered all the elves. So he's trying to get Skyrim strong again. And it's like, okay, the Empire has fallen. We're not going to become slaves to the Thalmor. We're going to, if we have to make our own country, that's what we're going to do. That was his, like, even his speech. Like, if you watch him and his second command talk, he tells you his main point is he doesn't want his people to become slaves. Now, we can argue on the ethics of what he's doing is right or wrong. We can argue that, sure. But when he fights, when he goes to Markarth, he's trying to defend Markarth. He, all this other stuff. But we also have to add in the fact of racism is a learned trait. He was sent away from his father as a boy, right, to the Greybeards. Is raised by the Greybeards to become a Greybeard, and leaves to fight for the Empire. And then when that fails, he tries to rebuild. He tries to reclaim the Nords. And yes, he's going to use the old ways because apparently the Empire's ways is what caused the problem. So you got to fix it somewhere. So what's he going to do? He's going to bring the Nord Empire back. But the way I saw Alfred Stormcoat is a man suffering from PTSD.
Hmm.
He was suffering from trauma. He was traumatized by what happened, and he doesn't want it to happen again. That's literally, to me, PTSD in a nutshell.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Yes, the Countess of Alicia. She's definitely the racist. But no, so I just want to point this out there. It's not big news. Like, there's not much to say about it. There's people who are trying to deny this thing going on. But the article that I was going to read from it, even though it's just rehashing what they're saying here, is that Sony is mad because of Spider-Man mods. So be aware of where you get your mods and where you share your mods. I didn't know if y'all had anything else to add to that.
I'm just reiterate what I said before. This sounds like brand protection. They don't want the icky, nasty, pervy mods to hurt their little brand for Spider-Man. So they're actually spending, I don't know, call it rep protection money, marketing money to have people go through, sift through Discord and work with Discord to nuke this stuff. Like, really? Don't you guys got anything better to do than to pry at stuff? They're not like, this isn't like a piracy thing. It sounds like they claim copyright, but it's like, I doubt people are actually sending like Skid Row full game through this because you can already go.
There are studios like Larian that are supportive of mods and actually make their games easy to mod.
You know what's even funny, ironically funny, is that Rockstar used to be pro mods. In the old days, on their website, they would have a mod of the day. They would showcase their fans' mods on their website for their games. They don't do it anymore, but they used to.
Mods
There's a whole mod
kept,
war on Rockstar, between Rockstar and mods. There's a whole war
mods
going on.
Literally kept Doom 1 and 2 alive.
Still.
You know what's even funny about that? The Dresden Files. You ever heard of those?
No.
The show?
Oh, I'm sorry, Dresden Levels. The Dresden Levels.
Oh, no.
Well, I'm probably saying his name wrong. One of the kids from the Columbine shootings was a huge Doom fan and actually modded levels for Doom.
I forgot about
They're
this.
still out to this day.
I forgot about this, but yeah, that was a thing.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to ask Sandy Peterson about that. And for speaking of which, for the Sandy Peterson thing, I did show my panelists this year. They can vouch for me. I did talk to him. We did have a thing scheduled. And apparently he thought the email I sent him was the interview, is what he's saying. Yeah. I don't believe that. I offered him a second chance to come on, but I'm just gonna say, and I'm not trying to like slander him or anything like that. This is just from accessing the data that I have. Either there's something going wrong with him mentally, because I will admit he is getting up there in age, but I don't want to disrespect him because he is our kind of like he made our childhood. He made our childhood games. Mm-hmm. But it's either that or he didn't want to come on, but he didn't want to say he didn't want to come on. I'm a believer on. I'm a soldier. I'm used to rejection. I'm used to getting spit in the face, all that stuff. If you don't want to come on my show, that's fine. Just say so.
Yeah,
don't make a liar out of me, because then I'm gonna have to one day show my receipts and say, yeah, I did contact.
Yeah, I'd rather a straight up rejection than like excuses. It's better. Like, he probably means well by doing it, but like, but it's okay. I mean, like, he still gave you the time, which is like a big
and like I said, I problem reading too much into it. I just find it fishy that when I talked to him on Twitter, he says send me an email. And then saying, oh, I thought the email was the interview. So why would I send you a StreamYards link?
Yeah. Oh my God. Like,
that's the only thing. He hasn't responded to the email.
I can only imagine the mods you recommend me, Valkyria. Like, knowing you. Oh my! I'm just.
Yeah.
I think that's enough said.
Yeah, Valkyria is an awesome guy. But no,
awesome. We're having fun. We're having fun.
Mm-hmm. But anyways, that's the news for the Nexus. I'm not gonna lie here. when it comes to mods, Nexus is the biggest modding community. I use it for a lot of my Skyrim mods. I still try to use alternatives, and I even have a mod archives for banned mods on Nexus. It's going to take a lot to remove Nexus as the top competitor because, well, it's been around forever as the hub. That's why it's called the Nexus. But I would suggest, some of these mods aren't even controversial. They're not like politically incorrect or anything like that. It's just like with GitHub. Your content might not be offensive today, but the TOS is written vaguely enough so that if it becomes a problem later on, they can easily change it. It's like, well, it was part of our terms of service. We just finally caught up to it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's written so vague in their favor. So if you make a mod, go ahead, put it on Nexus, put it on Steam, but find an alternative as well. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. That way, if someone says, hey, this mod is removed, say, yeah, I got it over here as well. So that way they can tell their friends, hey, he has it here, but he also has it here as well. So people will start going to these other places to look for it. Then they're going to be like, what else does this website have that I don't know about for mods? And that kind of helps. I'm not saying ban Nexus from your thing because that's preposterous. I'm saying look at alternatives and be careful what you read on the TOS. Corporations are only out for themselves. But now we get into some of my favorite news before we get to the actual big news. So Rome is burning. Cares. What do you think about that?
Rome is burning. I didn't bring marshmallows, but I can go get some real quick.
Ubisoft announced that they're expecting 55 jobs to be impacted as part of a further cost cutting now at the Division Studio Massive and fellow Swedish outfit Ubisoft Stockholm. And it gets worse. I'm just going to zip through these so we can talk through it because there's several. And then over in Arabia, Ubisoft is laying off staff at Abu Dhabi Studio. The news comes shortly after the company confirmed the closure of Ubisoft Halifax and proposed layoffs at Massive Entertainment and Ubisoft Stockholm. Signing off as Ubisoft Abu Dhabi social media manager, as I've been affected by recent layoffs, I'm incredibly grateful for the 4 years and 9 months he spent there. And then we have this from Grooms. After watching this video where the guy pronounced Grooms as Grooms, I just started calling him Grooms. I don't usually follow. I follow Grooms, but there's sometimes where he has that one kernel of gold nugget amongst his takes.
Yeah.
But yeah, so apparently, well, it's the same one. So yeah, it's more layoffs. But you know what? I'm going to let you know why. I'm going to let you know why this is going on. It's cost-cutting effects because games are expensive, Karis. They're going to be $100 a pop.
I guess, yeah.
We're going to have people like us that are going to find something, just one minute thing wrong with it, like a Tory gate, and say that Japanese people were actually offended by it when they weren't, when actually they were, or disrespecting a shrine in Japan, to having black samurais that didn't exist, or Konichi that weren't really ninjas in Japanese history. They were the eyes and ears of the ninja, basically, so they can figure out how they're going to do their thing, right? And this is these cost-cutting effects happen because they want to make great games. They don't want to make AA or single A games. They want to make quadruple A games. Eidos Montreal is working on an unannounced quadruple A game project in Unreal Engine 5. That's why this is all happening. Clear, I'm being facetious.
Yeah, I know. I'm just very burnt out by...
Weren't they also the ones that said they were making was it that pirate game that was supposed to be a quadruple A game as well? Wasn't that Ubisoft?
That was Ubisoft.
Skull and Bones.
Yeah.
It was basically Sea of Thieves light.
No, yeah, like I watched a whole video about the development.
You might want to stay on for that one. For what you're talking about there, we had news on that. But go ahead.
Yeah, what I was going to say is that I watched an entire video breaking down the development cycle for Skull and Bones, how it was originally supposed to be. First, it was going to be Black Flag DLC. Then it got changed to a multiplayer game. Then it got switched over and over until like the very concept of what it was supposed to be got completely diluted. And then they just released the game. And that was supposedly the quadruple A game. Probably because the game was just in development hell for so long and got passed over by studio.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was.
Well, let's say a quadruple A game that is getting passed up by all kinds of studios. Why are they passing it up? Why aren't they eating it up?
Well, I mean, Ubisoft kept reassigning the project to its other divisions because they couldn't make up. The executives couldn't make up their damn minds of what they wanted the game to be.
No, that's not it, Dash. Let's be perfectly fair and honest here. A AAA game is mainly for your major plebs, like your chuds, right? Single A and double A are just wannabe gamers making excuse for buying cheap games because they're too poor to play for a game. A AAA game, a quadruple A game is a premium game meant for real gamers who have real PCs, who will buy a brand new PC just to play a premium game because they're real gamers. Let's just be perfectly honest here. That's why it fails. I'm being sarcastic.
I'm replaying a clip from Red Letter Media where they made a joke about how the Star Wars experience needs to become an experience. Every Star Wars film needs to become an experience that's like $250 minimum admission. I'm just like laughing internally about that. That's probably where they want this to go. Like quadruple A doesn't even. It sounds so clunky to say. It's so dumb. What about an Octo A? Can we have Octo A games? What are those? Are those VR only? Where they jerk
No,
off
see,
as well?
here's what they should have done. If they want to make this less of a man's world, more of a woman's world, they should have gone with an A game, a B game, a C game, a D game, a double D game, a triple D game, a G game, an F game, an H game, an I game, and a J game. That's what they should have done.
I'm already kind of like, I've been bringing in B games because we have B flicks. I've already been using that. So why not just continue on all the way to G? Like some of these games that don't fit the A or the indie, they're B games. Why not just go into, we can sort by letters properly. This quadruple A thing.
Well, don't you do it the way they used to do, the Japanese used to do with their level clearance progression? You had F, D, E, what was it? F, D, C, B, A, and S tier, right?
Okay.
S tier is 100%. You did everything right. You got the fastest time. You got all the bad guys. You did all the things. You did everything within a certain time limit, right?
Yep.
Just call it an S tier game. The problem is, for a quadruple A game or S tier game, it needs to be so fucking good. And the last quadruple game wasn't even S tier. It wasn't even F tier.
No, it wasn't.
It was an unfinished game. It was pathetic. And people defend them. That's why we call it UBISLOP now. UBISLOP now.
I would ask a question. Of the 55 jobs, how many are high-paid either executives or managers who had been shown to had failed project after failed project?
I don't know.
Are we going to get that list?
But we
did
did
get that breakdown.
Someone was.
I'm willing to bet it's not. I'm willing to bet not one single high-paying executive is going to be part of the layoff process. Because as we know, that's not where the punishment is made.
We have a social media manager who says he's been laid off. I don't know if he's high, but that's the only thing we got. And this is from Abu Dhabi. So here, let's cut to the chase. Let's address the elephant in the room. How many of these layoffs were white non-union executives? white non-union
Yeah.
executives. Let's just go with that.
That's fair.
Who called the shots? I mean, I'm not pro union or anything. I have my own experience of unions, but I'm gonna say it. I've said it before. You unionize, that's just gonna give you an excuse to fire you. They're gonna find a way to get rid of you. And after Ubisoft Paris had their issues with Solarde's Informatique, and they're still stuck with them, everywhere else that unionizes, they're going to start getting rid of you. And anything that's not producing, they're going to get rid of. Because they're realizing, oh shit, we're too big for our britches. We're fucking it up. We can't address the elephant in the room, but we don't want to lose all these executives because we've invested time and money in them. So we're going to get rid of the peons, especially the non-white ones. So if you want to talk about racism and everything else, go tell Ubisoft they're racist. You won't, because you're telling me and everyone like me, like Dash, Karis, Hypnotic, Smash AT, leave Daddy Corporal alone. I love sucking his balls and licking his boot. I mean, where am I wrong? Am I wrong?
In my
Prove me
experience,
wrong.
no. In my experience, what happens, like, there was a corporation I used to work for. They laid off about 30% of technicians, engineers, architects, everyone who was not a high-level executive. We got laid off. 10% more quit. So rack it up to about 40% of the entire, like, actual working level company. All the higher level managers and executives, what happened to them? You just shuffle them around. You just move them to different departments. You just, like, rearrange the board. None of them, as far as that I knew, got laid off or fired or were asked to leave. No, they just got moved around and work on new stuff. And that's likely what's happening here, is they're just going to shuffle a bunch of people around and lay off the ones that they don't want.
Exactly.
This is Ubisoft. That's why I will beat the horse until there's nothing left. This is not a game developer.
Not anymore, no. And the second thing is, I mentioned before, I used to love Ubisoft. Their Tom Clancy games, I was a huge fan of. Splinter Cell, I will kid you not, Splinter Cell, when I realized it was a stealth game, not a shoot 'em up game, because I'd never played a stealth game until Splinter Cell, I decided to take the challenge of unaliving all the enemies stealthily in the level before clearing the level. I would sit there and I'll play a game for 5 days. Let's play the level 5 days, monitoring every NPC's moves until I could figure out how to unalive an NPC, dispose of the body, and continue on. I would literally pretend that they were afraid, like they didn't know what was going on, and there was this big boogeyman coming in. I would literally full-blown Rambo without the explosions, everything. Like 1 minute their buddy was there, no longer there. Sometimes I would leave a body in the middle of nowhere if it means I wouldn't ruin the mission, just so they would be afraid of that body, not understand what's going on. And I just go through and continue on unaliving their buddies and leaving that one person like, no, you live with it. And I just wanted to leave the level, leaving that one guy knowing that all his buddies were dead. Like, you live with it. You failed your buddies. Now, mind you, this is before I joined the military and ended up getting PTSD, but that's how crazy I was.
You're the reason why those bots have survivor's guilt.
Yeah, exactly.
Damn.
And then Assassin's Creed, I love the Assassin's Creed. People didn't like the Revolution War one. I actually enjoyed it. I liked the rope darts. That's another one where I was fucked up in the head. Already had PTSD at this time, mind you. But I would literally just go through and wait. I would sit on the trees, watch the patrols run by when the British patrols were doing their drums. I would wait for the last one to pass underneath the tree, target him, rope him up there, and just keep doing that with every last one. So as the new one walks by, they just see their line of trees with their buddies on the road. They started walking by, just hanging off the tree. I can imagine just the trauma that was going through their minds, seeing their buddies hanging from a rope dart on a tree.
Oh, so you basically became the predator.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I'm Native American. Connor's Native American. Or was it Connor? I can't remember. But basically, the whole Native American thing, just going around, rope darts. And then, obviously, the last one I played was Black Flag. And the ending of that one choked me up. Because he didn't know he had a daughter. from the story shows. And then he sees his daughter. You see all his buddies from the past, from the Anarchy of Pirates, because it's based on, like, one thing I loved about the Assassin's Creed series is they kept the history as true to form as they possibly could, while giving you historical fiction. So what was this character's role in that time period, in that historical event? So you learn a little bit of history while exploring the historical time period. Assassin's Creed 3, yes. You got, yes, Assassin's Creed 3. And then Assassin's Creed 4 was Black Flag.
Mhm.
After that, when they said they're going to do the France thing and all those spin-offs, I didn't do it. I was like, I'm not interested. Not because of Gamergate or anything. It's just, I don't like the French Revolution. I didn't like the Industrial Revolution. But yeah, so Ubisoft,
They
it
had
just
their
went
time.
downhill. Ubisoft was one of the. This is what surprises me. It's like Ubisoft during Gamergate, they stayed out of it until one day, one of the devs mentioned that they were not going to allow a female protagonist in the game series. They never have, because of this one guy who says it wouldn't make sense.
I remember that.
Because in history, the males were always the combat guys. So it makes sense. Like, they would have the training. So I was like, you know what, that makes sense. But during Gamergate, sexism and gaming, all that stuff, Ubisoft started bending the knee. And then when they allowed Florida's import critiques come in to say, hey, we are not the bad guys here. See, we're progressing. They bent the knee like everyone else did. That's all it needed. Once they opened the gates and let the demons in, they were done. Ubisoft, they still had the original. They got rid of Mike Excel, who created Rayman. They, in my opinion, falsely accused one of the original 6 that was overseeing. I can't remember his name, but he was overseeing the Assassin's Creed. He was like the creative, the CDO, the Chief Directive Officer, or something like that. Basically, second to UBISLOP. He's part of the original 8. The females of the original 8 are still there. The original 8 developers for Ubisoft back in the 80s, they're still there. But Yves sacrificed everyone that would have defended him to keep his company. And, well, like I said, in my closing thoughts on this one is, well, Yves, you better get used to not owning your own company, because it's your empire is burning, literally. Any final thoughts before we go into Bethesda?
Can I be a little more demeaning than that?
Yeah.
Can we move them from Empire to Mobile Shack?
We
There-
could. I'm actually thinking about making, you remember my song Roma Ardette?
Say it again.
You remember my song Roma Ardette?
No.
The one where I talk about Rome burning?
Oh, the song. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking about taking the part where the AI singer says Roma Ardette with the cover art, have the cover art animated,
Mhm.
all right, with the words Roma Ardette, whenever we have to cover something like this.
just that little segment.
This is the third time we're talking about Ubisoft alone since the new year. They're failing every week. There's new layouts happening. There's new things happening, and people are trying to deny. It's like, they're like, this isn't because Assassin's Creed Shadows. You're right. Not just Assassin's Creed Shadows, also Star Wars Outlaws, also DDR5, which had crunch culture. All these woke games are coming out. They're just piling up. So they're burning. And now that it's coming, I guarantee you we're going to be talking about this next week. There's going to be another studio happening. So yeah, you can call them a shack all you want. I will agree with you there.
Because like, there's one thing to an empire, like the United States government would probably be
You're
an
right,
empire. The United States government can do things within 24 hours that would blow away any other government in the world. Like they can do things that just like Trump can snap his fingers and a thing will happen on the other side of the world. Ubisoft is having so many problems. You'd think it was literally a zombie apocalypse just inside of that building alone. It's Dawn of the Dead from the 1970s. Whereas you walk outside, it's like, it's just life. It's just the regular world. But you turn around, you see the inside doors, it's like, ah! Everything's on fire, and you're like, oh, that looks weird. So I think Empire might be a little too complimentary in their favor, but that's because
Yeah.
I'm a little more petty. I don't think they deserve that title anymore. Valve is an
I think
empire.
Valve's an empire. I still think Ubisoft's an empire, but the thing is, so was Rome when it was burning. You know, so
I
this
agree.
time, unlike Rome, there's my prediction is unless they fix their mistakes, get rid of these unions and political bullshit, and stop focusing on crunch. They were the worst on crunch culture. If they get rid of all that shit and go back to early 2000s Ubisoft, they'll establish themselves. The problem is these are French. They won't do that. They'll keep making the same mistakes. Ubisoft will be sold to Tencent or some other company, and then they're not going to be able to do anything about it. Tencent is going to be pissed off they're not making good games like they used to. The IPs are shit, so they can't sell them off. So they're just going to shut the studio down. It's going to be abandonware, like eventually.
That or someone with half a brain is going to acquire. I'm willing to bet it's the Saudis. They're going to acquire Ubisoft. They're going to pick out what they want. They're going to give it to EA and say, take this and do something with it. And then they're going to throw away everything of Ubisoft.
Yep. Yeah. But that's my prediction. We'll see what happens. I could be wrong. But so
Probably
far, all my predictions from last year are just coming true. So I'm like, I told you. I'm gonna get that clip from Family Guy. I told you so.
Meanwhile, developers like Hideworks are talking about releasing a demo for Limo Point. Indie games are going just fine. A games are going just fine. I don't know what.
And they
Ubisoft's
forget the
problem
roots.
is.
Ubisoft started off as a company of 8.
8 again.
That includes the marketing department, not just the game devs.
Go out there, people. Walk into any store and count 8 people. That was Ubisoft.
That's not even an entire classroom.
No, that's a checkout stand at the grocery store.
That's not even half a classroom. Maybe a third. But anyways, moving on to Bethesda. And I'm a Bethesda fan. So this is gonna be interesting. So I'm gonna zip through the tweets. All right, and then we'll have our conversation. So former Bethesda lead says Elder Scrolls 6 was announced so early because the studio had to ensure people weren't just pissed at them for revealing Starfield instead. All right, now I'm going to say my take on that as I get the other one pulled up here. But my thing is, yeah, you want to make sure about that, but if you don't deliver the goods, you're just going to make it worse. You become a meme at this point when it comes to Elder Scrolls 6 and Skyrim. You just became a meme. But more news on Elder Scrolls. This is from Kami. Former Elder Scrolls writer and lore master Kurt Coleman speaks on why he left Bethesda. Elder Scrolls 6 was supposed to be their next game after Fallout 4. Todd Howard had promised him the lead design role on TES 6, only to find out 11 years later that they went to someone else. The vibe at Bethesda was very different after Skyrim's success. Coleman was the co-lead of Skyrim. Of course, after Fallout 4, we didn't go to TES 6. We made Fallout 76, and even then, we didn't make TES 6. We made Starfield, which became this extremely long project compared to the other ones. Coleman left Bethesda in 2023 after 20 plus years. He said the problem at Bethesda predated the Microsoft acquisition. As the years went on, design leads, including Todd Howard's role, became less hands-on and more bureaucratic, which explains a lot what we're seeing. His version of Elder Scrolls 6 was going to be like the Empire Strikes Back, which I love that idea. I won't lie, I love that idea. The Elven Supremacists were the bad guys, which that's what it shows you in Skyrim. And they would have ultimately come on top, setting up for TES 7. So the war is still ongoing. So that was that. And then continuing on, give me a second. Because we got a lot. Because now we're going to turn into Fallout on Bethesda.
The Fallout on Fallout.
Yeah. So, and then we also got some Fallout TV news. But a former Fallout New Vegas developer has said Bethesda doesn't care about Fallout. I don't think Bethesda hates Fallout. They just don't fully understand its roots and arguably don't care. They own the franchise and want to put their spin on it and make that the norm. He described their version as often turning into a colorful, shadow theme park, but added it's fine if people enjoy it. And then the last thing is from Modders about Bethesda. I think that's yep. So these are what Modders had to say. It kind of backs up everything else on its tweets. So the Modders,
yeah, I'm behind on the Fallout show. I haven't seen the last couple of episodes.
Team Fallout London Mod Leader. Okay, we're not talking about the show, so you're not getting any spoilers on that. The Team Fallout London Mod Lead, Dean Carter, suggests Bethesda should consider selling the Fallout and Elder Scrolls franchises. I'm 100% on board on this one, citing a downgrade in writing, which we have already went for a little couple of tweets that confirms this. Alternatively, they should hire some good writers for their team. I know as a company they have to try new things, but Fallout 76 caters to one audience, while it doesn't cater to those who want a single-player Fallout game. And I think that's the last one I'm going to tweet. But that's the last one for that. But I do want to point this out there. Do you know why Fallout 3 sucked, but Fallout New Vegas was good, and then Fallout 4 sucked as well?
Besides,
you know why Elder Scrolls? Yeah. Besides, do you know why Oblivion was good, but the Dark Brother quest line kind of felt offish, like out of place, like bad writing, if you notice, especially towards the end. And then it carries over to Skyrim as having bad story writing. Ever notice that?
Todd Howard writing?
No.
He said like they switched writers towards the end. I think you remember telling us this.
Yeah, he did that. Yep. And then he also wrote Skyrim and Starfield. That's all the same pattern. Dash is on the money there, because this is your lead writer, Emil Paguero. He wrote. He first works in Bethesda includes writing for Elder Scrolls 3 Blood Moon, the expansion pack for Morrowind, which I won't lie, it sucked. I hated it. The quest design for the Dark Brotherhood. He was the lead designer and for Fallout 3. He worked on Starfield and Skyrim and Fallout 4. Lead designer for all those games. Emil Padilla.
You mentioned Looking Glass. Does it have what he worked on for Looking Glass? Because if I recall, that was the Thief series.
Yeah, he did write for the Thief series. Actually, I don't even have to go there. It says it right here. Thief 2: The Middle Age.
There we fucking go. Thief 2 is one of the best. Out of all three of them, Thief 2 is one of the best. No fucking wonder. I had this theory, but I was like, it was...
But his writing isn't that great, because Fallout New Vegas is better than Fallout 3.
Yeah.
Oblivion is better than Skyrim.
Did you see Tommy's post about one of the old lore guys from Elder Scrolls quitting after he found out he had been replaced by Todd? Yeah, we
literally just talked about it.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me pull that tweet up again.
Secretly replaced too.
But go ahead.
Well, no, it's just I think this was the final nail for me as far as Elder Scrolls 6 is concerned. I think I'm just gonna stick with all the older Fallout games. I mean, Elder Scrolls. But I know we were specifically talking about
you're
Fallout
talking about Kurt Coleman, right?
Yeah. So I have to imagine he was the glue that kept everything together. I imagine. I'm sure he was the glue that kept everything together. And without that support structure, I just don't think I just don't think it's Elder Scrolls 6 is going to even feel like Elder Scrolls.
Yeah. And what I'm getting from you is, while everyone sings the praises of the great Todd Howard, you're saying that Kurt Coleman was the unsung hero, the man behind the curtain that was making things work.
Well, I mean, it takes more than one person to make a game like Elder Scrolls, and it had
Oh
It
yeah.
has such extensive lore that most people don't even know most of it. That like most fans don't even almost like the Bible almost. Like, you
Mhm.
know, it's just like there's just so much info and history, and it all seems very detailed and laid out. And like, you know, this is the things like, you know, Fallout fans are debating right now because they know the lore. I just think that like I worry that like, you know, if the people that made those games great aren't actively working at Bethesda, and then we just get some DEI Karen doing everything for Elder Scrolls 6, I think the whole thing falls apart.
Exactly.
Yeah, call me
But I
cynical,
one
but
thing I'm gonna no, I think you got a point, dude. I really do.
yeah.
I'm fine. I'm still just finding interesting because like Carriage put something out there I wasn't thinking about, and then like for example here, hold on, just had an issue with my PC. But for example, Philip Morgan points out that Oblivion's Dark Brotherhood is better than Skyrim's. I actually found it might be better than Skyrim's, but when you played the game Oblivion, it's like the Dark Brotherhood had its own storyline that was just detached from the main story. Like it doesn't support anything. It contradicts the whole Hero Kavach storyline because he was marked the moment he was born. Now the Skyrim's Dark Brother quest, yeah, I agree, it was horrible. Because you went from talking to the statue of the spirit of the Dark Mother, right? To or was it, that's not her real name. What was her name? Night Mother.
The Night Mother.
Yes, Night Mother. I knew it was like that doesn't sound right. But yes, Night Mother. To talking to her corpse.
Damn.
Yeah, like I know in Oblivion, I get it in Bravil. I think it was Bravil. Her tomb is underneath the Lucky Maiden statue, who is literally the Night Mother. But that's totally different than the lore before. And it makes the Dark Brotherhood, like Skyrim's Dark Brotherhood questline makes the Dark Brotherhood incompetent. So I'll agree on that one. But one thing that Carriage points out is that Thief 2 is actually a really good written storyline. And yet, Emil worked on that one. But when you compare to all the other storylines, the ones he didn't work on were better. So Fallout New Vegas, Morrowind without the DLC, stuff like that. I'm not trying to be mean here. I'm just saying the data just points to Emil, who's the lead writer, and anything he's worked on in Bethesda was not like Thief 2. So that's something I thought was like,
It could have been one of those things, like Dash has mentioned. You could have a support structure. Like, yeah, you have one guy that could be like maybe not a super genius, but like good at writing. If they're working with good designers, good implementers, people who can implement that story well and not make it all clunky, that's even better. So it could have been the sort of thing that this guy just had like really good fucking energy at
that, or he had good
Thief 2.
leaders. That could be another thing.
Good leaders.
Because, like, for example, Doctor Who, Robert, what's his name? Russell T. Davis.
Russell, yeah.
He wrote some really good Doctor Who stories earlier on, but when he became in charge, Doctor Who went downhill. I looked at his past videography, whatever they call it, right? His past works. He was always doing queer type writing, sitcoms and stuff. Okay. So when he was doing Doctor Who, he could implement that into the thing because his boss says, "No, this is what people want. This is good. Let's take this part out and let's like an actual editor or boss doing his job, right?" Now that he has no one above him dictating how he's going to run things, he's like, "I'm going to do it my way now." I mean, like Kathleen Kennedy, she was in Raiders of the Lost Ark. Her name's in Raiders of the
Yeah, she was one of the dancing girls, like at the very beginning of the film. Oh, she's not in Raiders. She's in Temple of Doom.
She's in Temple of Doom. But what's that? She was also one of the. She was also in the credits for one of the producers. What was it? Last Crusade. It was in Last Crusade. I saw her name on the credits in the opening credits.
Oh wow.
Kathleen Kennedy.
Yeah, her
And-
name's on a lot of films. She's on Hook. She's on
Mhm.
Gremlins.
But let's put. Well, my point is that she's not the executive producer. She didn't call all the shots. She had someone above her saying,
Mhm.
"This is good, but we're not going with that because it's going to lose the audience. We're going to go with this." Now that she's the boss of everything, right?
She got high on feminism and
No, she has nothing in check. She was probably already high on feminism. This is Hollywood requiring.
No, I'm saying like yeah, but like she got to like exert that when she got into power. Like she literally promised Lucas, "I'm going to protect your characters," and then she did the exact opposite.
Yeah. And I'm just gonna point this out there now because we're talking about her, and I was gonna point it out later, but she's gone. She's gone. Someone replaced the bodies. They placed the location of the body, so she doesn't know where they are now. So she's finally gone. But Star Wars is already dead. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just gonna say it. You got EA games and Ubisoft making Star Wars making Star Wars horrible games, adding some bullshit. You got people writing their own things. You got Ryan Johnson, who's claims to be the one that Lucas gave the torch to. And Lucas says, "He's not my right hand man. Who told you that?" Like George Lucas denounced it.
You mean Dave Filoni?
I was gonna say yeah.
Sorry, Dave Filoni. Yeah, Dave Filoni. Okay. My bad. Too many people I don't care about in my head. They're just in a list of people I don't care about. So
you should watch like Star Wars: The Clone Wars. It's really good.
Oh, I know. I had to finish it. I watched it. I don't like Star Wars Rebels though.
Rebels wasn't that good. Bad Batch is a little bit better.
Yeah.
If I could make a comparison, since we're comparing Star Wars to Fallout, you do need a good combination of both creative directors and writers.
Yeah.
Since I don't know where you mentioned they wanted to make, the original plan was to make the Elder Scrolls 6 more like Empire Strikes Back. People say Empire Strikes Back is best. That's two reasons. You had Lawrence Kasdan, who wrote a lot of stuff over the years, and you had Irvin Kershner, who has directed a lot of good stuff. Both of those people worked on Empire Strikes Back.
I think Kasdan like completely blew his credits on Solo.
And unfortunately, and he also did Force Awakens. But
I contribute everything good to Lucas. Like this Kasdan guy, he was the guy like the Red Letter Media shills would use to bash Lucas with.
Yeah. But you had that time. It could have been, and probably the same with Thief and some of the Fallout games that actually worked well. You had the right people at the right time. And because you're never going to get those people together again, most likely, you're not going to get that same energy.
You know, I think every Star Wars fan is pissed off at Kennedy for one major reason. They had an opportunity to get all the OG cast that were still alive together in a Millennium Falcon at the same time. And they never did that.
In fact, JJ literally fought, like Mark Hamill just did an interview saying that, like, this isn't Luke's story, he said. That's literally what he told him.
Yeah.
According to Mark Hamill. Now, he could be just making shit up, but...
The thing is, it's like, even though Mark is a terrible guy, he was a great Luke Skywalker. Let's just be perfectly honest. Back in the day.
And Luke is a great character. Mark Hamill is not a great person.
No. That's why he made a great Joker. Joker was not a great person at all. He was just playing himself. Sorry, Mark. I'm just going to say that. But going back to what JJ said, right? Like, this is not Luke's story. Well, I'm sorry. That explains why no one likes your movie, because they came in expecting to see Luke. What is Luke going to do? You got the Empire back. Luke's the last known Jedi. So how is Luke going to solve all this? He's not there for the whole thing. And then when you do see him, he tosses the lightsaber, and the next time we see him, he's drinking off an alien's tit.
I think
you made Luke horrible. You took a iconic
There was a
hero
team
from-
effort between JJ and Rian Johnson.
Yeah.
I've accepted that the Disney era of Star Wars, as far as films go, TV shows, whatever, video games, whatever, but films are nothing more than just expensive fan fiction. They willingly ignored all the rules. There's a headline probably you can find. Nothing other than what we make is considered canon. All right. Well, I'm going to write my own headcanon. Nothing you make is canon. Like,
Exactly.
you going to write your canon? I can write my canon because it's my fucking entertainment. That's just expensive fan fiction. Because it's expensive fan fiction, I don't need to get upset when it's garbage. I'm not insulted. Like, as disappointing as Jedi Survivor was and as frustrating it was, I'm not going to look back on it and be angry.
Like, there are some gems in the Disney era, like some good games, some like maybe like one or two good comics runs, but like I don't know, like Andor if you're into that, but the majority, like there was too many. Like, for every Mandalorian, you had a book of Boba Fett. For every book of Boba Fett, you had an acolyte.
Yeah.
Power of one, the power of two, the power
The
of
power of
many.
many.
Oh, wait. But yeah, other than that, that's the Bethesda news. Oh wait, I forgot. We do have one more thing I want to cover before we move on. And I forgot to put the tab, so just give me a second. By the way, I found out there's Karis. Thanks for telling me this, but Dash, I bet you don't know there was this unspoken Nintendo DS title.
Really? I'm
Yeah.
interested. What is it?
Karis in the Apocalypse.
Yes.
That's a real game? Oh,
Yes.
wow. No, it's Karis. Oh, my God.
Took you a minute.
I quietly made that
so
behind the
you ran
scenes.
the Cory in the House cover through AI, didn't you?
Yes, I quickly whipped that together in ChatGPT. It actually fought me for a second. Because it like Cory was viewing Cory as a child. It said, this violates our rules if it's a teen. I said, it's not a teen, it's supposed to be adult. Try again. And then it came out with that. And I was like, perfect. Coming to GOG and itch.io for $10.
And Disney's going to file a lawsuit. But for everyone else, this is announced by the Bethesda. For everyone else, this is the last bit of the Fallout news, Fallout TV related. Came out on Bethesda's Discord, and since I have a link to that Discord in my Discord for game updates, found out about this. But Amazon Prime is casting has a casting call. Do you have what it takes to win a huge cash prize? Fallout Shelter. Apply now for Fallout Shelter. Fallout Shelter working title is a new reality competition series based on the hit Amazon Drama's computer game of the same name. Dwellers contestants live together in a top secret vault where they will compete in a series of games that test the special core attributes from the Fallout world: strength, perception, endurance, charisma, intelligence, agility, and luck special. Basically, it's Fallout Shelter the game, the TV series. And they're doing casting calls. So if you like to do those kind of things, you can go ahead and do it. You're not going to see me do it, though.
This is Big Brother, the TV show.
Yeah, it is, pretty much.
I'm not doing that.
I'm not either, but, you know,
I don't know. This kind of reeks like that lame time when, I don't know, they turned Squid Game into an actual game show.
Yeah. And then, what the hell? I almost said Big Mouse. Damn it.
Yep.
Weird smile guy who did his own show of that. Mr. Beast.
Yeah.
He did his own Squid Game, and it was torturous and terrible, and yet people won $1 million. It's like, oh, okay.
But yeah, if you wanted to base yourself in a humiliating Amazon Prime reality TV series about a game that I don't even know I play it, but I don't play it as much. It's kind of weird. It's like that weird, unique game that you're bored right? You have nothing better to do, and it's a great mobile game for that. It's like a casual game.
Oh yeah.
You just go there and you start. By the time you realize, oh, what the fuck, my entire shelter is gone. It's like there's outage going on. There's radroaches everywhere. All my people died, and by the time you fix everything, you've already paid for your groceries and you're ready to go home.
Yep.
Just to repeat the process, the next grocery shopping cycle. But if you want to play a reality TV series and you want to say you are, air quotes, canonically in Fallout, go right ahead. Be my guest. But that's the last news, and we're going to cover GOG next. So everyone knows GOG has a new owner. And I think I'm in a wait. I'm in a wait and see approach on this one.
Mm-hmm.
But lately, I noticed this past week he's been throwing shade at Steam a lot.
Interesting. What sort of shade? Because it could be warranted.
So we're gonna start with this one because Windows 11. I hate Windows 11. GOG's new owner can't stand Windows either. It's such poor quality software. I can't even believe it, he says. Right? So he hates Windows. So there's that. And then he goes off on Steam shortly. I'm not sure if this was before or after this one. James, let me double check here. Oh no, so this came after this news. Okay, so but he's been on a rant throwing shade on people. Let's just put it that way. So here he says GOG's new owner says Steam is winning due to its ease of use, not quality, while criticizing the platform for releasing hundreds of games daily that are not super high quality. He points out that GOG stays curated and avoids releasing hundreds of games daily. The focus remains on DRM-free ownership, preserving classics, and building a better experience without copying the volume-driven approach. Then he continues on. Here, that I want to point out is you remember that game you told us about, Harris?
Horse, yes. The very controversial game that had some questionable design elements.
It's on GOG.
Yep. I noticed that this morning. Speaking of which,
we as a company are ready to take the stand on the right values. Now, he says he puts it in a matter of freedom light. Okay. Now, I haven't played Horse. I've only looked at the website when we talked about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask you a question, Karis, because you're the professional indie gamer. You know, you would know more about this than I do. I'm just a dragon at cyberspace. I clearly don't know what I'm talking about or know the difference between AA, AAA, and indie, apparently. But would you say Horse is a super high quality game? I'm being honest, by the way. This is not featured. I'm asking your opinion.
I know. I would say no. I would put Horse in the realm. If anyone here has watched like Markiplier, a game like The Closing Shift, something like that it's not super complicated. It has engaging story. It pushes some boundaries. It kind of makes you uncomfortable at times. I would put Horse in that category. It's not co-op, where it's designed to enrage you and make you want to throw your laptop against the wall. But it is something that someone sat down, wrote something out, got some people that were all on the same page and said, okay, let's do this. It made a lot of people uncomfortable, but it is a finished product that can be considered a quality indie game. I would never put Horse into the A realm. From my perspective, I would never do that. I would keep it in the B realm at most.
Well, the one thing is it a quality game or not? Because that's the argument I'm pointing out. Is GOG to owners Steam's winning due to ease of use, not quality.
Like, was it a quality game or did it just over push?
Yeah, because that's what I'm asking. Is like he says he's curated and focused on free ownership, preserving classics, and building a better experience. So
here's the thing: what is quality? Because You take something like Expedition 33. That is like I've used this phrase. I kind of compare it to Blade Runner. It's like objectively good. That is quality. I have played a game called Daemonology, which is $3 on Steam. It's quality for what it is. It runs. Nothing is broken. Everything runs exactly as it's supposed to. It's not a super high quality like Expedition 33, but it does exactly what it's supposed to. It's a cheesy little pixelated game. It is quality for an indie game. So what is quality? What kind of quality are we talking about? Are we talking about like a $75 steak? Or are we talking about a Waffle House steak? Like what quality are we talking about? The statement that he says, it's like it was a throwaway line that he didn't really think about. So like that's my question.
No.
What is quality?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm asking. That's like, you know what? I didn't see that game as something I'd be interested in playing, but I agree with you on your points on that one. Like, people actually cared about that game to mention, hey, this game got removed from Steam. Why is this game no longer thing on Steam anymore? But the quality for me was like, what the fuck? It weirded me. I wouldn't say uncomfortable. It weirded me out. It felt too weird. Like the graphics, the chosen aesthetic design. Just from looking at it, I'm like, it's not slop. We've seen slop games, but it's not.
It's not something that it's not a Da Vinci painting.
No, I did not. That's I'm not even going that far. I'm trying to say, and I'm trying to think of the right word. It's not slop, but it's also not something that's not the right word to say it. It's not an average game. Let's go it that way.
No, it's not. It's not like so
average good game, I should say.
Yeah, it's a experimental art piece. It's not like Mandy, which is a film with Nicolas Cage. That's an experimental high quality art piece. Goes in a weird direction, but you've got Nick Cage there and good direction and good writing. Then you've got weird things. I'm trying to think of just like an abstract asset. It's almost Horse is almost in the realm of what the Human Centipede was trying to do without being gross and disgusting. I say that word, people are like, oh, that's gross. No. Human Centipede was trying to do something really out there that isn't done. Horse was trying to do something similar as well. The difference being is that Human Centipede was actually in fucking theaters. Horse is not. You're not going to see that thing advertised on, Steam. Yeah. So, yeah, he wants to say he's curating high-quality games. What is high quality in his eyes?
What makes the cut?
I can throw an example. Like, while you were talking about some stuff, I bought the Dungeon Siege collection on GOG. It's like $20. For me, back in the day, Dungeon Siege, which is a Microsoft game, it was quality. That was damn good. Everything about it was generic. Ross Scott does like a fantastic video. It has some game features that you've never seen anywhere else in any other fucking fantasy game. I consider that quality. Not quality now. Back then, oh boy, that game was amazing. And it had multiplayer too. So like that is quality. Something like North by Northwest, which was on the PlayStation 1, where you basically play as a bunch of you take turns as dwarves solving puzzles and shit. That wasn't quality, but you could still find it on the PlayStation 1. Like, come on, Mr. CEO, draw the fucking line here. Give us an example of a game. Don't just say high quality. What's quality?
Yeah. Real quick before I forget, because we're covering Steam now, and I did promise to announce the poll results. So we asked, would Microsoft buying Valve be great for gaming? And we got 69% saying no, 16% saying yes, and 15% saying no in Pal World. The right answer is no in Pal World. But I'm going to say this. if the GOG's new owner defines Depression Quest as a quality game, I will never take him seriously ever again. He said he only does quality games. He has the right values, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if he puts Depression Quest on GOG, based on what he's saying, right? They want quality, do it the right way, they sit for right values. He's saying that it's a matter of freedom that Depression Quest is on. It's a high quality game and deserves to be archived. You know what Depression Quest is?
I remember you talking about it. It's not on there yet. I'm actually looking it up because I'm trying to see who has it. Oh, it's on Steam. Never mind.
Dorian D, hello. How you doing over on the Rumbles? But yes, Depression Quest is Zoe Quinn's game.
That's right, yeah.
The Gamergate game. I tried it.
I'm sorry.
I had to get therapy for myself after that. Like I wasn't depressed. I was enraged because I have chronic depression from PTSD. I was like, that's not how depression works. This is you just feeling sorry for yourself. This is the depression. That's not how depression works. Yeah, you can feel sorry for yourself with depression, but that's not how depression works. You just took all the tropes of depression and chalked them up into a game.
We also
it was a game that I didn't want to finish. I never finished it.
I don't blame you. We also have to take into account this man is a CEO. He is not on the same thinking level as myself, Vistro, Dash, any one of us. This is a man who has to run a corporation and think about the corporation first, which means he is going to curtail his answer to what will fit best for the interview and make the company look good. He's going to say things that he wants to push after they've already been approved by either marketing or legal or whatever. He's not going to say anything that's going to tank the company if he's smart. He could be a dumbass and be, what is it? It's one Ginger brings up, the former CEO of, I think it was EA, who was in charge of Battlefield 5. He's the guy who said, if you don't want to buy our game, don't fucking buy it. Well, guess what? We didn't fucking buy it. And Patrick Schoderlin, that's the guy.
Yeah.
He could be a dumbass like that, but that guy is now in charge of the developers of Arc Raiders. So did he learn his lesson? Maybe. But this is someone who's saying a thing while probably doing the exact opposite. So yeah, like, oh, horses on won't be on Steam because of freedom of speech. This isn't about freedom of speech, people. This is about making a political statement with your platform. That's what this is, and this is a marketing opportunity.
Yeah, and I'm gonna point that while you're talking about. Go ahead and talk about it. But I'm gonna point out that people hate me for this, and I don't have it saved on here. Apparently, I thought I did because normally I do. Just for this reason, like this opportunity comes up. But Rumble's terms of service. Go read Rumble's terms of service. When you get down to restrictive content, they say anything the online community finds offensive. Free speech is not speech that you approve of. Free speech is speech that you disapprove of. The courts even point this out, and I have to say it in my video. The only way to combat speech you don't approve of is more of it. And if you scroll down all the way down, you'll eventually come to a phrase that Rumble says that Rumble reserves the right to edit, remove, use, copy, delete, all that, your content. They can delete your videos without your notice. That's also on YouTube. That's also on X. These corporations are their terms of service are there for their benefit, not yours.
Exactly.
And that's what we're seeing here, right? I'm not saying that he doesn't believe in free speech. I also know that his ideas of free speech are probably different than mine because of our cultures. He's not an American. That's one thing we have to acknowledge. He's not an American. But if he does care about gaming rights, he's got a lot to prove on that one. Yes, he did GOG, but that's because it wasn't because we can argue it's because they believed in this type of thing, or we can acknowledge the fact this is a business and they realized there's a demand for non-DRM. If there was no issue with DRM, they probably would have found some other way to make GOG. If we had digital rights, they'd find some other way to make GOG as a competition for Steam. I'm not defending Steam here. I'm saying, yes, go for GOG for what they're selling, but don't jump all in until they've proven themselves. Yes, they have to prove themselves.
You put it really well. This is a company that saw a demand, and they literally invented the supply almost overnight.
Yeah, which is good. Don't get me wrong. But you better make sure you read what you're doing before you do it. Like, make sure you know where you jump before you leap, because it's basically the old line in practice. It's not personal. It's just business. And that's with Steam. That's with GOG. That's with any platform we have. The thing is we have to navigate these things, and we have the right as customers to choose if we're going to honor that demand or not. When they start saying, "Oh yeah, we're going to do quality games," okay, cool. We're also going to have all this AI slop on there, and you're against that, and you find that it's not quality, then you need to say, no, I don't want to deal with this, and walk away. Like there's other companies out there, but I'm not saying that. I'm just saying be careful. He just bought the company. I'm just highlighting what he said, and it seems to contradict itself a little. But I agree with Garrett. I don't think he's lying. I think he's just finding a way to best interest he's selling his company. Yeah. I find it funny he's throwing shade at Steam, which is something I'm always when a rival company throws shade at something, I've seen this pattern before. Rumble did that. Then they went from a alternate YouTube video platform to a political, basically blue sky for the right leaning. It's literally what it is. Blue sky is just Twitter for the left leaners. If we can't acknowledge that, then you're lost. I'm sorry. They are selling you a demand. People wanted an X that was not run by Elon Musk, that did not promote allow you to speak right-wing propaganda. So Blue Sky came out. YouTube was censoring people for denying the elections and COVID and all this other stuff. So Rumble said, yeah, we don't deny that. And Tim Pool, on all across those cases, before he went to Rumble, called them out on it. Says, here's your terms of service. Yeah, I don't know what to say to you, bud. You're not free speech. Why did you ban Nick Fuentes? I don't care about Nick Fuentes. I'm just saying, free speech is free speech. If you want to say, he's allowed to say what he can say. He's on there now, but back then he got removed. Tim Pool asked Rumble CEO, why did you ban Nick Fuentes? That was the thing that happened. They brought him back. But if you're free speech, why did you do it in the first place? That's the argument you should be asking yourself. But yeah.
I just had an idea that I'm actually going to do, Levistro. You gave me the idea in all your magical words. I just made a new tab in my OneNote. I'm going to do a small video series on AI slop games, where I specifically look for AI slop. I take a look at, and I announce it in the fucking video. We are taking a look at AI slop, and we're going to see what the hell the deal is with these things. Are these good games? And I'm going to announce it like every game in this video, or even maybe, who knows, I might do it at a stream. I might just be lazy and do a stream. I'm going to take a look at, I'm going to make it known, like somewhere in the fucking top corner, it's going to be, this game is AI slop. And we're going to look at it. Is it going to be good quality? Is it going to be shit? I don't know. And I'm going to answer that question. What is quality game?
Hatari told you AI is bad, didn't she?
No, actually, no. We've actually talked about AI. She understands that AI is a tool. Things like Midjourney and Suno, they're a tool. They're in some cases they're a gimmick. But no, she didn't tell me that. I just thought this was because, like, I'm making tabs for like indie games. I'm making tabs for cyberpunk games, like specifically cyberpunk, whether it be AAA or otherwise, because I have this little niche area for that. Yeah.
Before we go on, because it actually goes on to the next area topic. So I just want to bring that topic in there before we railroad. You're still my rest here because for those of you ladies who don't know, this is where I'm going to get canceled by every woman in the internet. Okay, and this is where I'm going to get canceled by all the anti-AI chuds out there. Thinks I'm defending AI, even though I'm very nuanced on it. So basically, for those who don't know, yes, you've probably heard about this happening before. And if you know, we talked about AI, we're obviously going to cover it like everyone else. But we were talking about AI, I think, before everyone else started talking about in their conversations. I'm pretty sure we were talking about, so I had the right to say, we're not copying off everyone. Everyone's copying off of us now because it's the next trending thing. A game on Steam called Hardest will be deleted by the dev because, check notes, the girl he has been dating, the pair of tits he dated for a month, made him realize AI is bad. Sorry, ladies, I did say a pair of tits. A pair of tits told him AI is bad that he saw for a month.
Damn.
That's not a good reason to delete your game. I'm just going to point that out there. A good reason to delete your game is you looked at the sciences, you looked at the evidence, like Ginger's Tism cast thing he did, right? I was watching that one, right? And he made YouTube made some very valid points about why to be concerned about AI, right? Which I'm pretty sure you could, inform us more over because I just remember the gist of it. But a woman telling you, or even your boyfriend telling you AI is bad, is not solid evidence. It's your game. You can do whatever you want. But this is the worst excuse to give your players. This is the worst excuse to give your customers. Because what if you do have a game that's not AI is bad, and she says, well, violence is bad. Maybe you make it a violent game. Violence is bad. Maybe you made a game where where you have a hot ass fucking waifu in the game, and everyone likes like a girl prettier than me is bad. You do realize, my argument is, you do realize basing your entire logic on someone you're infatuated with, right? That you're not boyfriend and girlfriend if you've been dating for a month. I'm sorry. You have to be dating for, I would say, about a year, 6 months to a year to be boyfriend and girlfriend, like to be actually serious. To where you're saying, okay, we're not just dating, we're serious. I consider your beliefs, valid for me to, consider because we've got to know each other. Someone you've known for about a month, an acquaintance, is not a valid excuse to delete your game. You can delete all you want. That's your choice. But if this is your logic, you're going to have everyone asking you now, okay, what's the next excuse going to be? And it doesn't have to be AI. Like I said, it doesn't have to be AI. It could be the next thing. But yeah, so let's have this conversation. So we do have that happening. And we also have Valve has some AI news, but we're going to go right back into this, right? I just want to get everything is pretty much 99.999% Twitter news. I'm experimenting on something here without doing a lot of articles. So, but that means I got to find some better sources other than just Pirate Nation. But Pirate Nation just keeps tweeting 24/7. So Valve has significantly rewritten Steam's rules for how developers must disclose AI use in games. AI-powered development tools such as code assistants do not require disclosure, as the focus remains on the content generation rather than efficiency improvements. What must be disclosed and shown on in-store pages. And this is the thing that I'm going to point this out real quick. When Larian Studios said they were using AI, they were explaining it as efficiency improvements, not content generation. People took that as AI generated art. People had a moral panic and a meltdown because the word AI was used. I use AI to write my scripts, not to write my whole scripts, but to say, okay, like for example, when I write my AI songs, like DragonCast and stuff, I'm like, I don't know how to make the rhythm to be metal because I wanted that metal feel to it. I know what instruments I want to use, but I need to make sure the rhythm has an AAB sync or something like that. And it helps me walk through those steps and reorganizes my lyrics. The lyrics are 100% my own. It just helps me out. It does an efficiency for me. When I write my scripts about, I want to talk about this, it looks through and finds out where I'm repeating. Does it catch everything? No. There are some parts of my scripts that I still notice to this day where like, ooh, I missed that repeat section where I repeated what I was saying. That's an efficiency improvement. That's not creating the content itself. But what Valve is saying is you have to tell they're drawing, but I approve this because they're saying what is the ethical line? You have to say AI used to generate content game like in-game assets, market materials, stuff like that, and images, audio, and text. So for example, you want to know an AI slot game, Karis? You've played it already, and I said it before.
Artist?
Jump Space.
Oh, yep.
The VA. But you know what? They said their attention. We want to use actual actors. We can't afford them right now. So you know what? I can forgive that. It's a placeholder. They have an intent of changing that. Will they do it? We'll see. They're making money. They're making changes to their game. So we'll see where that happens because words are expensive. But disclosure are voluntary, but increasing approximately 8,000 titles in the first half of 2025 compared to about 1,000 across all of 2024. So there is that. But I'll leave this here. But I'm gonna actually let me do this. In case you want to pull this up, because I gotta step out again because my son's pulling my arm right now. So I'm gonna put this in a private chat for the hardest thing if you want to talk about that. And sorry, ladies, if I offend you. You need to realize I'm a sexist, misogynistic dragon, and I always say boobs to sign list that, and I always say things when a woman says something stupid, or a guy says something stupid about a woman. So, but here you are. I will join the conversation about AI in a second, but yeah, give your thoughts on hardest and AI.
Dash, you want to go?
Let's see. Valve has significantly rules on. That it's no longer disclosing AI stuff. Honestly, I thought it was a cool feature at first, but with how witch hunty people have been becoming on AI, it might be for the best that they don't disclose it. That way, you won't have people literally bullying Cry Games not to use AI with their new studio.
Yeah, this goes back to something that I had mentioned in either last month or the month before, of because the moral panic is happening. It is happening. There's no denying it. The dam has been broken. People they're seeing what AI is on YouTube, they're seeing what is on Instagram, and many people are believing that AI is garbage. They're seeing that it's replacing jobs. There's too much information that is building this picture that says AI bad, we get rid of it. And so then, out of panic, probably for moral and legal reasons, Valve says, we're writing new rules. You have to disclose any AI. Okay, so I don't use AI I use AI to fix my code. That's one thing. But I use my logo, which is an AI generated logo. I put that into a game and make that my character for whatever reason, and I have to disclose that is AI. But it's the only thing that is AI, despite everything else being original, organic, and whatnot. Thus, will my game fail because of that one component of AI? Because I took my little logo, my little Metroid head logo, and I slapped it on my character because I self-inserted myself into a character. My game will it fail because of that AI label? I think it would. Because the overall, as LaVistra put it, the panic is AI bad, run away, don't touch it, it's gonna stab you in the butt. Whereas, something like Jump Space, which is, I would argue, an objectively good game, despite having little fill-in, I'll call it garbage, like AI lines. Yeah, the lines are cheesy. I don't pay attention to the characters as much. They say lines like, "Hi, nice to see you again." That sounds weird in my brain, but whatever. I move on and I go back and I play the game. Does Jump Ship deserve to fail because of that alone? Because it now has that AI label? I asked this question before in a previous stream. I think we're going to start seeing witch hunts because of this. We're going to see data miners who used to go through like Portal 2 or Portal 1 looking for Portal 2 hints. You're going to see them sifting through a game, and they're going to start doing scans of stuff. They're going to look for AI games and say, don't buy this. This is garbage. Even though, what was it? Expedition 33, I didn't realize this, has Andy Serkis in the game. Fucking Lord of the Rings, Andy Serkis.
Yeah,
is a
he's a major antagonist in that game.
Does that game deserve to fail because it had AI at one point? One fucking point? The average person doesn't know how to draw a line. We can understand, okay, there probably needs to be a line drawn. Like, are you doing an asset flip? Or like a hardest or something like that where nothing is original and AI is generated? Like, where's the line drawn? There won't be a line drawn because everything is going to be shoved off by the general public. And
well, they've already proven that it doesn't matter how you use it. If you use it, you're bad.
Yeah.
They've literally taken nuance out of the equation.
Yeah.
Well, they always do that when it comes to moral panic.
And and I was even telling my dad this when we were driving back from the retro store today. It's made me more pro AI, like all this moral panic bullshit.
Yeah, that's what it does. For example, I'm going to use Death Race here. I need to finish that video. It's just
you'll get it when you get it. You don't need to.
It's one of those things where just segue just a little bit. When I cover video, I want to explain what happened and why it happened. Not just say this game was banned because some lady for the Associated Press thought that she heard the screams of a child from the speakers because cars were running over gremlins, and it was a spinoff of their original game, Demolition Derby, which was a sport of its decade. Demolition derbies were like a thing in that decade. But what it did was create a Streisand effect. Right? It was like, why is this game really that bad? It made people want to play the game. It made people want to see for themselves because Americans are like that. It's either don't tell me what to do, I'll do it myself, or is this really what it is? That's literally what I did when Hillary Clinton said the coffee shop thing for San Andreas. I was like, is that really in an M-rated game? I had to see this for myself. Like, how could I get away with this? So I went to GameStop, bought a pre-used copy, didn't find coffee shop after 100%ing the game. It's a Streisand effect. And the more you say this is bad, people are going to do it. Dungeons and Dragons was a niche hobby. It became the world's greatest video game because of Patricia Pulling. You name any moral panic. Doom. Doom was just a shareware game, right?
Yeah.
It was popular. People liked it, right? But it was still niche. It wasn't really well known until a certain psychologist who said there was sexism and feminism in Night Trek, for example, as well as Doom, and a certain teacher who was a parent-teacher conference lady said it was disgusting and offensive and violent, and certain Democratic senators, Lieberman and I forget the other guy, wanted to censor and control games. The more you try to panic, especially with AI, like that's just saying, the more people are going to be pro AI. I'm not pro AI, but I see it as a tool. I went from not using it to someone says I could do this with AI, try it for myself, and realize it actually helps me organize my thoughts because I have a brain injury. My brain synapses go all over the place, and then I'm all over the place. I actually write my script down and tell Grok, for example, here's what I want to talk about. And it'll find things for me. I mean, yeah, I bookmark everything, but it'll find sources for me based on those bookmarks. That's why my DragonCast seems to be a little bit more organized than it was in the beginning. It's not just because I'm getting better at this. It's because I have an efficiency flow with AI. Do I want to use AI all the time? No. But here's one thing I want to ask you. Suno AI. I write the lyrics to my theme song, DragonCast. That's 100% me. Right? And I can't sing worth a lick. Clearly, from my voice, if you can't tell, it's not singable, right? I can't sing my voice. So I use AI. Am I bad for using AI because I can afford someone like Dan Bask who does robotics theme songs? Am I bad for that? Or am I using what I have at my disposal, using resources at my disposal?
It's clearly the latter because it's your fucking show.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who are you beholden to where you need to spend an exorbitant amount of money to make an intro that no one is paying? You're not charging $150 for admission into this show. Like, you're using the resources you have, and yeah, people donate because they like what you do. Great. But who are you beholden to where you have to go hire a rock band or a metal band to do that just to make someone's Jimmy's or Vagina's feel better about the use or no use of AI? Like, no one. If you don't like the fucking song, don't like the song.
And you can't tell me I'm stealing someone's work because it's my lyrics. I didn't steal from another artist. I didn't tell Suno, hey, write me a song for DragonCast. I wrote the song myself. There's an option to put your own custom lyrics.
Oh yeah.
I wrote my own song. I worked hard at writing my own songs because I want to give my audience the best entertainment they can. I want to psych them up, but I want it to be. I don't think AI is going to know the nuances of what I mean when I say integrity found in DragonCast.
No,
it's not going to understand what that is. Gamers will know exactly what I'm talking about when I say integrity found in DragonCast. I'm making fun of Kotaku with just that line. Why? Because I've mentioned before, I want DragonCast to be a gaming news podcast, kind of like how Trips and Tricks was, Game Informer, all these other ones used to be. Because I realize that's the future. And I want people to know, hey, if I'm wrong, I will let you know if I'm wrong. If I'm right, I'm right. I'm just telling you the news and letting you decide. And we grew from that. We had Dash, we have Bo, we have Karis now. You know?
If I could make a comparison, this is probably the closest thing to the original, just from my perspective here. This is the closest thing to the Game Station podcast with Total Biscuit years ago, where they just talked about video game. I almost said fucking video games, but no, we're not fucking the video games, so get that out of here.
We're not fucking the video.
No.
Okay, I'm going to find a fucking game to share for Games Fight Industry. Keep going.
We already have it. It's Custer's Revenge, as well as what was the sequel name? It's not Revenge. It's Custer.
General Retreat.
General Retreat. Yeah, we've got that. You know, you can fuck in those games. But yeah, Sal, I'm thinking. But yeah, like the show is about games, and we're doing what we can. LaVistra's doing most of the work. We're thankful for that. But yeah, we use the tools that we have. I am willing to bet if Total Biscuit had access to AI, as someone who's like, he's a former lawyer and liked to organize his shit, I am willing to bet he would absolutely be using AI to organize his shit. Because he knows how to use tools.
If I remember correctly, he's the one that had a well thought out, respectful response to Anita Sarkeesian's sexism in gaming trope.
I think he did. He did like a 30-minute video or something.
Yeah. I guarantee you, if he had AI during that time period, he's like, how can I appeal to this woman who's a feminist and make my case?
That was a very.
It was. I was impressed by it. I don't even know if it's still up in the air, but if I find that thing, I would definitely recommend people watch it. If I find it, I'm gonna put as.
All of his stuff is still live. Jenna had talked about like shutting the channel down because people were using AI to redo his voice, and I'm like, fuck no, you get that shit out of here. But
that's not an ethical use. No.
Yeah, all of his original stuff, his lectures, as I guess you could call them, they're all still up. And guess what? They're all fucking relevant.
To this day. 10 years. Yeah. Oh my God. 10 years later. No. Yeah. 10 years later.
15. He was popular back in like 2010.
Yeah, I know, but I'm talking about the Gamergate stuff. It was 10 years ago.
Oh, it was like 2012, 2014.
2014. So yeah, still. Because Doritos Gate was 2012, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay.
And Doritos Gate, that's why I keep mentioning the Doritos, but people keep forgetting about what he did. Everything had to be a 9 out of 10. Everyone was an icon in game design. If he was on the reason Doritos poke came out was because he said if you were on an island, which would you survive on, Mountain Dew or Doritos? He was getting promoted a lot by Doritos and Mountain Dew a lot. That's why it's called Doritos
That's
Gate.
so stupid.
Yeah, it was like real telling that he was taking money from corporations, and that led into Gamergate, which Nia Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn brought the argument. It was a what do you call it? I don't want to say smoke screen, but it's like when you pulled it it's like when they pulled a table out from underneath you. They just switched the script. So that way they don't want to talk about their ethics. And to this day, we stopped talking about, we mentioned they're unethical. We don't ask for them for transparency. We don't hold them to accountable. We just got tired of it. And we just said, we're going to do our own thing, which led to the culture war. To now people are tired of the culture war to where we're just like, okay, we're now the gatekeepers. The gamers have become the gatekeepers. It has come full circle. We inherited that. Does that mean I wanted to be the game journalist? No. When Dash said it on one of his videos, we're the journalists now. I was watching, I was like, I know I said this, but hearing Dash say that, I'm like, oof, I don't like being associated with journalism.
And I think part of that is why it's because we look at what journalists were, maybe go back, I don't know, the 70s through the 90s, maybe journalism was better, but maybe. I said maybe. But then you look at the 90s through the 2000s, and you saw where journalism and gaming went. And we don't want to be labeled. We want to be able to cover what we want because we find it interesting. We're tisming the fuck out of it, whatever. But we don't want to be called a journalist because we know what that is. Journalism and gaming, we see Kotaku, we see IGN. We don't want to be that. So
I don't see Kotaku. You know what else I hear journalism? That guy in Die Hard.
Oh,
he went to McClane's kids.
Yeah,
I forget his name. And then his McClane's
Peck,
wife
Walter Peck character.
Yeah. And then his wife punches him.
Yep.
And then he has an emotional breakdown on a plane in the sequel. I don't want to be associated with that same guy. I don't want to be associated, but here's the thing. Art reflects society's views. So society viewed that guy and didn't get an uproar about this journalist being a sleazy scumbag. This was going as far back as the 80s. And the thing is in the 70s when they allowed women in journalism, I'm not saying anything bad about this. I'm just saying what history was. Because the AP Associated Press had a lawsuit on their hands, which was never resolved. So we don't know if they actually had sexism or anything. It was a bluff, and they said they both were afraid of each other's bluffs. So they both settled. Because if the women in AP, the Associated Press, were, and I took it out of the video because it's too much. It adds too much to the context that takes away from the thing, the death race thing. But if the women AP actually had factual evidence, all they had was what was it? What are they called? The people that investigate this stuff, right? I forget their name. The EEOC. They say you have evidence that could be sexual harassment, but it's sealed. They don't see it. They don't know what it is. The company doesn't see it. They don't know what it is. It's sealed in the court because they settled. That answer is still debated to this day, regardless if you want to admit it or not. Now, the people in power that may be now, these same ladies that end up becoming editors and stuff like that, they can make their spin, right? That's what people hated, is that it did change. I'm not saying that women never should have been in journalism. There was women in journalism before all that. What's her name? Barbara Walters. I mean, I agree with some of her politics, right? But she was a really good journalist in her day. She was well respected in her day. She did a very good interview with Fidel Castro. I've watched an archive of that. So there are good feminist journalists, females in journalism. But I'm not saying that it's because of females that journalism changed. I'm saying journalism standards did change. And people went from the watchdogs of the government watching the government and letting us know when the government's going astray and giving us the facts and everything else, letting us decide, not just with Walter Cronkite. When they changed that viewpoint, the entire structure of journalism changed. And we didn't go to no degree to get journalists. We're just saying, you know what? We want just the facts. So what do? Not just us here in DragonCast, but like every YouTube podcaster is doing this. We want to talk about the news. So we're talking about the way we want it. And we're trying to see if anyone else agrees with us, or maybe we're wrong about something. It's like an open discourse, a marketplace of ideas. That's one thing I love about social media and what it's intended to be. It's a marketplace of free ideas. But that being said, Dash, did you have anything you want to contribute before we move on to the next subject?
I said mostly what I wanted to say as far as the AI topic is
Yep. But so he just fucking left. Of course he did.
Who? Carrots? Lol.
Yeah. Yeah, he fucking left. He's being a little bitch right now. He just said BRB. But we're just gonna have to go roll on without him because he called it. So going to the AI, right? Here's one thing, bad thing about AI is that it's causing the DRAM going up. He said he called it. DRAM 3 demand surges as supply constraints for current gen hardware continues unabated. PC gamers that held on to their old hardware. So basically, if you have your old hardware, you're good, but the prices of DRM are going up. But we have some more news on that front. So when you buy DRAM, right? You buy new graphics cards, right? What else do you need to keep them running efficiently? Dash. Dash.
Yes. What's up?
I was saying, like, so we the DRAM costs are going up. Carrots to call it, right? And we had the graphics cards going up, right? Because they're using these for all their data centers.
Yep.
So the cost of these things are going up. What else do you need to keep these things running efficiently?
You need power.
And
memory.
Okay, but what else? Power and
okay, you need well, I don't know. DR demand surge split. Gen hardware contain.
yeah, that's what's going on now, but I'm telling you what's happening next.
Okay, so I'm not. You're gonna have to just tell me.
Okay, powers and coolers are going up.
Okay, I was close.
Power supplies and yep, that's why I said you got one of them. Power supplies and CPU coolers are reportedly the next PC components facing price increases of 6 to 10%, according to a distributor letter. The increases stem from rising costs of key materials, particularly metals and components essentials for heat sink and power delivery, driven by ongoing supply chain pressures. Upstream suppliers have reported stop accepting new orders at old prices, forcing adjustments.
Wow,
so you have
DRAM
and you have graphics cards. Yeah, you need power, and those graphics cards can run pretty hot.
Do you mind if I say something vulgar?
Do it.
Go
okay.
ahead.
Yeah, gamers are getting massively fucked by a raw dildo right now with these prices.
Yeah, and
like,
geez. I wish Ginger was here for this because he's the one that brought it up. You were there though, but corporations are buying up these data centers, making these data centers. They even bought a nuclear power source from a aircraft carrier.
Yep.
Yeah, from an aircraft carrier to run their data center.
And this is all legal. Like there's no control over the market.
You can buy a nuclear power thing for the military. Yeah. You can do that as an American citizen. You can buy a machine gun. Machine guns aren't banned. It just takes longer to get them.
You need certain licenses.
Oh my god! I hope I'm not becoming a socialist when I think this is fucking crazy.
No, you're seeing the writing is on the wall, which is
that's not
the situation's one-sided. That's what
you see. Thing is, we can all agree that the rich people are getting away with a lot of stuff and not be a socialist. We can say, we're agreeing with you on this one, but the whole let's make it every doctor a slave because healthcare is expensive. No. What we need is
you want to talk about slavery and doctors? Like, my poor sister is so overworked at the ER.
Oof.
Yeah.
And I used to work healthcare, so I understand that.
Yeah. My belief is if you want to remove it, don't demand free healthcare. Make it more competitive, make it more accessible. You don't do that by making it free. You do that by adding competition. You do that by removing certain restrictions that don't need to be. You remove micro restrict, not the stuff that keeps the quality up. You remove the micro managing aspects of requirements.
The United Healthcare bullshit.
Yeah. And Obama's Affordable Care Act. I'm not trying to get much into politics, but Obama's Affordable Care Act. I never saw a lowering in healthcare costs. I saw an increase, just like the student loans. Before the 1980s, student loans were with banks. You're going to use our clients' money. The bank manages our money, right? This is before the bank system changed as well. The banks were like, okay, you want to use the money we have in this bank just from everyone else to go for a college. Tell me why you need $2,000 or $2 million, whatever the cost was back in the day. Tell me why you need $2 million of our bank's money that is tied up with everyone else's bank accounts to fund your education. Did you make good grades in high school? Okay. What's the marketing like for your job you want? What's the job for your degree? What's the job market like? If it's high risk, you're gonna tell you fuck no, because they're not get that money back, and they're gonna have to find some way to pay back the money that's in those bank accounts.
Yep.
Now it's just file out this student loan application for the United States government, and you're good. And because the schools are like, you know what? It's all taxpayer funded, baby. Let's go ahead and have a class on basket weaving. Let's have a gender studies class, make it mandatory. And they justify it. That's why we have classes. Like, for example, when I went to game design, I had to take a class on dieting and healthcare. I've never used that. I've used it when I raised my son. But that's something I would have easily researched myself. Like, what's the best thing to feed a child? I don't need to go to college for that. And when I went to actual coding classes and stuff and level design theory, I read my textbook. My professor never talked about stuff. I think I told you this, Karis. I had a professor spend a 2-hour lecture talking to us about Trump when we were supposed to learn about array systems. And he said, next week, class, don't forget your inventory array system is due on my in my email by Monday at midnight. Yeah. And I'm like, what the fuck is an array system? I had to go look up brackeys on YouTube to learn how to make an array system. And then to make sure I don't copy his code and get dinged by my college, I had to rewrite that whole array system myself. So I told my counselor at the school, I was like, I don't know if I want to take these classes because all these classes in game design, my professors aren't teaching me. I'm only having one professor teach me. Say, oh, well, really? Who's that professor? We should definitely acknowledge him. Professor YouTube. So now we have I pointed out that's when you're left away that you called it with the DRM. Was it DRM? Yeah. The Ryzen DDR3. You called it, right?
Going backwards to D. Oh, I know. I fucking called it. I was kind of impressed. Like, it was initially just like almost a joke.
Yeah.
But it's like I say something like that because it's like, well, it's the only solution that people currently have, and then it's fucking happening, and it's like, okay.
And what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen when you buy all the graphics card and all the DDRs? You're gonna need something to cool them down. You're gonna need something to plug them into something to power them. Which was the next thing that's coming out right now that's coming up in the expenses is, well, this stuff. PSUs and CPUs.
Yep.
Yeah. This is why I haven't built a PC yet, because I'm kind of scared to get an update on my PC. I might just end up being a retro gamer for a couple of years.
I think that's going to be the uptick.
Because when we were playing Starship Troopers, we found out that my VTuber studio was causing a lot of problems. But when I shut that down, I had no lag problems until the bugs were like they're like mountains of bugs around us. But yeah, so that's another thing I want to point out. And
It's sad.
well, there's another thing that's causing performance issues. That's not AI related, but I think we all talked about it on the same tweet. I think Dash, you may have quote tweeted Karis. I saw yours in the comments. And I was like, I'm sure just going to talk about it on DragonCast. I'm not going to waste the energy. The Nuvo claims that DRM does not hinder gaming performance. Even if it claims are true, gamers will still hate the inconvenience of a DRM. That is a Cope headline, which I think that's what he's trying to point out. All right, I could be wrong. Mm-hmm. And the reason is because what Cammy says here. Users claims that they figured out what causes Monster Hunter Wild's performance issues, and it's kind of wild. According to our investigation, owning more DLCs, more FPS. This is due to an aggressive check in the game to see what DLC you own. It is not intentional by Capcom, but this consistent checks causes performance clips. The users create a mod that tricks the game into thinking you own all the DLC and notice immediate improvements. All information has been sent to Capcom support, which I'm pretty sure they knew what they were doing. But now they're able to say, oh, well, we have an error in our code that makes you think that you had to buy all the DLCs to have good performance. Oh no, that's not that was an accident. I'm pretty sure that's what the thing is. The same user also already helped Capcom solve performance issue with Dragon's Dogma 2. So the producer has posted an unlisted video showing performance. Go to 234, no DLC. But yeah, the thing is that yeah, I mentioned Denuvo, which is another causing of performance issues. But with Capcom's Monster Hunter Wilds, I'm glad I didn't get the game. Was because, and I wanted to get it. It was a pretty fun looking game. Is that if you have more DLCs, your FPS improves.
So let me get this straight. I already kind of had my like joke idea. I made a meme, and it was the flex tape, and like one guy stole it. It was a PC performance link to Denuvo, and then Denuvo, I should have labeled it Denuvo says nuh-uh, slapped, oh, that fixes the problem. But let me see if I can understand this from a business standpoint. You buy the... Okay, so that's not me.
No, it's probably me.
You buy the game, you've handed over, you brought your wallet out, and you've handed over money for a game. You're playing the game. Because you haven't bought all the DLC, and that you're not a whale, you will be subjected to systematic throttling, because the system is constantly trying to check to see if you have the DLC. Whereas if you bought all the DLC... you suddenly earned the code flip that says, oh, you got all the DLC, you're good, we'll leave you alone. That's where we are in gaming now? That's AAA gaming?
I'm pretty sure that's also illegal in the United States. I'm pretty sure that not just in software, but like in business practice in general. I'm pretty sure there's a law on that. I'm pretty sure that's something that Congress will call you up to report before them and explain yourself.
There's like truth in advertising, there's consumer protections, which a lot of them are very ignored, but this is very much a two-tiered system of, unless you have bought everything. Imagine for a moment you go and buy mustard, French's mustard, and because you didn't buy all the variations, maybe you just want the classic traditional yellow mustard. I prefer Dijon mustard. If I don't buy every single version of Dijon or of all French's brands and flavors and variations of mustard, I will be subjected to being bothered until I do that. I'll be on the way to my car and there'll be a representative saying, hey, you need to buy the other mustard. You haven't bought the other mustard. Is that how this is going to work with future releases? Because if it is, I'm going backwards in gaming, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, I already fucking did. There's an old Windows 7 desktop I just bought. and I'm gonna hook it up and go backwards in gaming. Like, if that's where we fucking are,
I'm going to the ones that actually mean what they say and do what they say. Like, for
Yeah.
example, I don't know the full controversy on No Man's Sky. I know parts of it. When I got into playing No Man's Sky, the controversy was already well done and over with. But
yeah,
from what I heard of the story, they just didn't know what the fuck they were doing. Let's just be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
Or sometimes they didn't know what they were doing.
yeah.
But they believed in their game enough. And it's like, you know what? We fucked up. We're sorry. We're gonna make it up to you. It took them a long fucking time, but they made it up to everyone with No Man's Sky. We're gonna have to see with Light No Fire if the lesson stuck.
Mhm.
Let's be honest here. I'm not giving them an out. I'm saying a company like that I'll support as long as it doesn't happen again. They've learned their lesson. They learned how to not happen again. Maybe they'll have something else fuck up, but they have a reputation of, okay, it's not the same thing, but they did fuck up on something. But now they're saying they're going to fix it. And yeah, I'm going to give them the chance to fix it. Funcom is still up. It's Conan Exile's another one. I don't care what it says. I love that game. I love Conan Exiles. And part of it is, yeah, it's got the survival elements of base building. It's got your hardcore elements of hunger, thirst, all this other stuff, right? You get to have the media. If you buy the People of the Dragon set, you get the castle sets. And they come out with great little bizarre additional features. You don't need them. It's just like an additional set, like Age of Sorcery set or something like that. Some of them are good, some of them are not. But it's a great game, and they're always updating the game. Like just recently, their last update, they overhauled the magic system. I was telling both of this. The magic system was overhauled. But one thing that makes Conan Exiles unique is I can aggressively recruit NPCs that want to kill me and make them my best friend by just taking them to go clubbing. Okay. All right. I can do that. And then take them to my base and have my own city with actual thralls being blacksmiths and carpenters, all this other guards, everything else, and have an actual city of my own with thralls. I had not seen that in any other game. Granted, they might be some that are similar, but I also like the idea that it's in the ancient times and I can aggressively recruit these people by taking them to the club. You're welcome to the club, everybody. Nice. I mean, I'm just gonna say that way because YouTube, but that's the game I love, and they came out on top. And they're carrying out things. Keepsake Games is another one. Jump Space. They came up with an idea. They made something, and they think they're people. From Software. As much as I hate Souls games because it's everywhere now, it's like having too much roast beef. When Elden Screen came out and was successful, they thanked their customers. When you have people that are that genuine, in my view, I'm willing to they're a corporation, but at least they know who's actually paying them. Yeah. It's not the investors, it's the customers, because the investors are going to want a return on their money. The customers at the end of the day are still the ones funding them. Because if you can't sell your game, the investors are going to pull out. And that's what a lot of corporations don't realize. Capcom, I loved Capcom back in the day. They made Mega Man. Was it Capcom? It was Capcom, right? Street Fighter
Mega Man.
Yeah. And they made that. They made Dragon's Dogma 1. I love Dragon's Dogma 1. I haven't played the second one yet. But they're also known for microtransactions. So I have there's no doubt in my mind, in my personal opinion, this was intentional based on their reputation of microtransactions and milking the gamer for everything they can get.
Oh, absolutely. And we have multiple examples, actually. This is not the first Monster Hunter type game within recent years. I have Worlds. I bought Worlds, but I bought Worlds per a friend request. And after their initial launch bullshit had come to light about performance issues, balancing issues, there was such a problem where players couldn't play the game because it was so difficult. They had to issue a patch to just give people high-level armor and weapons just so they could play the game normally. Like, that was just a thing they did. Like, here, take this like level whatever the hell tier of armor just so you can go through and play while we try and continue to fix things. That was Worlds. I had heard weird things happen with Rise. I didn't really care for Rise. It seemed very unorthodox. Nothing really clicked with me. But I played a little bit of it. Seeing, okay, Worlds, I'd read about the nonsense. The way I played it was like walking into a disaster scene that you could tell had been cleaned up, but you could see where the disaster was, kind of thing. Like, you go into a town that used to be flooded, you see like the water line of where it sat underwater. You can kind of tell with Monster Hunter World. I had no intention of getting wilds, just because I wasn't going to be the one to have to be the guinea pig to go through this nonsense like other people did before. I don't got time for that. So Capcom, yeah, like you said, they know what they're doing. They can tough it out and beg for forgiveness down the road because they've done this for years. Sure, Capcom did Mega Man. They did all these great games. That was then. This is a massive multi-billion-dollar corporation that is looking at dollar signs now. They're not that interested in the players. And
like, Karis, did you see the Resident Evil showcase?
no, I didn't, but I heard a little bit about it where they were showing more of Requiem.
Yeah, and there were so many product tie-ins. Like, they were advertising Porsche, they were advertising a watch. They had all these statues, the characters. Like, you know, it just seemed like, you know, they were marketing, like, you know, like they talked like about the gameplay. Basically the girl's gameplay is going to be more like RE2 Remake, and Leon's gameplay is going to be more like Resident Evil 4.
Okay.
With a parry.
If you're bringing in Porsche, which I'm not the richest person out there, but I'm also not the poorest. How many people on the average video game level are buying Porsches? Porsches is something that someone with an Amex Centurion card would possibly be interested, or someone who makes $500,000 a year or more might be interested in getting a Porsche. That person might not. I doubt that person's playing a Resident Evil game, let alone every Resident Evil game. Like, what? Did they get this money because they couldn't get enough funding, or they ran out of funding and they need a little bit of extra money? It's kind of like there was some film called Moonfall. It was one of it was the guy that did Independence
I saw
Day.
Moonfall in theaters, actually.
There was a few clues that Red Letter Media picked up that showed that they needed some extra funding to get the movie done. One of them was Kaspersky. There's like 2 points where Kaspersky Internet Software, at least, is used in the film, and then like a bunch of, I think, Chinese money because they like rewrote the script a little bit, and our Chinese friends are helping it. Like, they needed some extra money. Is that what the case was with Resident Evil? Like, they needed a few extra bucks, so they reached out. The executives reached out to their friends, like Jaguar, and was like, "Hey, I'm working on this project. Like, if I squeeze in a segment, can you like give us a couple $1 million or something like that?" That's what this feels like, honestly.
Yeah. See, there's a difference between us. Like, I do miss the days like in the 80s and before with modern type movies where you see Bill and Ted, they're having a party and you see Pepsi cups, Burger King bags, Pizza Hut. But the thing is, those were related to our time period. The teenagers in that time period where they ate and drank and stuff like that. They see, like right there, right?
Yeah.
Those were things that every man used. People that would go and see Bill and Ted. And plus, it was at a movie theater. So that means everyone's going to go to the lobby to get themselves a treat, a Coke, a Pepsi, a pizza, whatever was available. Because they're like, wow, Bill's eating pizza. I want a pizza right now. Go to the lobby, go get yourself a slice. I don't know why they stopped that. I know there was some weird copyright thing or bullshit, whatever. I don't know. I don't know the full thing, but I know there was a reason for it. But I miss those things. So I used to like the idea of seeing Coke and Pepsi in a game. And like, it makes the game seem like it's in our universe, right? But so I would excuse that if it's just you see a Coke can when you're storming an airplane, right? And you see a Coke can in there. Because it seems, okay, it's Coke. Obviously, this makes it look real. This makes it immerses you in the game. But when you say there's a Porsche, and this guy drives a Porsche, I had the same profession as this guy, and I can't even afford a Porsche, much less a house. What the like? I could like there was I can't rename it, but I saw a YouTube short where this cop has a house, a very fancy house, big ass windows everywhere, very modern design looking, something that looked like it would be about $500,000 on mortgage, right? And I think he's about a sergeant in the cop in the beat force, right? He's like a low ranking sergeant, not like a high ranking detective or anything like that, right? I don't even think detectives can afford that much. The believable ones are detectives that live in an apartment that's run down in a seedy neighborhood. He has a big ass like $250,000 looking house here, and I'm like, who's your parents? like the whole point of the short was he was trying to get his buddy to prove that he can break into his house. He's trying to test the security system. I wasn't even thinking about that whole skit. I'm thinking about, why does your house look more expensive than mine?
Yeah.
Like, where did I go wrong in my government job? Where did I go wrong when I was in the military? Should I be making this kind of money too? Like, what the fuck? It's that same thing with the Porsche that you're talking about. Like, it doesn't relate.
No, but it's like, I think there's a Blumhouse movie. I don't remember which one it was, but they're showing a shot in California, and it's like this wide shot, and you've got it on a dolly, and it's moving, and you can see Los Angeles in the background, and you you start to try and it's supposed to be a house. You think of what a house is. It's got a foyer, it's got stairs, maybe, or maybe it's a single not layer, single floor. And then you start to kind of realize that this isn't just a house. This is Jason Blum's fucking house that they're filming in, because it was cheaper than trying to go to rent a set location. And yet we're supposed to believe that these humble people are affording this house. Weird little things like that just kind of take you up. But it's production. It's easy. The filmmaker said, "Hey, could we film in your house, Mr. Blum? Like, we'll spruce it up, we'll make it look good. Hey, Mr. Executive, like, could we borrow your Porsche? We'll change the license plates out, and we'll get it all cleaned up. But you got a nice Porsche. Can we put it in our film or in our game? Like, the content, not even the content, the believability is like dead fucking last when it comes to trying to design this stuff. It's more of like, what can we put in because it's cool, and we're gonna like rub shoulders with this millionaire. Like, yeah, you and I as gamers, we're gonna look. Yeah, Leon or whoever is in the game probably doing pretty well, but a Porsche, really? Okay.
Or that, yeah, like you better have a good reason for this, and I still don't believe it. Like that's the thing that people don't understand. Like, the reason why we believe, for example, because I know someone's going to point out about this. The reason why we believe the gadgets in 007 is because of the mystery of a secret agent. We expect them to have some high tech, even though government really has 1990s tech, and people don't realize this. Like, my Humvee was like as old as I was when I was driving to commit. The Colonel's Humvee was as old as I was. So I was 24 years old at that time period. So that would mean it was around late 80s, early 90s was when that model came out. My car is younger than the Colonel's Humvee, right? My car is newer than a Colonel's Humvee at that time period. It has more tech in it. But we want to believe that they have these secret tech and stuff. It's just how it is. It's believable. And so when we expect the secret agent to have a Humvee or a Porsche or whatever, the Porsche that can turn into an aquatic vehicle submarine thing, a watch that has a laser in it, a pen that you click 3 times will blow up. Like, we expect those things because it's the mystery to secret agent. It looks cool, and it kind of makes sense in some way, shape, or form. They made it make sense. The nuclear reactor on your back that's able to blow up ghosts and set them in a ghost trap. That was something that the original Ghostbusters did very well by just relating it to a nuclear reactor. It gives a concept. It didn't over explain it, but we were able to believe. You have to. The thing is, for believability in a story, you have to make, when you tell a story, you have to make it believable. Because really, believe it or not, even if it's based on a true story, you're telling a lie. And regardless of whether you want to believe it, if you can't make that lie believable, people are going to reject it. And they're going to be insulted and offended. The only reason why it's a morally accepted lie is because we know you're lying to us. You're telling us a story. You're telling us something to entertain us. You're not telling something to deceive us. It's when you make it unbelievable to where we're not immersed in it that we're like, okay, you just wasted our time and we're insulted. You insulted our intelligence. You put things in there that doesn't make any sense. And we wasted our time because in American culture, time is a commodity. When we play your games, we're investing our time and money into your games. The least you can do is at least make the game believable. Don't put a portion in it just because you need advertising revenue. Why didn't you go into Ford or Resident Evil is Capcom's Japan? Why didn't you go to Mitsubishi? Or was it Mitsubishi Japan, right? Or Honda Toyota. Or some Toyota even. Yeah. You could have gone to those places. Say, hey, can we borrow your 4Runner? Your beat up 4Runner? That's iconic, dude. Can we borrow that for a second? Why? We're gonna put in Resident Evil and we're gonna have this guy drive it. Oh, I remember that guy when I played that game when I was a kid. Yeah, that would be kind of cool. Let me go talk, make sure the board is up to that. You convince the old system boards, hey, there's a video game coming out. They want to use our iconic 4Runner truck, the truck that everyone uses around the world these days. Mm-hmm. They want to use our logo and our truck in their game. That's going to create sales. People are going to say, you know what? I want this truck. Maybe we can make a Toyota 4Runner truck. And it's like, we're probably not going to get a lot of money from this. But if we build this truck, if the game does well, we build this truck as well as a special edition truck, gamers are going to buy this truck just because they're driving the same truck as the hero in this game. Just putting it out there. Just pointing out like what you could do that's relatable. No one's going to buy a Porsche. I'm sorry. No one's buying if gamers aren't buying a Porsche right now, they're not buying a Porsche later. Excuse me. But
Levistro's dying. Dash, take over.
But that being said, we're going. I'm going to put this out for everybody. We do have a lot. We still have a lot to cover because we have two major topics to cover. We're going to cover Dash's hero, and we're going to cover the British's obsession with goth dummy mommies.
Oh,
and
okay.
GameStop being based, and then Lara Croft, and then we're gonna have a conversation on that's probably gonna get Karis in trouble with Hataru, and I'm sorry, Hataru, but he started it. Do women really ruin video games? And that's gonna be the last topic. I thought we'd be over here now, but I thought some of these were gonna be minor topics, but we've had excellent discussions. So I'm gonna say before we do the Sweeney thing, I'm gonna give us a quick break chance to get water and stuff because we're probably gonna get 6 hours total, if that's okay with everybody.
Damn.
Oh, 6 hours. Damn. I'm not sure how much.
I'm not sure if it's gonna be that long, but
I'll stay for at least an hour and a half. Mm-hmm. All right. Let's take a break.
All right. Everyone else will be back. Let me just. Well, you guys can go ahead. I'm just going to. Oh, you know what? I know I have a video on it already, but I'll entertain everybody. I'll let y'all see if a game journalist can survive the exiled lands. Yeah, because I still have that in my desktop. So that's 8 minutes. We're probably gonna go for the 8 minutes, but gives y'all enough time to get y'all's things done.
Okay.
This is satire. This character does not represent a real person.
Hello, everyone. It's your Dragon the Bistro, and today we're running a small experiment. Can a game journalist survive the exiled lands in real life? The rules are simple. The character must act according to the assumptions, critiques, and values commonly expressed in modern games journalism writing. Those assumptions will be applied literally to the mechanics and world of Conan Exiles. Every trigger, critique, or preferred design philosophy will be tested against a world that does not adapt to them. Next thing, the character must represent journalism roles specifically. No developers, no editors, no influencers, no real people, just the demographics. Lastly, the difficulty is set to barbaric, not for the challenge, but because it most closely reflects Robert E. Howard's world building. Getting representation for the framework was the first challenge. Based on modern bylines of visible staff at major outlets like Polygon, Kotaku, IGN, Eurogamer, GamesIndustry.biz, the most visible writers skew heavily female with a strong majority. Again, journalists only, not developers, not editors, not players. The closest cultural match for this framework is Aquilonia, which is the Roman and Western civilization archetype. This race has a moral certainty, collectivism versus individualism, and elitism mindset. However, that's not a playable race. So the next one that is playable is the Hyborian, which is very similar. So we're going to be sticking with Hyborian. Okay, first problem. Only two options, male and female. No non-binary representation? This is rather archaic. All right, let's pick up a belief. Interesting. All the gods are framed as male, except Turketo. And she's the goddess of sex? That feels problematic. Wait, that's it? Skinny to muscular?
During the year of the Cobra, a prisoner captured by unknown means was transported into the exiled lands, crucified, and left to die for crimes that they may or may not have committed. Death comes swiftly on black wings, until fate intervenes.
Wow.
Are you thirsty, dead woman?
Strong male hero rescuing a helpless
Shall I
woman.
cut you down from that corpse tree? It might kill you. You civilized women are soft.
Okay, we are finally starting on a desert highway. 4 encounters, 4 fatal ideological conflicts. For the religion, the character chose Mitra, arguing that Mitra is female and that others simply assumed otherwise. This interpretation is also why she's here, exiled for heresy by the priesthood. Her body type remains intentionally minimal, rejecting the aesthetic norms of the culture. From here on out, every survival mechanic becomes a test, not of skill, but of whether this framework can survive the exiled lands. That was the hard part, right? Right? Me? No. So this is the solution to getting materials. This is exhausting and unnecessary. Cooking? Of course. Meat again? Cook? No. Meat again? All right. I think that's enough for now. Dash, when he gets back, he'll get back. But yeah, I didn't realize it was gonna be 6 hours. It's just when I saw the time and where we were at, I was like, "Ooh, we're gonna be overtime again."
Yeah.
I didn't think it was gonna be a lot of. I didn't think we were gonna have a lot of conversations with some of these. That was
But
the
here
thing.
we are. It's all
Yeah, here
good
we are.
topics.
All good topics, and we just had a good week. So, Karis pointed out that maybe we'll have a follow up, which we've never really done before. So maybe Monday or Tuesday we'll wait for Dash to come back for that discussion. But I do think that is the last topic, which I'll save for later, is a good topic to have because we were talking about it a little last night.
Okay.
And I think it's the elephant in the room that we do have to talk about because I think people think that gamers just hate women unless they're objectified. I'm like, no. But even to what you were talking about last night, which I'll try not to do any spoilers, is the same thought that I had. And we did hint about a little bit. So we'll
Okay.
probably cover if we have time tonight, we'll cover it. If not, we won't. Because like I said, you're still moving in.
Mhm.
And Dash probably has work tomorrow, and I have parenting duties. I'm just saying I did not plan for this to be 6 hours. We're already at the 4 hour mark. I'm like, oof, we are just oof.
Yeah.
Lots of
While
good
we're-
topics though.
While we're waiting, we were. I'll bring up a little interesting story nugget that I thought was always fascinating about this series. When going back to like the whole, why would you put a jaguar in your game? There's little interesting things that the Splinter Cell series has done, and it's changed a lot over time. People love or hate Conviction. I like Conviction, but Conviction does a little thing that I've never forgotten. If you go back to like the original Splinter Cell, you go back to Pandora Tomorrow, Chaos Theory, you see the gadgets that Sam Fisher has, and they're very similar to what James Bond would have. You got your fiber optic viewing. In Conviction, Sam does a little thing.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right.
Sam does a thing fairly early on in the game that really highlights that he's in a different situation. The level loads. Sam gets out of some SUV. It's like a Ford or something. I don't know. But he closes the door, and you see him stop, and he punches his driver's side mirror, and he pulls the mirror out. That unspoken little scene there shows that, okay, Sam doesn't have his tech anymore. He doesn't have his fancy fiber optic cameras or being able to spy through. He has to literally rip a piece off of his car and use that as a tool. That alone shows the level of downgrade and where Sam is in the world, that he doesn't have his resources anymore. And I thought that was such a fascinating little storytelling device. It's like a 10-second shot. He doesn't say anything, but you get it. You're like, oh, he doesn't have anything. He has a gun. And yet here he is, like busting parts of his door so he can get and view under the door to see if there's enemies there. It's like, That's so cool. I get it. I like that kind of storytelling. They showed it, and he never speaks on it. It's like this is a thing that Sam's had to be resourceful, and
Mhm.
I like when games do that kind of thing where they don't speak on it, but they're acknowledging that this is not the same resource-backed character that you
Yeah.
played years ago. I like that.
No, that it's called visual storytelling. It's where you let
Yes.
the visuals tell a story, and there's also environmental storytelling. One of my favorite environmental storytellings can be seen in Skyrim, one of the Dragon Priest levels. It doesn't tell you shit, but if you look at the Dragon Priest dungeon, it's uniquely different from all the other ones because there's torture devices, there's lab tables all throughout the dungeon.
Wow.
That tells you that this priest was doing experiments on people in that dungeon back then. It was like it's the ruins, but it made it more unique than all the other Draugr ruins around. But yeah, no, I like those
cool.
type of things. It's show, don't say. He didn't have to say anything. He just MacGyvered himself a way to handle the situation. But Dash, are you back now?
Yeah, I'm back. I am back.
Okay.
All right. We like I was saying before, I did not realize it was going to take so long, and I'm Karis did come up with an idea that I never thought about before. We might do a follow-up if we go past a certain time and just cover the rest later. But we can always talk about in DragonCast, our DragonCast chat, and see what's good, and go from there.
Yeah,
because I think the final conversations are something that needs to be had. That's what I was telling Karis. It's like we had some really good conversations, and I don't always want to just cover these. I want to cover topics. So we'll cover that later.
It's what you want to talk about. I'm just saying, like these streams normally do go very very long, and but I've always stuck with it. But 6 hours is just like really,
that's why I say it's like that's why I mentioned it. I was like, hey, we have a problem here because I was not intending that. But
yeah, let's start getting through them then.
Yeah. All right. So this one is your expertise, Dash.
Oh, nice. That gets me excited. Oh yeah, the Tim Sweeney stuff.
Oof.
Yeah, you have to explain why you just defended this guy.
Yeah, as someone who isn't a fan of Tim Sweeney, this is like the most surprising twist of 2023 is the fact that I defend him. I lost subs defending this guy.
Damn.
Yeah, like literally because I don't think he's a pedophile. Basically, that's pretty much what it boils down to. Is that like he was just defending, like, and maybe like I figure Tim Sweeney leans kind of activist, like just with how the way Epic is run and like all the stuff they tried to do with those like. So he said banning X is about politics, and then PC Gamer did this whole article saying how he was like defending Grok, like making illegal content.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're gonna use? Of all the things to shit on Grok and X over, that's what you're gonna use.
Well, no, no. They think of the children. Think of the children. They're saying that people are using Grok to make kitty.
So go after
and that's
them.
another thing with moral panics. Yeah.
No. The thing is, you can't. Even though this could happen with any other AI image generation, you have to shut down the entire social media platform to stop Grok. That's what we have to do. And we need government power to do it. Yeah, I know. It's very transparently bullshit. Tim was calling it out, and he got called a pedo defender for doing it.
Is this an indirect way to get back?
And we'll probably get called the same thing.
Yeah, it's all about getting back at Elon, and like because they're afraid
and exposing the government.
They're literally afraid of X posters. They're literally afraid of X posters. Like this is like the same reason why they pulled the Amelia game down, because like it's out of their control.
Yeah. And the thing is like you said with moral, going back to what you're saying, thinking of children, every moral panic They'll try to use a moral outrage. People don't buy it. Say, well, why don't you think of the children? And like, well, I care about the kids, so I should think about this. And if you call someone a pedo and you try to defend that person, you're automatically it's game over. You can't argue on a logical, reasonable basis with these people. That's how moral panics work. The problem is you may be gaining some wins, but over time, when people look back, they're like, these people were stupid. Christianity has not recovered, even though they were the first to call her out. Like, people don't realize that Christianity today and a couple investigators or investigating her claims that were Christians called her out as a fraud and a liar, while the media was still harping on the satanic panic with her. And Christianity has never recovered. It was a black eye that he had not recovered from. Before Michael Stackpole wrote his book on her, Christians were actually condemning her for what she said. The church was already reeling from the satanic panic with the daycare thing and the cult situation from the 70s. That would and the televangelists trying to make their own prosperity gospel people. The church was fighting that. So then comes Patricia Pulling causing more of a mess. That it was kind of like how it is now. Either you're for D&D, even though it was made by two Christians, or you're against it because it's demon and demon worshiping and all this other stuff. So that was what was going on.
Another reason why I really love season 4 of Stranger Things is that they totally cover that whole thing. Like, they even make it part of the plot.
Oh yeah, with Eddie. Yeah, that was absolutely a moral panic.
Now, whenever a moral panic is coming through, if you ever notice, they don't talk about Doom and the Senate hearings
because it's been done, or they've attempted to, and they either did or didn't.
No. They don't talk about those. They talk about the satanic panic. This is just like a satanic panic, even though it's a video game. This is satanic panic. Okay, what about Hillary Clinton? What about Joseph Lieberman? Oh, that's right. They're part of your tribe, and you don't want to make your tribe also was going in this. You're going to go with Patricia Pulling as a Christian, which by logic of politics, if you're right wing, chances are you're Christian, even though there's a lot of atheists who are right wing. Got it. But so yeah, this is what happens with him. I think he should sue.
Yeah,
but
don't you know only right wingers are patriotic and religious, Labistro? That's very right wing behavior.
Oh yeah,
nuance is not allowed. You're either 1 or a 0.
Yeah, I got caught a witch.
Oh, I like
because
this Haley person.
I would not toe the line.
I like this Haley person.
Yeah, but that's why I thought I'd bring it in here because, I like her. She has a lot of base posts. But she goes, our boy Tim Sweeney finally realized journalists are vile assholes. Homie, these are the same people you panicked over when they whined about physical physics. Only one tiny titty bounce, and you liked it faster than a teen clearing his browser history. Moral panic. Now you're out here yelling at PC Gamer like you suddenly grew balls overnight. Shame you didn't pull that magic trick and grow balls back when they told you to censor the most harmless thing on a woman's body.
Yeah. Don't you also remember their collaboration with Dove and pushing that body positivity stuff? Remember that?
A little bit, yeah. I kind of memory hold it, but
yeah, because it was cringe.
It was.
But yeah, with the skinny dominatrix, super Fortnite character, but then it turns out she's actually fat, and then she goes out and she's doing the same thing, but just with her.
Yeah.
So
you brought it back.
I come to realize, I've come to realize that the left is just afraid of boobs. I don't know what it is. I don't know why it's that way.
It reminds them of womanhood. That's why.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's one of the most powerful things in the world. It can start or stop. Yeah, boobs can start or stop war. Think of Helen of Troy. Think of Helen of Troy. The face that launched 1,000 ships. Well, they said face, but they meant the boobs. So we morally purified that because we know better. Men weren't doing it because of her face. They're doing it because of her boobs. No, reality was they did it because of her face. Her face launched 1,000 ships. No, they all wanted the boobs. And now they're just afraid of that. But speaking of big, busty, pointy boobs.
Ooh.
Unless
Great segue.
unless someone else wants to say something about this, I just wanted to cover it real quick. That
There's nothing to say about it.
Yeah, Tim Sweeney. You made me defend Tim Sweeney. Good job, PC Gamer.
Stop it.
Yeah, and he's also the guy. Remember, he's the CEO of Epic Games, and I did point out that Epic Games rewrote their code. He's the guy that made the shot.
Oh yeah, the inclusivity code. You can't even use the word slave in code.
Yeah,
you have to use inclusive language with Unreal Engine 5.
You can't say blacklist, whitelist. You have to say this other thing. Which
so I knew, and not to mention all the moral FAGing he's done about like with Steam. Over like, oh, hey, look, we're going to give people a cut. That's why we're going to have to bribe you to be on our platform. We have to bribe you to be on our platform. Like, like this whole like righteous. Tim Sweeney was I always pegged him as a big poser.
Yeah. But if you haven't been a subscriber of Dash, I highly endorse them. Watch, I lose subs. Watch. And Karis too by association. But
sub to all of us.
Yeah,
we're all great.
It's such a Dash, but since I thought we were gonna have a bigger conversation. I'm kind of glad we don't, because I just want to acknowledge that part as it's just a moral panic, and that he bends on one thing, but he won't bend on another. Because remember, he was defending AI before, so now he gets called this. It just goes to show you it's a moral panic. He responded to one moral panic, but not the other.
But yeah, same with Cry Games. They literally called their new studio Cry Games AI Studio. And then they say, oh, our new studio named AI Studio will not use AI.
That's just that sounds clever marketing. I don't have a complaint for that. That just sounds fucking great.
Yeah. Actually, Hotaru's based. Hotaru, you should stick around.
I mean, like, at least they're using AI stuff at a separate studio. Like, they just made another studio.
Yeah. Hotaru, if you end up sending Karis to the doghouse, I want to know.
We don't have a doghouse.
No.
We don't have a doghouse, but okay.
Yeah. The sleep on the couch, whatever. If you're pissed at him, I need to know. I want to know so I can make a meme of it. But she goes, if you're going to have jiggle animation, can we not have jiggle animation for dongs and pants? Lady gamers like dongs. Yes, you know what? That was something I when I was doing my own game, I wanted to make it realistic, not like realistic graphics and stuff like that, but like I wanted to have, just like there's a naked lady, there's a naked male. So the male would have their dong too. My friend told me, like, no one's gonna hold on. My friend said, because he was a game designer, said no one's gonna buy that. They're not gonna want to look at a dude's dick. Guess what came out that year?
Cyberpunk.
Yes.
Dash.
Hey, look, I'm just showing off my my male pec genital physics.
But yeah, so anyway, speaking of genitals,
I literally gave they literally have jiggles. They're that big. They might as well just be tits.
Yeah, but anyway, speaking of big point genitalia and big pointy boobs,
Philip,
did you know GameStop was based? I need to get a soundbite for that. But so Super Sissy, I know Dash, you did as well, but I already saved this before I saw yours. So Super Sissy says, GameStop say no. GameStop, whoever is running the GameStop's X account, they need to fucking give him a raise.
Yeah, I said that in my video. That's literally quoting my video.
They've been posting some base. Yeah, he's posted so much space shit. It reminds me of the Wendy's Twitter account.
When they post the Peppy?
This is not Lara Croft. Yeah. Well, the Wendy's would always have something to say to people like McDonald's or Burger King or something like that. Or just to respond to anybody. It would have so many base responses. I loved it. But
I like when they post the Wendy's Peppy.
Has revealed a first look at Sophie Turner as Lara Croft in a new Prime Video Tomb Raider series. A cups. I'm just gonna say A cups.
Yeah,
I-
Sophie is pretty flat.
All I will say is what I've been saying for every other show. Amazon.
Yeah.
It's Amazon.
Oh, I got a better one. Phoebe Waller-Bridge.
Oh.
Yeah. Look at the production team.
She keeps getting brought in. She get like Bella Ramsey has gotten so much shit. Like
Literally, Phoebe Waller-Bridge. Her whole thing is feminism. Like literally,
Oh, yeah.
like that's literally like that's why KK loved her and why she kept putting her in movies like Indiana Jones and Solo as the robot Lando was fucking.
Whoa, she was L3?
Yes.
Oh wow. Oh gee. I didn't pay attention enough to notice that. Oh damn. Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Like,
it's
you
funny
tell me
is-
there isn't nepotism going on.
Oh, of course there's no. Oh, look at Maya Hawke and Stranger Things. They are milking that
Mhm.
shit.
But one thing I'll point out here is that people aren't accepting it very well, and there's some people that are having meltdowns over the rejection
Yes,
of
they
it.
are. Elias Tufexes. He responded to GameStop, and I responded to Elias Tufexes, and he actually liked it.
So I know this guy. Doesn't always have some base things, but oh shoot,
What is
this guy's having a meltdown over it. He goes, gamers are disappointed with the cast of Lara Croft. Gamers are disappointed with the cast of Kratos and God of War. Gamers are disappointed with the cast of Ellie from Last of Us. Gamers are disappointed with the cast of Geralt and Yen in The Witcher. Oh, gamers play games. Like he's trying to say, just play your fucking games. Do you?
So like, why
is the
make it? Like,
dumbest
you're
take
only
ever.
making it because of us. If nobody cared about it, you wouldn't make
Yeah.
it.
That part I get, but can I throw a challenge card on cast of Geralt? No one was fucking
Yeah.
complaining on the consumer side of Geralt.
Oh,
Henry
everyone
Cavill's-
loved Henry as Geralt. That was
Henry
the
was-
redeeming aspect of the show. People saying, "Hey,
Thank
we want
you.
more of him. Can you put more of him in here?"
You put
He-
the king of nerds into a TV show who owned that as much as he could before he just threw in the towel and said, fuck it. But that guy got really close to the action. I don't remember the voice actor's name. He got real fucking
I think
close.
they're talking about when he left.
Yeah, they need to specify because Liam
Yeah.
Hemsworth, nothing against him, but
yeah,
whatever.
yeah, no, he was a disappointment, and that's the whole point. It's like first I thought he was trying to just like be sarcastic here, right? Like this was a sarcasm post, but I realized, oh no, he's melting down. Now here's the thing, he's saying, oh, gamers play games. I'm like, okay, look, they're not making this for the average Joe, the average Jane in America. They're making this because it's a game. They want gamers to watch this.
Now,
That's their target audience.
I will.
So, hold on. Let me finish. I'll let you talk. When you're making a movie based on a certain IP or franchise, you're going to need to fucking suck the fan's dick. I'm sorry. That's just how it's going to work. You don't believe me?
And I thought I was
the
being
fucking
crude
Hedgehog.
earlier.
Sonic the fucking Hedgehog. Look what they did to Sonic. No one liked it. So they fixed it. And it now has 3 movies. It was a hit, everything else, because they made what the fans wanted. They wanted a specific Sonic. This is not a specific Lara Croft. This is not a specific Kratos. And this is not a specific, I don't know what the fuck that thing is, but that is not Ellie. All right.
You know what's weird
And
about
it
Kratos? Kratos is voiced by Christopher Judge, who is he has a very large presence. If you ever watch Stargate SG-1, not only is he black, but he has a very strong presence.
Yeah.
That man has voiced Kratos, and you whitewashed him.
I have one thing to say to that, Karis. I have one thing to say to that.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yes. Which, like a black man was voicing a white character. No one fucking bitched about it at all.
Yeah. But here's what I said. Someone tried to do a hard reach here. Henry Cavill was honestly a complete miscast. Didn't look like Geralt at all. but he nailed it because he loved books, games, and played the character as best way possible. Therefore, was greatly accepted by fans, considering his acting skills and other whatever. No, he was not a complete miscast. They made him look like Geralt. That's the thing that you're not looking at here. Yeah, he loved the books and he made the part. But when I saw Geralt of Rivera, the Netflix version, I saw Geralt of Rivera from, well, the Steam game I just played, from me playing the Assassination of Kings, whatever, the second one, I think it was, the first or second one on the Xbox 360. And I haven't read the books. So Henry Cavill, to me, has always been Geralt, and I haven't finished watching them yet. I haven't had a chance.
Who would that person have gotten then, if not Henry Cavill? Which Henry's like what, 6'3"? He's pretty tall. He's somewhere between 6 and 6'3". Who could have played Geralt if not Henry Cavill?
Exactly.
Like, I'm trying to think of actors.
I don't know, because here's the thing: Henry Cavill had to fight tooth and nail to keep the show loyal to the IP.
Mm-hmm.
He had to fight tooth and nail.
Yeah, like
and the moment he left.
Yeah, do you think she did a good job with Ellie Page? Did she fight tooth and nail to make sure Ellie Page was Ellie Page? I'm gonna be a dad.
I've had a thought back to Friday the 13th Part 7, which the whole series is like just kind of hot garbage, but it's enjoyable hot garbage.
Oh, hey, I take offense to that as a Friday the 13th fan, but the later films are weaker.
I'm gonna explain my thought process here. Kane Hodder was kind of like, the studio didn't know if Kane Hodder would work because he was only a little over 6 feet. They wanted someone who was like 6'8". So John Buechler made this mock-up film and sold on Kane. It was then Kane every time ever since then. Like, so many people love Kane Hodder. That man has owned that character to the point where even in Part 7, he would go up to John Buechler and say, like, this sequence is kind of shit, or it's kind of weak. What if we did this instead? Because Kane understood the character, or at least like he understood how he wanted to take the character, and he would like redirect certain scenes. And
Philip, 7 is one of my favorites, and I was very surprised when I watched the special features and learned about how much of that film got cut.
Oh yeah,
and it's a travesty. It's a travesty, and yet it still ended up being a really great Friday the 13th movie, even with less gore.
Yeah, because you had essentially a special effects guy directing it, and he already had the gags and everything lined up, which was not really a big thing back then.
Like, it was a good movie. It could have been so much better.
But I guess more to my point is, you had an actor. He wasn't even an actor. He was a stunt guy who played a character, but he knew where to go with something to make it effective. Hell, in Part 8, I think Voorhees was supposed to like kick a dog or something, and Kane said, "No, Jason wouldn't do that. He has nothing against animal." I think the studio wanted him to kick a dog, or like the
what?
Script.
That's out of character. Like we already showed in Part 2, he does not like kill like at least domestic animals. Like maybe like he'll hunt something to survive or game. Like I mean, back when he had some semblance of living, before he went full corpse.
Yeah, and the thing about that is, it was political. The script already portrays Jason as a bad, horrible dude, a monster.
Yeah.
He's already a monster. You don't need to kick an animal.
No.
During that time period, PETA was invading Hollywood like in a storm. Animal rights. Like, I remember going to the gaming convention in 2000. I want to say 2017, I went to the GDC, got out of the Los Angeles airport, and there was an animal rights advertisement plastered right as soon as you exit the there's like these glass pane that you travel around to get outside the airport. Just right there where you can see it. Animal rights. You won't see it in any other airport. Karis, you work in aviation, you've been through a lot of airports. When have you seen the animal rights poster in everywhere else? But this is
nowhere
in
else.
2017. But
So
we're in Hollywood, right? animal rights is everywhere. Fur is murder, meat is murder. Animals have rights, all this other stuff. I'm not going to get into the nitty gritty if they do or don't. That's not my point. The point historically was they wanted to point that in there for political points, for brownie points. I'm glad they took it out because it was out of character. You've already made him look like a monster. You don't need to do extra that takes it out of character.
Yeah.
You don't need to make evil for the sake of evil.
Yeah, as a big Jason fan, I know he really, like, his big thing is, like, he's just, he got mad because of what happened to his mom and what happened with those irresponsible counselors, and then it just like one of the comics I read, like the Freddy versus Jason versus Ash, it's like Jason just won't stop killing. It's just like but going back to the topic with Sophia Turner, I will admit, like, she doesn't look as bad as like some of the other, like, Laura Croft, where they tried to lean more to the remake and stuff. But I was playing with Grok and making like, people were making her boobs bigger, and I got in on that. But I will also say that also with Sophia Turner, that, like, it doesn't help that, like, her final, like, scenes in Game of Thrones made her so unlikable, even if that was just the writing that did that. Just like with how she's the reason Daenerys went crazy. They made her responsible, and she never gets punished for it.
Yeah.
Like, she's the one who
Now,
tells.
here's what I'm gonna say.
She leaks Jon's secret, so Daenerys will go crazy and then kill King's Landing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Game of Thrones
well, here's
season 8.
Thing I want to speed this up. I want to try and speed this up. Because my point is that you're not making this like he said, like, oh, gamers play games. Well, they're not making this for the average audience. They're making this because they want gamers. They want the gamers to watch their stuff, and it's going to add more views. People are going to watch whatever comes on TV, but gamers are going to watch every fucking episode of their beloved IP. So you, like I said, you have to suck your dick. You have to give them what they want. You give them a flat chest like this. I'm sorry, and there's nothing against the actress, nothing against her, nothing against Sophia Turner, but there was already a standard set. There's a reason why people, even though it was probably not one of the best Tomb Raider stories, there's a reason why people fondly remember Angelina Jolie as Tomb Raider.
Like, I give her credit for at least getting fit for the role. I mean, the breast size isn't accurate, but, like, she is wearing the costume she is. But Angelina will always be vintage Laura. Like, Angelina Jolie is Laura Croft. Like, she was
to every. What I'm trying to get at is her, even though she doesn't have the size, her breasts are clearly defined for her body type to make us believe she's Angelina. She's Tomb Raider.
Oh yeah,
she has the long hair. She has the body shape. She has the ass. She has all of it. I'm not trying to objectify her. I'm saying this is Lara Croft's body type.
It's just a shame she had to get rid of all of that because of the cancer.
Yeah, but the thing is like we don't have that with this. You can have the iconic colors. You can have that iconic twin guns. You can have the classic tank top. All this stuff, right? They try to make the costume look like Lara Croft. Got it, but you don't have the right casting. I'm sorry. You would have to have done something for the casting.
Here's what I will ask. If you're not going to match, let's say, the aesthetic of the Angelina, the boobs, whatever, if you're going to take that away, what are you going to fit? Because now there's a void that the gamers, as Levistra put it, this is for the gamers, obviously. You're taking something away. What are you going to replace it with? Because if you don't replace it with, say, really great writing, great locations, are you going to have other cast members that are going to have very, like, game specific, they're going to play specific villains or antagonists? What are you going to put in there that will make up for what you took? If you put something in there that maybe distracts us away, like if you have a really engaging story to where you don't even fucking care about the fact that she's an A cup, well, like, What are you
Yeah.
gonna
Well, for one, I guess you could make up with a really great action sequence, which the original
Yeah.
movie had. Like, I know people hated Cradle of Life. I don't really remember too much, just that it wasn't as good as the original.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was kind of like, okay,
Yeah.
it was nice to see her again, but it's not the first one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
But that would be my big thing. I really don't care to jump on the her boob. Like, okay, it's one thing,
Yeah.
fucking thing. But what are you gonna give me in exchange?
Yeah,
What are
like
you
when
gonna fill
I
that
heard
with?
Sophia Turner, I didn't
Exactly.
think she'd be. Oh, I thought she'd be a complete misfit, but she does look semi decent in the role, better than I would imagine, but still not like my ideal Laura though.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's like we argue about Laura's boobs, right? But that's because we've been arguing about Laura's boobs since the 90s. Feminists
Yeah,
hated. No,
Laura's
just hear me
boobs
out.
has been
Yeah.
a very contentious point for
And it
gaming
shouldn't be.
discourse for generations, even going back to the Square Enix
Yeah.
games. Like, it's
It-
always a topic of contention.
Yeah, and it's usually the female feminist activists since the 90s had always had an issue with Laura. Like some were like siding with us, like, no, she's a female feminist icon, she's empowering this and that. I don't care about all that. I don't. You drew Lara Croft like this.
What would
I
you
don't
really-
care the intent, but that's still how she's designed. And now you start making her flat chested, and you keep fighting gamers and gaslighting gamers. So now all your credibility is lost that you could use to argue on Lara Croft's boobs are being flat, right?
You know,
You lost all credibility. So then when you give us this, we're already saying, oh, this is the same song and dance we had the past few years. They're not think that we shouldn't be arguing about Lara Croft's boobs, but we are. I agree that if she's a good fit for the character, sure. But like Kara said, you need to show us something that says, okay, this is why the cost of this. Lara Croft being a black woman shows it's because she's actually the best part, not because she's black. But the
Yeah.
thing is, you lost so much credibility doing that freaking pandering bullshit for the past 10, 15 years. Gamers aren't going to watch. I'll be surprised if gamers watch this. They might hate watch this.
yeah, there'll be a lot of that.
Well, we're so used, just because like it shares the name of the IP doesn't mean they're going to adapt it well. We saw this with Adi Shankar's Devil May Cry, where he completely like changed like the entire franchise, and
Mm-hmm.
and it just shows that like he didn't really care. Like the way like lady talking like a sailor. Oh yeah, that's right,
Yep.
Karis. You haven't played Devil May Cry yet. Get on that.
Not the good ones. No, I did.
Yeah.
Was the
Okay, so here's you play 1, 3, 4, and 5. You can skip 2 and definitely skip the DMC remake. Yeah,
Now,
2 is
I'm gonna-
optional, but just so you know, it's the worst one of the core games, and it's like never referenced again.
I
All
got
right.
crazy.
I
idea.
want to wrap this up. So that will be the last thing that you're going to say, Karis, right? And then we
Yeah,
can go to
I
the
just
British.
had a hilarious production thought that they should do, since they haven't started filming yet. Amazon, clip this, wherever, send this to Amazon. If you have a sequence where Laura needs to put on a piece of body armor, have it conveniently pixelated boob chest piece, and then someone makes a joke and looks down and says, "Really?" And then Laura responds, "It's all I could afford." And it's like the absolute pixelated boob armor. It's just so ridiculous. If you do that in the show, you've redeemed yourself.
Well,
That's my
it reminds me.
Here's another thing you could have done. Here's something you can do to salvage yourself, and then market this in your trailers. Have her go through a narrow, tight tunnel or passage, and she comes out, and someone looks at her. It's like, yeah, I don't think I could have done this if I had a bigger chest.
No, there's a scene in the
That would
original.
make sense. It would make sense. It would be the reason why. But then you're gonna have to do a bunch of her doing tunnel rat shit to explain why she's the extra cast. But you could do it, and we're like, you know what? Now we feel stupid about arguing over her boobs. I'm giving you ammunition here, Amazon. Use it.
There is a scene in the original where like Angelina's taking a bath, and then like I guess like someone walks in, like she's like ridiculous. She's like, it's like, I thought you'd wear something more modest or something. He goes, yes, a lady should be modest. And I swear you can see like almost her entire side boob in that one shot for a PG-13 movie. Like I never, my 13-year-old self never forgot it.
Yeah. Well, speaking of things you'll never forget, 13-year-olds probably won't forget that the day they told the British government that they like their gothic dummy mommies who are very patriotic.
Yes, tell me more about this game because I completely missed the discourse. I've only been hearing the aftermath.
I would like to know more.
Oh, I've only heard about it recently. Like,
I heard you guys were watching Starship Troopers recently.
Playing it, but yeah.
Oh yeah, playing it. Oh yeah, that's right.
But so I did watch Smash GT's video as I was fixing my gate today. So I was able to do some homework on it. So basically, the British government wanted to explain to 13 to 18-year-olds that patriotism is bad, and well, minorities are good, or something like that. Basically, so they had this training game made by the British government, and it was basically targeted to 13 to 18-year-olds. Smash GT was playing it, but the choice that people were choosing was a gothic, patriotic, racist woman in Britain saying, "Hey, Charlie, would you like to say speak your mind and do your own thing and say some bad things to people?" I don't think they realized that making it. First off, if they would have just simply checked on what kids like today, especially horny teenage boys. Well, actually, this has been a thing since I was a horny teenage boy, which that hasn't changed except for the boy part. It's horny man now, but there's something about gothic women guys like and boys like. I don't know what it is, but I've noticed that growing up. It hasn't changed. You made a gothic woman be the fun and attractive thing. Second off, Fight Club. If you haven't Fight Club, I'm spoiling it right now. You're the underdog. You're fighting in an elite society.
Mm-hmm.
That made that movie successful. The Matrix. You're the underdog fighting the whole freaking world as it is for freedom, everything else. You made her attractive, not because of the way she looks or anything like that, even though that could be a thing, right? But because she's speaking to you and say, would you like to say things? And if you're a teenager and you're supposed to force to play this game, I guarantee you, I do this even to this day, if you make this as the clear, I want you to do this, I'm going to do the opposite. You want me to join the Empire and the Thalmor? I'm going to join the Nords. I'm going to be the bad guy just to say I have a choice. And you basically, from what I noticed, is that they shut it down because everyone was choosing her.
Yes.
They shut it down. In fact, it's been memes. People, like, if you look on X right now, you're going to see memes like this. Wrong place.
Is it the one that I think it is?
It's from The Simpsons.
Oh.
I couldn't find a video meme that Smash GT had, but this is from The Simpsons. Do it for her, right? It says, but underneath it says, "Don't forget you're here forever." It's about Maggie Simpson, but they replaced all the Maggie photos with memes of her. I mean, look at this one. Do you see this one right here?
Yep. Damn.
Oh, it's a little labor government propaganda, but the retards made the evil races you are supposed to hate into a cute girl that stands with you until the end if you support her. Be a massive racist. Get a cute wife who believes similarly to you as a result. I don't think this is how propaganda is supposed to work.
Yeah, I wish I had more context of this character and the game itself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying the Wayback Machine link. It doesn't seem like the Wayback Machine link works anymore.
Probably not.
Do you think they requested a takedown or something? Because
You can
it
do
did
that.
work. It worked prior.
Someone's got this game. Someone's got it, and they've backed it up. Someone somewhere, maybe on a Discord.
Someone's got
Who
this
knows?
game for sure. They probably found a way to rip it because they knew this was going to be removed from the UK. Someone has it, and they're going to make it on the website. They're going to put it on itch.io, something.
Oh, please make
Like,
this.
let
I
me
will
just
play
wait.
it.
Someone did a Custer's Revenge remake, the exact way that they advertised Custer's Revenge to be. So Revenge is the Native American woman is actually tied to a rock or something like that.
Mhm.
And they took it down. This was made.
Oh.
This was a Flash game. They took it down. Someone managed to get the game and preserved it. Not the Atari one. The Atari one is preserved,
but the remake.
a remake of it, and then someone made a remake based off of that one as well. Oh, no, someone made an actual remake of the actual Custer's Revenge by talking to the devs of Mystique who made the game, and they explained to them it was not a rape simulator. It was never supposed to be one, and so they made a live action version of it, or are making it. I found out, and I was like, "Oh, this is going to be interesting to keep an eye out for."
Wow.
Yeah,
I'm visualizing this like Unreal Engine 5.
No, it's live. It's like a live action thing. It's like photos and stuff. It's not going to be like an Unreal Engine thing. No.
Oh, it's gonna be like story.
Yeah, so I'm bummed. Like, I feel like I completely missed out of this game as it was becoming a meme.
How do you think I feel? I was too busy the last couple of days to actually try this. This is something I would have actually tried because when I found out about Cat Park, I played that game. I think I told you. I don't know if I told you about Cat Park, but because of context and time, if you want to know more about it, I could look it up for you.
This kind of reminds me of Theo from Dustborn, how he's like the most normal guy out of the entire group, yet he's the one who dies at the end.
Yep.
This just really shows that government is so completely tone deaf. I wonder if, because like governments don't know how to do certain things. So someone would have had to contract this out to maybe a friend that they knew who's a developer. Maybe they reached out to a team. Someone made the decision, and I doubt it was a government official, to put this character in the game. And then someone else who was making it just like rubbed their chin and said, we're going to make this character awesome.
And that's the thing. It's like people don't realize when the Nazi Germany, when they took over, right before they took over, they went after schools and arts. And right after that, as soon as they got into power, they controlled the media. So when a journalist wanted to say what Hitler was doing, they couldn't say it in a way that made Hitler look bad. So they used what we do today, which is Aesopian. So when instead of saying, for example, a certain violent word, we say unalive. Or instead of saying a certain S word, we say we aggressively recruited by taking him to the club. Yeah. So I think here, what they did is we can't talk about what's happening is wrong, but are we going to make it seem like she's based as fuck?
Yeah.
I guarantee, like what you're saying, like I guarantee that's things like this was a cry for help, a call to action. They make her so based and desirable, and in the UK it's like, oh shit. And it was even worse is that she was the popular option amongst all these kids and everyone else that was playing this game. She was the one people chose. I actually would find it funny is if the Muslim community over there as well, and the blacks also chose her.
Oh,
all the ones that she hates.
You fucking know it.
So was it like was there romance in the game? Like, and
I don't know.
No, I watched JT's video. He only did one particular playthrough of it, but there was there's a lot of like friendships that are developed in every sort of step in. It's like one character who starts devolving into radicalism because they're pro nationalist, where like the pro UK, and so they're going down this. Well, at least JT is going down the steps of wanting to defend the United Kingdom, and let's not do these crazy things like bring in illegal immigrants. Whereas the game literally is, it's not directly saying it, but it's going the opposite of this person doesn't like illegal immigrants. That they almost like outright say like this is a bad thing that this person is thinking. Like they almost fucking say it. So yeah, you can make decisions that can lead to this person. I don't think JT did in his video, but they do a lot of like, we're not saying this is one thing, but we're saying this opposite, and your brain's going over to the other thing that they want to fucking say.
Exactly. And it's like the worst propaganda ever because it does exactly the opposite of what it intended. I think I'm going to argue is I think it did exactly what the game designers intended, not what the UK government intended.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if the UK, if this was honestly their intention to make sure this based, then these designers are based as fuck, and we need to look into giving them an immigration pass to the US.
I think this is intentional because, as we've seen, you go back to like a lot of animation, like Who Framed Roger Rabbit is probably one of the best examples of a 1 to 2 frames, maybe 3 frames of the character Baby Herman sticking his hand up the dress or the skirt of one of the live action actresses. It's done so fucking fast. You have to slow down. And back when VHS, you'd have to like move the film 1 frame at a time. They did that sneaky shit. You bet your ass this was done, but it was painted as like this is just a character. Like, I was at some bookshop and I saw this one woman and I was like, oh, can I?
I'm gonna have to catch my eye on that next time I watch that movie.
It's very early on. It's right after Roger gets a fridge slam on his head, and they call.
Okay, so it's right after. So it's right after the opening, basically.
Right after the opening, and you see Baby Herman. It's a very legendary scene. Baby Herman is yelling. It's like, damn it, Roger! Why the hell we gotta do this damn scene? And he says, "Excuse me, Toots," and his face changes, and you see his hand go up, and like, it's like in Fight Club when the single frame of the dick shot is put in, and it's like, your consciousness didn't see it, but your brain fucking did.
Yeah. Here's another thing. That movie is also the only movie where you'll see Bugs Bunny and Warner Brothers IP in a Disney movie.
Yep.
Yeah, the Bugs and Mickey scene is legendary.
But
so is the Daffy versus Donald fight.
Yeah. Continuing on, do we have anything else we want to add to this?
Nope.
I just want to cover it briefly.
Yeah, I don't really have much to add other than like it's funny when these propaganda games have the opposite intent, just like how Dustborn's main player base was people criticizing the game.
Yep.
That's great.
So the next one is 2 tweets. I'm going to connect together. It's the last topic. So I guess we are going to have some time to cover this. Maybe we'll do a special podcast if we want to talk about it more later. But so some 40K news.
Oh yeah, the big one.
Warhammer 40K has slightly more women in it now, and the neckbeards aren't happy. We're still not at the female Space Marines, but give it time. So it's like there's still it's the unsaid thing being made honest. Their chosen agenda. They want female Space Marines. They want it to be a thing. So they're calling people they now. Granted, I'm not in the 40K community, but I talked about some people who are in 40K community who mentioned that there are some people who are fit the trope. They don't bathe. They're nasty as fuck. All this other stuff. Sure, that's in everything. There are sports guys who don't bathe. There are women that I've dated who are big Twilight fans whose cooch smells like rotten tuna.
You date Twilight fans?
Yeah. I never went back further in. Once I saw, I was like, "What's that funky smell?" And when we went to her place, and I started realizing that's where it was coming from. It's like, you know what? I just realized I got to be up at 03 dark in the morning, and it's 01 dark in the morning. Damn. I'm sorry, but here's my number. Call me. We'll give you something. And I gave her one of my old numbers that doesn't work. So that way, she says, "You never gave me my number." I said, "Yeah, I gave you my number. I just didn't give you one that works. It's one of old numbers." Like, but you gotta remember, I'm a country boy who's never been to city. I've never seen her again or certain other characters, but it's telling, right? And it's going to go into the next thing we're going to talk about, which might get Karis into the doghouse with his girlfriend. And if it does, Hotaru, I really would like to know, because I would like to meme Karis on that. Not you. I'm just going to make Karis look bad, because I actually like Hotaru, even though all I've done is read a couple of interactions with her. But so they're saying, yeah, we're getting more women in here, right? And the Nectars aren't happy, but people are going to take that, right, and they're going to say women are ruining games. And it brought up something that you and I, Karis, was talking about, because this is the last thing. This is the thing that I say is going to sweep everything in the rest. So Karis says, as a quote treat from someone, "So all the previous entries are dead, broken, and useless now. Terminator 2 can't be enjoyed any longer, I guess. All known copies must be burned, I suppose. We can't enjoy anything anymore, folks." And
this guy. I saw this guy. This guy was being such a black pillar. I did not agree with this post.
Now, I don't know Bio Holt, all right? But he is a Trump supporter who's moving into the politics of TV and movie. Translation: he's a wannabe political pundit that wants to share his politics, and so he's saying Trump supporter, culture war. If you want to become big, you got to talk culture war and politics. People that they move fast and they burn bright and then they fail. I've seen this many times. There's so many people who want to just talk politics. This is why we have a rule on no politics. We don't acknowledge Trump. We don't acknowledge Biden. We focus on, like we said, Karis, just games, right? So he said, women killed Star Trek, women killed Star Wars, women killed the MCU, women killed the DCU, women killed the Lords of the Rings, ROP. Women killed James Bond, women killed Indiana Jones, women killed The Witcher, women killed the Sandman, Ghostbusters, Terminator, Alien, Predator, Men in Black, Mad Max, Monarch, Godzilla, Charlie's Angels, and women and gays killed Doctor Who. Did I miss anything? Well, Karis, this is your chance to speak like a man and tell us, did he miss anything? You're on trial.
That's the wrong question to ask. I'm not going to play his game. Did he miss anything?
I think he did.
What gender was Ellen Ripley?
Mm-hmm.
Ellen Ripley made Alien. Charlie's Angels always had women.
Yeah.
What exactly has this motherfucker seen an actual Charlie's Angels film other than just the trailers and the shots? Has he seen the original Aliens? The original Alien wasn't even about Ripley.
Also, he said like women ruined Sandman. Didn't the original also have a ton of gays in it and shit? Like it was made by Neil Gaiman.
Yeah, I thought so. It's been a while since I saw Sandman. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, the guy with this dude hasn't even read Sandman. He didn't even know that.
Let's go down the list. I will absolutely play his stupid fucking game. Star Trek. Let's see. Nichelle Nichols, or Uhura, was a great fucking character throughout the original series, the original films. When she died, like, a lot of people were sad. A lot of people. Star Wars. Carrie Fisher, very much I would say the original strong, independent woman. No one.
Aren't you a little short for to be a stormtrooper?
She was still the Dazzle Woman's distress, but also capable when she had to be.
Yeah, like she fought. She literally like mowed down an entire hallway of stormtroopers. She belittled Luke.
Mm-hmm.
But Luke deserved to be belittled. He was a fucking kid.
Yeah.
But she didn't like always belittle. Like when Ben died, she was remorseful. Like literally, like he thought he was a stormtrooper.
Yeah. Because I remember this Robot Chicken thing where they try to make it seem like a plot hole thing. Like, I can't believe it's gone. Oh, I'm sorry. Did a strange old man you never met before all of a sudden died? I'm sorry. I didn't know. So the fact that 12 million people on all the time just exploded.
What
in front of
me?
But, yeah. And the thing is like, people don't realize is that she had a little bit of time to process what fucking happened. She knew what was going to happen.
Yeah.
Luke did not know what was going to happen.
No. He didn't.
He did not know what was going to happen, and the fact that it wasn't that he just got like Luke saw this. He didn't get cut in two.
He just right before his eyes.
Yeah.
He watched him like get sliced and vanished.
Yeah, and as far as Leia is concerned, she doesn't know the whole background, right? She's probably going to think that that was his dad or someone he's known his whole life, right?
Which he
But
kind of
she's
did.
not really
He did
saying,
know.
yeah,
He did know him a lot longer. Like,
and Luke
even
did-
like if you want to go by Disney canon, like, you know,
Oh,
he met him as a kid.
No,
No.
bad, cat. I need a spray bottle emoji. I need a spray bottle emoji.
Shh. I don't have a spray bottle with me.
We don't acknowledge Disney as canon. That is heresy.
Also, on top of that, Rings of Power is not canon. I don't fucking care.
But my point is that when he didn't even know Alderaan was blown up.
No.
Right?
didn't
But
know.
so she's showing sympathy to him for his loss. Because I guarantee if Luke would have known Alderaan, no, he did know Alderaan was blown up.
Yeah, like
he
they
didn't
went
know.
through
He
the
didn't know
debris.
she was. Yeah, but still, there's. I can't explain it. There's no way for him at that moment in time to realize that 1 + 1 = 2 of her on Alderaan.
Yeah.
She shows sympathy. She probably didn't even know that he didn't know Alderaan was destroyed. All right, she was the better woman by simply saying, "I'm sorry for your loss. I sympathize with your pain." And then when Han Solo says, "Hey, we got some TIE fighters up here," he didn't mope around. She didn't mope around. She went with Chewie over there. He went and got his revenge because she knew that was going to help him out. It's going to shoot out.
Like,
some TIE
she
fighters.
literally humbled an unapologetic sexist. Like,
Yeah.
and married him.
And married
Based.
him.
Also,
In Legends as well.
Can we also remember that Star Wars was originally called Star Wars and was fucking saved by Marsha Lucas, a woman.
Yeah.
All propaganda bullshit. Red letter media, cope.
Yeah, that's feminist
it is?
propaganda, Karis.
Oh, never mind then.
We here at the new DragonCast Manosphere narrative know that it was done by that men can only make great movies and
Oh,
stories.
okay. Well, let's
Yeah,
get going
like
then.
And
people
never play
say
games.
tout like Marsha Lucas just to like try and delegitimize Lucas's contribution to Star Wars. Not to say Marsha Lucas didn't like contribute. Like, she was the editor, she was his wife, and there was a lot of bloat in the project. A lot of lore that got cut out.
They mentioned this a lot too. Do you know why the romance scenes for Han and Leia were so well done compared to the romance scenes in the prequel trilogies?
Oh, I don't know.
Why?
George Lucas himself even said it. He wasn't very good at writing romance areas. He actually got stuck trying to get Luke to come out to face Darth Vader and Revenge of the Jedi from hiding in the shadows. That's where the sister part comes in. He had to retcon that somehow for later. But it was his wife that wrote the romance triangle.
There you go.
That's why it's so good. A woman wrote that. She was a strong, feminine, strong, empowered woman, but she was also feminine, not feminist.
And she fell in love with one of the most toxic men in the galaxy.
A scoundrel, right? Someone that she thought she could fix it. She clearly couldn't fix. And if you build on that,
She literally fixed him.
Yeah, she did in Legends. And in the Disney version, she whipped him. He is no longer the Han Solo we know. He is broken.
But we're not acknowledging the Disney version.
Yeah, we already agreed on this.
That's
Follow
what
your
I'm
own
saying.
rules, Dragon.
No, I'm following my rules. I'm saying in the Legends, the true canon, she grew. In the other one, she pistol whipped him. That's why it's not canon. They didn't follow through with the original concept of the Han Solo and Leia relationship. But continuing, because we talked Star Wars too much. MC,
That's
yes,
probably
there
my
was a
fault.
book. Yeah, it's fine. There was a book, right, that points out. Nerdrotics pointed this out a couple years back, where they said they were going to call it the MCU. They wrote it in the book.
That was what it was called, the MCU.
Yeah, like
I thought
something
he
like
coined that. I thought that was his thing.
Well, he pointed it in a book. I had to find out
Oh.
that thing again. I saw it on one of his posts. And I had to go scrolling. I don't know how long ago that was, like a year or two ago, but it was in a book he was reading. And I talked about the MCU universe, how they were filming it and stuff like that. And he highlighted it. Then there was obviously the DCU. Thing is, like, yes, women were in these things. Spoiler: Catwoman was a sex icon and a very lethal femme fatale all the way back to the 1960s when she came out. They made her because people said Batman needed more female villains to fight. That's the reason why she came out. That's the reason why they made her. I'm sorry, that's literally true.
Yep.
And he ends up, I think he ends up falling in love with her. And then there's also, what's her name?
Poison
Ra's al
Ivy.
Ghul.
Oh, Talia.
Talia, thank you. Had
Yeah,
a
he bangs
child
her
with
too.
her. Yeah. Had a child with her.
Damian Wayne.
Lords of the Rings. I'm a big Lords of the Rings fan. All right. I love the books. You want to say women kill Lords of the Rings? No man can kill me. I am no man.
Yep.
That's in the
Yeah.
book from the
It is.
1930 or something like that.
Very early 1900s, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They also like. So I think we all agree Rings of Power wasn't canon. I did not hate the Battle of the Rohirrim.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, it was the anime Lord of the Rings that's set in the Peter Jackson universe. It came out in theaters. It bombed, but it was mostly just made to retain the rights for Warner. It was put out as a rights retainer. But yeah, like, it's a female protagonist. Like, she's kind of like more of an action role, and people got triggered by that. But like, it is based on like an actual Cliff Notes story from. Like, some of it is like original, like, but literally like, I mean, honestly, the animation was really beautiful. I did not dislike the character. Like, I think people exaggerated how much of a girl boss she actually was. I mean, I think you should see it and make up your own mind. But yeah, the movie's called Lord of the Rings Battle of the Rohirrim.
I'll have to take a look at that. I haven't watched it yet. But I'm going to speed this along because we can go through and literally nitpick his entire argument.
I can just pull one out quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
GoldenEye, Femke Jensen was Xenia Onatop. She stole the whole fucking movie. Like,
oh yeah,
Natalia was nothing compared to Xenia. Xenia was an awesome fucking character.
Now here's the thing: he's using the popular arguments, right? So, for example, women killed Men in Black, the last Men in Black movie. Women killed Mad Max. Charlie's Angels was the last remake. Aliens and Terminator, Ghostbusters, the Ghostbusters 2016 movie. He's using all the.
Well, I'll give him credit on Men in Black.
Hold on. There was women in Men in Black.
Yes, there was.
And she was M. Oh, not M. What is it? M?
Agent M.
Yeah, but right? she was completely written out of the next movie.
Yeah, but the thing is, the third, I think it was the third one, the time warp one, whichever one that was.
Yeah,
I actually thought she did a good job in that role.
She wasn't in that movie.
Yeah. No,
but the Zed character.
The female lead of Men in Black in the time machine. I can't remember what
Emma Thompson.
Oh yeah, but that's the one. That was the one that killed it. Like, I did not see the Emma Thompson one because I knew it was gonna. You're saying that's actually a good movie, the Chris Hemsworth Emma Thompson movie.
No.
This guy's talking about the Chris Hemsworth one, but
the
Emma Thompson one, third one with Will Smith, apparently was still pretty good.
Yeah, Men in Black 3 is a fantastic movie.
Yeah, I liked it,
but there were no women in that movie. There were no women in Men in Black 3.
There was women in Men in Black 3.
Yeah.
No, I don't remember a single female character from Men in Black 3.
He goes back to like 1960 or something.
Oh no, I think maybe the new director is a woman.
Yeah.
The new director is a woman.
Wow. Is it like Agent M, Agent Z or something like that? I can't remember.
It's the boss person.
Yeah.
I don't know the name.
But woman in a position of power. Yeah, like
we're trying to wrap it up, but we realized because we had so many good conversations.
Yeah, we always go a little bit long. We get on tangents.
We're gonna try to speed this up. The question I'm gonna ask, and we'll probably have to expand on this later, right?
We
is
could do a whole panel on this.
Yeah. Did women really kill games? I'm going to say he did miss something. All right, because we pointed out all the women amongst all three of us. We showed we're nerds. We showed we know our lore and IP. Women didn't kill games. Women in games didn't kill Doctor Who. Because Doctor Who's sidekick was always women. What he's missing is it's not women that killed games.
Oh, he's saying that women killed the MonsterVerse. Not necessarily. Like the wokest thing to come out of the MonsterVerse is the Monarch TV show, which is which was literally carried by a dude who, like, they just retconned his death for season 2.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, like literally.
Like I'm saying is he's pointing
Kurt
all
Russell.
Okay, hold on. He's pointing all the popular complaints of the franchise series. Because he wants to be a Trump supporter putting his politics into movies. That's the same as saying a Biden supporter who's moving into politics of TV and movies.
Yeah, he's trying to be new nerdrotic, and it's not working. He's coming in too late.
He's not just coming in too late. He's a fucking poser, in my personal opinion. He's not a nerdrotic. He's not Gary. Gary can get away with this stuff because Gary's a nerd who knows what he's fucking talking about. Yes, he's great. He's right wing. He's Trump supporter, whatever you want to say. But when he makes his arguments, he knows what he's talking about.
He's not without knowledge. That is true.
When someone said, "Oh, you don't know anything about Doctor Who," he put a screenshot of his Doctor Who collection and it shut her up. He knew exactly what he was talking about. The thing is women didn't kill anything. This is to me, this is a Manosphere wannabe guy that wants to do Manosphere fucking shit. All right. And I'm gonna always get in a rant about this because I fucking hate the Manosphere. Because like, oh, real man does this, a real man does this. Okay, I told you this character. I'm gonna say it here. Did you serve in the United States military? No. Okay. Are you a doctor? No. A scientist? No. A cop? Did you work in construction? Why am I mentioning all these random industries?
Fake masculinity is real.
That's because the top society, in the view of society, the top masculine jobs are the ones I just fucking listed. If you said that and you're trying to say a real man does this, brother, I got to tell you, number one, you're not a real man because you worked in an office. A real man isn't defined by his job. Yes, it's not defined by what you're saying. A real man is defined by his actions. I guarantee you, everyone's going to laugh at you and say that soldier over there is a real man. And that soldier over there, when he's done for his duty day, he's going to do one of two things in his barracks. He's going to flip on his laptop to Pornhub and wank it on Pornhub, or he's going to play a video game. And yet, he's going to answer the call to his country when he needs to and fight your battles for you. I should know this because I'm a fucking veteran. Women didn't kill games in my view. Feminist ideology killed games. Feminist ideology and video games have been at odds with each other since 1976. I hate to say this. Doesn't mean that every feminist hates video games, but there are feminists out there who want to dictate their ideology in a game. Just like there's political idiots like this guy who wants to dictate his ideology into fucking games and culture. This is a fucking tourist. There are games that, yes, there are games and IPs where women seem to have killed it because there's a strong female archetype that wasn't well-rounded, that wasn't fleshed out, that was just a fucking Mary Sue. And then there are games that, even to this day, we believe is a great fucking game, a great fucking IP. Prove me wrong.
I was looking for something while you both were talking, and I think what I was looking for was fucking retconned from me.
Exactly, Hataru.
Yeah, like it's funny he doesn't blame BlackRock or Larry Fink for literally like the only reason like they did all these things was like for the Larry Fink money.
Well, if he said that as he's coming out trying to be this new nerdrotic that he's trying to be, he would already be like a certain other person I talked about with someone, and that's a crazy conspiracy theorist. He would just be
BlackRock is not a conspiracy.
BlackRock's not a conspiracy, but people who don't want to acknowledge it, right? They're not going to listen. So he's trying to sound coherent by making short, like feeding you breadcrumbs. Instead of doing a Kotaku thing of this game is bad because it's fascism, this and that, and this is why Trump is a fascist and shouldn't be president. You're like, wait, where did Trump come into all this? We're talking about a video game. But if he says, if he puts out a pattern, right, and feeds you breadcrumbs, then he can start adding things in there about this and that and secret governments or whatever he wants to do. I'm not saying that's what he's going to do, but I'm saying this is the smarter way of doing it. You don't give all the information at once. You feed the information and let the evidence speak for you. It's called narrative writing. It's literally narrative, building a narrative. But I want to acknowledge that Hataru had said something base. Like, yeah, this is exactly what it is. Studio heads ruin these things. Exactly. Ideology, they follow an ideology. They follow a belief structure. They want to do things for profit. They do not care about making good sequels. They just want to pump out something. The modern audience, like I said before, is just people that will eat the slop no matter what. Even women hate how women in these pieces of media are written. Exactly. Geeky from Clownfish TV, Geeky Sparkles, went on several rants about how women were portrayed. But yeah.
So
but anyways, no.
I
The
wanted
thing
to
I want to know
add-
is, go ahead.
No, mine might take too long.
Because we're probably going to have a conversation about this later.
Yeah, I think we should save some of it for another time.
Yeah.
If you
'Cause
want,
this is-
I have a game to present if we need to like wrap it up.
Yeah. Well, I think we're going to wrap up our thoughts and we'll probably have it because I do think we should have this conversation in more detail later.
Oh yeah, we should have a total panel. We can
Yeah.
have it even on my channel at some point, like or
Whatever we
even
want,
Karis's.
Yeah, we will announce for everyone else. We will announce it later on. If you want to know more about, if you want to hear more of this kind of conversation, put it in the chat, or if you're watching a replay, put it in the comments below. So let us know that you want to hear more of it. But we're going to talk about it anyways later on.
But no,
I think
women
we
did
did-
not ruin these things.
No.
I guess
No,
that's
they didn't.
to answer your question. No, they
Yeah.
did not ruin these things.
No, they did.
Other people ruined these things.
The other people ruined it, and people are just hopping on a bandwagon. And I think we're going to talk about that because not tonight, obviously, because we're just going to wrap it up. We're already at the 5-hour mark, and I really don't want to keep y'all guys. I did not plan this to put this long, but we had a lot of good conversations. But the women didn't ruin this. Ideology did. And studios that run with these ideologies as well. There's a lot of nuances because gamers, they'll be satisfied with no women in games. They'll be satisfied with a woman with big honkers in games. They'll be satisfied with a great game. It doesn't matter what you put in as long as it's good and engaging. That's all we care about. But when you remove things, when you remove what we find sacred and change things, that's when we start having an issue because we've been fighting this war with this ideology for decades. Regardless if we want to admit it or not, we've been fighting this war. And when someone else comes in and tries to redefine that argument, regardless of what side it is, you got to remember, we had Republicans and Democrats, right and left, libertarians, all these political pundits trying to attack us and censor our games, only to find out they couldn't.
Yep.
So a lot of gamers there's some that are political, but the majority of the group, when you take all the gamers together and you get the average gamer political stance, is apolitical. We care about our games and our passion, just like the Dallas Cowboys fan. We care about the Dallas Cowboys and so on and so forth. But yeah, we're going to have this conversation later. But before we get into games we find interesting, does anyone have any final thoughts they want to say right now?
This guy's full of shit.
Who, me?
No, not you. The
Karis?
poster, the person who I quote tweeted. That person's full of shit.
Oh, this guy.
Yeah,
I can't
women
say his
killed this. Women killed Bile. Yeah, he's full of shit.
Yep, he's a poser. What about you, Karis? What about you, Dash?
About like my final thoughts on that.
Yeah.
I think I think he's wrong. I'll get into it when we have the panel, but women have not ruined every franchise, and it wasn't just like women, it was a bunch of identity politics at play that they tried to cram. And some of these franchises survived it. Like Marvel, I think can recover at some point, unlike Star Wars, which really took a beating from it, some of the IPs like Doctor Who, I think, are completely dead and can never recover.
Mm-hmm.
So like it is a case by case basis, and like he's not correct on all of them.
Yeah, he's not correct on any of them. Women didn't destroy any of those IPs. It's ideology and corporations. I guarantee you, I'll respectfully disagree with you, Hataru, on that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying there's more to it. I think it's both. But that being said, it's time for games we find interesting. So Dash, you go right ahead as I pull up my choice.
Yeah, so Steam is having a Detective Fest sale. So I was browsing this and I found this Ace Attorney clone called Tryon Herbert, Attorney of the Arcane. So it's basically just an Ace Attorney game, except it takes place in a fantasy world as opposed to so you deal with like magical cases. Now I was reading the updates. So apparently he's going to be adding free updates to the game and kind of reworking parts of the story. So the game's on sale right now, but if you guys want to wait for the newer version. So apparently he's doing a lot of this based on fan feedback. Apparently people didn't like Case 3. I don't really know the reasons. He doesn't really go into spoilers, but the new version of the game, and he's going to preserve like the old version later. But anyway, I just thought the concept was really cool because it's basically just Ace Attorney, just not by Capcom. So if anyone likes detective games, court drama, visual novels, like this is pretty cool. It's only $15 right now.
Oh, nice.
And by the way, just so y'all know, women ruined this game as well.
I don't know the gender of the dev.
I don't care. There's women in the game. They ruined it.
There's women in the game.
According to that one guy who thinks he knows what he's talking about, if there's a women in the game or the IP, it ruined it.
Can that just be a meme that we play on now?
Yeah.
It's like...
Karis, you have a girlfriend. Women ruined Karis.
Yes, I am ruined by women. I'm ruined by my ex-wife. That's for damn sure.
Oh, I think every year I'll take a beer to that one. My ex-wife ruined me. Why are you so mean to women? I'm divorced.
Yeah, on further inspection, like it does look like this game, like I guess is still like that's probably why he is updating it. But on the conceptually, it looks cool.
Yeah, it does.
All right.
Well,
that was my game.
And Karis, you got your 2 seconds to wow us.
Just 2 seconds?
I don't know. I can't count.
Shit.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. Thank you. You know what, Hataru? Thank you for being a good sport and letting me borrow your boyfriend for 5 hours.
Yeah, I'll put that in our Discord links.
All right, so yes, she ruined cookies. Absolutely. All right, so this is Glitchpunk, which the developer Dark Lord hasn't done anything else, but Data Lake Entertainment has published a lot of stuff, including Borrow Trauma, which is a popular submarine game.
I played Borrow Trauma with a friend a few years ago.
So these guys, they released some good stuff. They had, I think, like one dud. But let's see here.
Oh, this looks kind of like
it is a
Bioshock.
A little bit. It's a top-down, like runner and driver game. Very cyberpunk. Very stylized. Should I make it louder?
Oh, I'm not hearing any volume at all.
I'm not hearing any volume at all. That's probably a good thing. Because every time I do the volume, I get copyright pinged, and I have to erase it anyways.
Okay. But yeah, it's very stylized, almost comic book-like, Now there's the it's like what is it? Hot Miami. Very
Yeah,
Hot Miami.
top-down shooters like Hotline Miami. Nice.
Yeah, Hotline. Yeah, you can customize your character.
There's a
love
woman.
top-down shooters.
There's a female in it. It ruined this game.
Yes. Some Illuminati-esque plot lines, possibly.
Mhm.
Which are always fun. Yep, more women. Apparently ruined.
She got the shaved head, except it's appropriate. But and also she completely makes up with it with her boobs.
And the collar. She's not empowering because she's got the submissive collar. thing
There's a
going on,
cat.
too.
It wins.
Yep. She's a crazy cat lady.
We found the one circumstance where that haircut is allowed.
One rare circumstance. It doesn't even belong in Conan.
Do they add it to Conan?
Yeah, the go watch the
Oh,
King
in your new
Jones
video.
Survive.
Yeah, I had started it.
But yeah, this game is 90% off. It's $2, people. Fucking buy it.
Oh wow.
Oh.
There's no
Fact-
excuse not to buy it.
I'm buying it right now.
Mhm.
It's normally $20.
You might want to remove. There we go.
Oh yeah, don't leak your payment info.
I
Yeah.
use PayPal, but
I'll see your $2 game with mixed reviews, and I'll raise you a free game that has very positive reviews.
Oh, look who's being competitive.
It's called
Oh.
Date Boy.
Date Boy.
Yeah. Secretly playing your generic 90s handheld video game console during a first date? Shame on you. It came out last year, November.
So funny
Damn.
considering I just got that mod.
What did I do? Actually, I probably did something. I understand how this works. I don't mind place. I'm a
All
guy.
right.
I'm a male, so I've done something somewhere, sometime, some way. So yeah, Dash is bi, so he's an automatic ally. But anyways, this is Date Boy. You have to respond as you're playing a video game.
this is like every date where the guy is just totally not interested in the date.
Mhm.
Like he's checking his phone, his stocks. His
It's free on
game.
Itch and Steam, by the way.
Itch.
Yeah. Yeah, you got Eat, saw dating advice and stuff.
And stuff.
So it's a free game. Kind of reminds
Yeah.
in that case, it kind of reminds me of a fun one, Dinner with an Owl.
I just thought it was an interesting concept. I mean, you're literally playing a Game Boy. You're literally playing a game
Within a game.
within a game while on a date.
Yep.
Like it's just that's pretty cool. And yes, you get a single player, so you don't have to worry about MMOs. Sorry, guys, I guarantee you that girl on the other end is probably not a girl. It's going to be a dude. So it's a great thing to be a single player. It's got Steve achievements if you go for that kind of thing. And it's in English and it's free to play. So,
But there's a
if you're
woman in
bored,
it. It's ruined.
yeah, exactly. But you didn't pay any money for it, so you didn't have enough to lose to try it. So, but basically, I like the premise here. Let me break it down to you poor thing. Date Boy involves a boy on a date playing his game retro handheld video game console.
Oh, this
You
is
are
jabbing
that
right at
boy.
Dash.
You are that boy. So I'm like,
Boy on the date, the game, and you play a game.
and it's still
Date
self-aware.
boy.
Sounds dumb. You're dumb. like you know what? I like this. It's so self-aware of its own concept that it made a game out of. That you sold my interest. You've offered it for free. No, you're probably not going to make money off of this. But it's just I think it's an interesting. I'm going to at least try it. It's an interesting concept. I don't lose anything if it sucks, and I'm going to try it. So,
Nice.
and he at least even puts I want to say I'm assuming he put a lot of effort into this because there's a game inside of a game, but also Steam achievements. So that tells me he put some decent amount of work into this. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna try it. And the reviews are very positive. So all reviews 213, very positive. So people were playing it, most of them like it, like an extreme amount of them like it. So yeah, Date Boy.
Nice. Funny, but nice.
Oh, and yes, Hataru's can give you all the advice that I 100% endorse. Only play your Game Boy or retro console on a date in this game. Never real life. As Hataru points out, she has been on dates with guys playing their handheld video game. There are a few reasons why they are exes now. Yes. Don't put that. One of those is don't cherish. Stop playing your Game Boy when you take Hataru on a date.
I don't even have a Game Boy. Literally, like I've never had a Game Boy.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Wow,
He's told us in a private chat that he's had a Game Boy.
I have a 3DS.
He plays his Game Boy games on his mobile phone emulator.
I have a computer that emulates a mobile phone OS. Yes.
Yes. But I do apologize, you guys, for the lateness. I guess we'll talk about it offline. Probably not tonight, but if we're going to carry on, I think we should have more on that conversation if y'all want to.
Oh,
I
absolutely.
think it's something that's really relevant as well. That probably get us all canceled, which would be awesome. Because, if you get canceled, you grow. Like you fail upwards.
Yep.
Okay, this is why I like her. She has some really base comments. Like, you got lucky, dude. I know I'm teasing you a lot, making you seem like a bad person, but it's actually because, be worried if I'm super nice to you. Let's just put it that way. If I'm super nice to you, I fucking hate you. That's just how I work. But yeah, she's awesome. But anyways, we're gonna wrap it up. We'll probably have an announcement later on in the week if we're gonna carry on a conversation before Direct. We'll let y'all know. But we're gonna go ahead around the panel and say what we're going to do for the next week. Starting with Dash, because I know you probably got things to do.
All right. Yeah, so I'll be playing more NAC, possibly maybe Monday. I'm going to be a little busy. I'm going to be meeting with more of the network hosts tomorrow, and probably playing some Fortnite with a friend.
Awesome.
Don't know if I'll be streaming it, but yeah, just keep an eye out. I'm going to try and release content as I can.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic.
Harris, what you got going on?
I have a few things. I am working on the first video version of Indie Labs, which I've got some more segments to film. I brought back Abiotic Factor. We are going back into it. I have mini streams in the past. I even made a video on it, but I've loved that game. We got Skytex involved. I am renting a server that can have up to 6 people. So Dash or Levistro, if you want to hop in and we're going to try and escape the realm, the world in Abiotic Factor, it's a big game. It's a big game. Yep, there's room. It's my server, so it's not going to be like tainted by someone else.
Oh yeah, DM me the details. I'll see what I can do.
Okay,
Yeah.
Cool. But yeah, I'm going to be streaming that sometime next week. I think next week's going to be interesting because I was supposed to have a lot of work. I might be doing some extra streams if I don't have a whole lot going on. Because we're at the point at this project where it's like we're waiting for the project manager to do stuff and he hasn't given us an answer. So I might have like nothing to do, kind of. So... yeah, I want to get back into Abiotic. I've thought about that game once a week since the last time that I played it months and months ago. I've always loved Half-Life, and I like that there's this like Half-Life-esque game
Mhm.
that just like devolves and goes into its own area. And it's always like kind of tongue in cheek of like, we're kind of Half-Life, but we're not. We know that we're not ever going to be that, but we're gonna do our own thing. This is us. And yeah,
Yeah.
there's a lot of crafting, a lot of really interesting leveling systems. More abiotic. You want to get the yes. We want to get a bunch of people together and just like bash out the levels. You have to unlock the levels in like stages. You have to go get this thing. You have to use these weapons. So it's a little bit of prep, but it's fun.
Yeah, and that's one thing I'm loving that we're doing right now. Something I've always wanted to do with the crew is join together and not just talk about games, but play games together. And that's what we're doing with your crew and Dash. Hopefully one day we get you scheduled in one. That'd be awesome.
Oh yes, absolutely.
We need to get you in there. And also I'm trying to get the Faz Inc. crew to join us as well, but they also work. But someday we'll get the Faz Inc. crew, the Red Shirts crew, the DragonCast crew, and Karis's crew all into one game and just cause chaos. But that being said, I do want to apologize to you two for it going this long. I think I want to say it was worth it because we had talked about a lot of stuff, shared our conversations.
Yes.
We'll also talk about carrying on the current topic somewhere else, or maybe just make it the next DragonCast episode. I thought I didn't even, honestly, to be perfectly honest, I didn't have as many thumbnails as I usually have. But I misjudged the what's the right word? Level of context for each topic.
It was a big
Does
scope.
that make sense? Yeah, there's a big scope. It's like some of thought, oh, this will be small, something to cover real quick, and the others just weren't. But I'll probably do better on that for next time because what I want to do is have shorter news conversations and just debate certain issues in gaming culture. So that way we don't go over time. Like my goal is to have it where the last hour is we just have a conversation on something related to gaming, and go from there. But thanks again, you two, for coming, and thanks everyone for watching. I have, like I said, I have 2 videos out. Obviously, one about GitHub and spoilers. The thing people don't know why it happened. GitHub, they explain it, is they're in their terms of service. So I go over that and the history of why it happened. And yes, the Council of Karens is involved, but you'd have to watch a video for that. If you want to see racist, sexist jokes, I have a video from Conan Exiles. Will game journalists survive Conan Exiles? So there is that, and I hope you enjoyed that. Having a few other videos based on Conan Exiles coming out. It's like, where's the best spot going out? I'm trying to make some evergreen content, but also, knock on wood, next Friday I will have my first 3 videos for Moral Panics out. I don't know because, well, my family is going through my granddad's house, getting their stuff because the state recognized the will. My mom's supposed to come down next week or the week after next. We had Xbox Direct. So video content, it might just be YouTube shorts, but I definitely will try to stream when I can. It just depends on if I'm exhausted or not at that time period. So other than that, thank you all for coming. Thank you, Hitaru, as well, for being a good sport and let me share your boy toy with me for 5 hours. He's all yours now. If you send him to the couch, let me know and I'll make a meme about it for you. Other than that, everyone else, happy gaming and have a good night. You're still here. What? You thought there'd be a post-credit scene or something? This isn't a Disney movie. Show's over. Go get some sleep. Play a video game. Watch another YouTube video. I gotta take care of the Dragon Wing and possibly get some sleep myself. Goodbye all, and thanks for watching. And happy gaming.